getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I know, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Stand it tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the Nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Lucky
Камбэк. Что мы друг другу скажи мне? Мы вместе на пути к вершине. Наши глаза горят, и воздух накален невыносимо. Нет, мы не заплачем, потому что здесь мы что-то значим. Ногами высекаем искры, за спиной наша удача. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк. Кто ты, воин, как твое имя? Взмываешь небеса, как чонг. Воля твоя нерушима, снова слышен битвы гон. Только в соло ты не сможешь таланты все свои раскрыть. Команда верная поможет твои слабые места закрыть. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час.
Много раз ощутить боль падения, вновь находим мы силы воспрять. Снова на языке вкус сражения, снова сможем себе доказать.
Давайте, ребята, Руслан! Это победа! Мужчина стоит рядом, ее не вытаскивает. Сейчас Саня, может быть, стоит продолжить? Получится ли ульта Толиты? Есть ульта Толиты! Красавчик! Играть и должны доигрывать! Какая уверенность в своей игре!
Все вместе в системе дойдем мы к победе. Мы встретим проблемы, но это путь верный. Против всех заочно, но я знаю точно, что на пьедестале стоять мы будем с вами. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк.
MLBB esports.
All right in the backside, lots of damage, basic immediately deleted. Whole world will be
tell them
next on
that
the
nobody's
block,
safe.
top down.
Gotta
Double
put
kill
food on the
for
plates. Right now I'm taking the safe. Whoa, wait, I just been doing the race. I just been catching the cases, and it's already too late. People say he diabolical. Right now I'm feeling unstoppable. Learn to avoid all the obstacles. Black can get hotter than tropical. Ay, do what it takes. We taking it too. Yeah, breaking the bank, breaking the rules. If my people starving, then I gotta steal. I get on the meals. Yeah, you know the deal. I'm keeping it real.
What is greatness in MLBB esports?
You have been slain.
Is it saying no to distractions?
Very close call. Officially named the first grand finalist, taken down
Is it unwavering amount of focus?
Let's do this. Promise, gonna get locked in. Elo, final flash once again in Cold World Basic.
Is it just pure passion that's more important than the food? How about hard work and no sleep gaming? Hey, give me more 5 combos. Yes, Captain.
Territory, Cold World comes in, gets a suppression. Superstar still to get away. Hoon uses the rider with IMU, basically gets stunned up, taken out. 3 members down already. Cold World and Tarzan also in trouble. Cold World chased down, a double kill and a double kill. On top. Oh, good pop up. A lot of damage on the CM, but it comes Phantom Execution. Able to counter back. Start though, Tarzan finding it, now he's in the back pocket. Terrified to take it out from Hoon.
Or is it just old school discipline and determination?
This is what you get for face checking.
We know every one of us is great, but only together we are better than great.
Okay, let's go, guys. We have a plane to catch.
Boys, it's time for M5.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh!
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana!
Best Dressed Team
Ole!
Best Dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4
Камбэк. Что мы друг другу скажи мне, мы вместе на пути к вершине. Наши глаза горят, и вот он как ален невыносимо. Нет, мы не заплачем, потому что здесь мы что-то значим. Ногами высекаем искры, за спиной наша удача. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк. Кто ты, воин, как твое имя? Взмываешь небеса, как чонг. Воля твоя нерушима, снова слышен битвы гон. Только соло ты не сможешь таланты все свои раскрыть. Команда верная поможет твои слабые места закрыть. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час.
Много раз ощутить боль падения, вновь находим мы силы воспрять. Снова на языке вкус сражения, снова сможем себе доказать.
Давайте, ребята, Руслан! Это победа! Мужчина стоит рядом, ее не вытаскивает. Сейчас Саня, может быть, стоит продолжить? Получится ли ульта от Лолиты? Есть ульта от Лолиты! Ты должны доигрывать! Какая уверенность в своей игре!
Все вместе, в системе, дойдем мы к победе. Мы встретим проблемы, но это путь верный. Против всех заочно, но я знаю точно, что на пьедестале стоять мы будем с вами. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк. И мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк.
Kingdom is born. The Ohio brothers stand above. The throne is taken. The crown is theirs. T.O.B. claiming what they thought was theirs.
What is greatness in MLBB esports?
All right in the backside. Lots of damage. Basic immediately deleted. Whole world will be
Tell them
next
that
on the
nobody's
block.
safe.
Top down.
Gotta put food on the plates. Right now I'm taking the safe. Whoa, wait, I just been doing the race. I just been catching the cases, and it's already too late. People say he diabolical. Right now I'm feeling unstoppable. Learn to avoid all the obstacles. Black can get hotter than tropical. Ay, do what it takes. We taking it too. Yeah, breaking the bank, breaking the rules. If my people starving, then I gotta steal. I get on the meals. Yeah, you know the deal. I'm keeping it real.
What is greatness in MLBB esports?
You have been slain.
Is it saying no to distractions?
Very close call. T.O.B. officially named the first grand finalist, taking down
Is it unwavering amount of focus?
Let's do this. Promise. Gonna get locked in. Elo. Final flash once again in Cold World Basic.
Is it just pure passion that's more important than the food? How about hard work and no sleep gaming? Hey, give me more 5 combos. Yes, Captain.
Territory. Cold World comes in, gets a suppression. Superstar still to get away. Hoon uses the rider with IMU, basically gets stunned up, taken out. 3 members down already. Cold World and Tarzan also in trouble. Cold World chased down, a double kill and a double kill. Up on top. Oh, my pop-up. A lot of damage on the CM, but it comes Phantom Execution. Able to counter back. Start though, Tarzan finding it, now he's in the back pocket. Terrified to take it out from Hoon.
Or is it just old school discipline and determination?
This is what you get for face checking.
We know every one of us is great, but only together we're better than great.
Okay, let's go, guys. We have a plane to catch.
Boys, it's time for M5.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu. Iritel. Franco. Nana.
Nana.
Go! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
How jangan? Пуел Хантингмон.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang korona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside. Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are partners, don't change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Pilipinas! And to everyone watching around the world, welcome back to the group stage of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship! The quadruple header that we got yesterday that opened the biggest and grandest mobile esports tournament of the year seemed to have got you guys craving for more MLBB action straight from the world's best teams. I mean, I can't blame you though, especially after seeing those clutch buy and sell shenanigans from Kyle, TZ, and Few, game-changing retribution plays from TNZ, that's my attempt at copying the recall effect. I'll think of something else. And well, Kiboy being Kiboy from Onic, don't worry, because we hear you. And nay, we got you. If it's more MLBB you want, then it's more MLBB that we're all going to get. Another quadruple header is coming to you today. So let's continue to witness the world's greatest MLBB teams in action and them trying to become better than great. Casters from all over the world, let's go.
Thank you, Reptar. A clash of Western MLBB play styles will open the second day of the M5 World Championship Group Stage. Greetings, everyone. Gideon here, joined by LaFell and as well as Yasu to bring you the best of 3 series between EECA's Deuce Vault and North America's the Ohio Brothers.
And I gotta say, there's a lot of MLBB action, and it's all because the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official gaming chair partner. Thanks!
And also thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Special shout-outs as well to our global presenting partner, Kadia, because Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Well, for you guys who don't know, Kadia aims to change the world of gaming and esports. Do not forget to follow at Kadia Gaming on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about the giveaway.
Now, boys, have you guys been checking out MLBB recently? Because the M5 Pass is now live. Unlock Yu Zong's M5 exclusive Dragon Shade skin and Prime Cosmic Dragon skin when you buy the M5 Pass.
Hey, you know what? All you guys at home, make sure you guys accomplish all activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. And let me just say, I've already hit level 52.
What?
Wow.
So all of y'all got a lot of catching up to do.
I
say
too
that,
much.
I'm pretty sure someone's already hit 75.
I'm pretty sure somebody has already maxed out the pass at this point.
Oh,
but
yeah.
hey, you know, for most of us out there, we got to be making sure that we are keeping up to date with everything that has been going on MLBB related. Because yesterday we had insane games to start off. Like, I can't, like, the fact that we saw so many people purchase and sell items that many times, the fact that we saw some good reviews between teams, I think it's time we need a daily recap.
M5 Group Stage Day 1 was a showcase for the carries, where we are entering a new era. It is finally time for the junglers to shine again. AP Brand, the Filipino champions, are determined to rile up the home fans with a win against their old rival, Burmese Ghouls. The dreadful Nolan was left open by Burmese Ghouls in both games for Kyle Teasy to take advantage.
It's stressful to see. Oh! AP Brand coming in with the Lord, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
The home team achieved the opener that they'd home. Next, Team SMG tapped on family buffs in a quest to take down the Turkish champions. Fireflux rallied on with a great display from TNZ in both games.
The base! Fireflux takes game 1.
With that, the rulers from Turkey are off to a great start in the group of death. Led by 2 veteran roamers,
Manages to take down Lord Down. He's now dancing with Nail.
the match then turned into a back-and-forth contest between Niall and Chibi. Ultimately, it was the Malaysian carry that stood on top. The last match of the day, it was all Onyx from the get-go.
Onyx, they just have that Tiger.
Even luck was on their side.
He died! Will he die?
Oh!
No way!
No way!
No way!
The Sky Kings were way too dominant for the Brazilian robots to overcome. We saw plenty of spectacular jungler plays during day 1 of the M5 group stage. For day 2, what else would you like to witness that is better than great? Let's find out.
Presented by Kadia, let's check out the play of the day of the group stage, day number 1. Kicking things off, I mean, Zorn's recall leading to some devastating Minotaur stomps. Boys, I know you guys had a quick look at this during that game, but man, were you expecting this?
Okay, coming from Malaysia, a little bit, because Zorn has to do Zorn things, and I'm glad that he did Zorn things.
I mean, I'm glad he was able to do Zorn things as well. But in case you guys don't know, here is today's schedule for the group stage, day number 2. We have Daewoo versus TOB in the West versus West BG versus Team Flash, the new SG reps versus the new Myanmar reps. See you soon versus BTR, M3 Grudge match, and Blacklist International versus RRQ Akira, RRQ's Redemption versus Blacklist International.
Yesterday have witnessed only full sweeps, a strong message from all the teams winning, for all the winning teams, and a lot to fix from the teams that lost yesterday.
Now, looking at the group standings, because of these sweeps, a lot of these teams are, well, not in the danger zone just yet. A good start for some, others looking for some redemption points. Keep in mind that the top 2 are moving on to the knockout stages.
Yeah, and honestly, it's something that we have discussed as well, because losing one match, it feels devastating, but it's not over. You have opportunities to still climb up to the second one. So honestly, I kind of feel like maybe after the 3rd day, then maybe we have a better understanding, especially if it's going to be 2 O's and 0 2s.
I mean, very much so. I think today is going to be pretty important for teams like, well, Burmese Ghouls, for an example. They got swept yesterday, and now is their opportunity to claim some points back.
Well, today, if Team Burmese Ghouls didn't do as the fans require them to do, they will be in a really bad situation. Yes, there is a possibility, even if they lost 2-0, there might be a tiebreaker somewhere in the schedule, but that's a long shot. But tell us what's the mid. Oh,
yeah,
that's a good match headline.
Yes, West versus West, redefining greatness.
Wow.
The EECA has come to play, but this time they're going against North America. Now, this is going to be pretty interesting, right? Because we've seen both of these teams before. A lot of veterans from either side.
I gotta say, after 1 year of absence, I can't wait to see Sao and Sunset Lover again, because again, they have 4 M-Series appearances. 2 of the most M-Series appearances in history. And I mean, look at this. Like, I want to see more of Sunset Lover, but Shark as well as Zia have appearances in M-Series as well.
I mean, for the unfortunate events of M4, we didn't get to see this squad once more, and that's where we got to start falling in love with the North American squad. Some of these names that have been rising up amongst the community members in America itself and now have built their way up here. We're hoping for good performances from either side, but the veterancy is going to redefine the next level of MLBB in the West.
And actually, some of these players have been against each other at some point, and Shark and Zia, speaking of them, because they had a lot, now we can see, again, that's the thing I was going to point out, Shark and Zia versus Sunset Lover and Sao, and you know what, the history doesn't go for the favor of Team Devo, because the ones who won that battle before were Shark and Zia.
Yes, that is true. EECA's representatives played under Na'Vi during that time, losing to BTK during M3, and now back in their own organizations. This is going to be an interesting one. I don't know about you, LaFell, but I mean, Shark and Zia versus Sunset Lover as well as Sao, match made in heaven.
I gotta say, watching wildcards, we see what the EECA has in store for us. So I really want to see them representing, because I gotta say, the World Championship this time, it does seem like most of the developing regions have stepped up tremendously. And it's gonna be interesting to see the Ohio brothers perform, where this time Momozen is not in the mix.
Yes, that's true. A big staple of North America. Well, a large part of it not going to be there this time around, but hopefully the rest of TOB can actually make up for that, because the last time it was difficult for them to get out of groups. We're hoping that they make it to the knockout stage.
Well, I think that there's a lot on the shoulders of Team 2, the Ohio brothers, because right now they kind of have to reach up that bar that BTK have put a 3rd spot at the M3.
With that being said, it looks like the matches are going to be starting in a little bit. But to make sure to officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto their stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our game. Thank you so much to Rain, Wilbur, Shun, and Ivan for making sure you are keeping competitive integrity. Now, after a year of hiatus, 2 of the most staple names in the M-Series history returns to lead a pack of young bloods to the World Championship stage. Representing the emerging region of EECA, give it up for Deuce Volt!
And again, like I said, I want to see Sunset Lover, how he performs on stage against whom?
Going up against them is a team hailing from the other side of the world. Since their region's historic campaign at the M3 World Championship, they have always been revered as a mighty contender. Let me hear you scream for the Ohio Brothers!
The Ohio Brothers are here to prove that they can be better than great.
To guide the teams to victory, we have the head coaches and analysts of both Devu and as well as TOB. Coach Fly Solo, analyst Warono WM, and Coach Pika Div to make sure that they are arming their players with the best heroes possible for this upcoming match.
And they really need it, because if anything has taught me throughout this world stage, it is a mental game where we see the coach battling it out on the drafts. Because I've seen personally games ended before the game even started.
Yeah, it has been really difficult to watch some of those matchups, and we're hoping that at least for Dio's Fall, especially when we're doing our roll call here with Carvey, Magister, Kibomba, Sunset Lover, as well as Sawo are going to actually have a good matchup against TOB.
Well, hearing some, I'm not gonna say confirmed information, but it seems like Team Devo has been warming up until this moment. They have been doing really good in the scrims, but it doesn't look as good for Team the Ohio Brothers.
I don't know, because when I look at Carvey, I'm looking at a Norwegian Filipino going up against another Filipino on the opposite side in the name of Zia. And he's not the only one. He's paired up with Best Player 1, Mielo, Hoon, and as well as Shark, representing the Ohio Brothers.
I gotta say, the last time I saw Best Player play, he had one major weakness. The fact that if he gets invaded early, it seems like he's out of the game. He doesn't know what to do. So I hope this time, after experiencing what happened before against international teams, that the Ohio Brothers have fastened their seatbelt, they're ready, and they're charging forward.
Well, speaking of best player, and also let's say when he gets invaded, he cannot control his gameplay. I can tell you for sure that one of Devo's best strengths is that they have a high early pressure, so he has to take care of that.
A high invade. Okay. Being able to kind of, it could be a game of rock, paper, scissors, but this is a nerve-wracking battle, because this is the first time these two teams are going to be battling out here in M5 itself. So with that being said, let's have a couple of words from the players themselves on how they feel.
Okay, so how I feel about being a Filipino and discovering ML after a few years, and then discovering that my own country is the top one. Well, at first, I was surprised, like, whoa, my own country is top one in this game. I was like, and then my cousins, they were the one who introduced me to the game, because I came to visit my family again in the European region about being one of the Europeans. Instead, I want to be one of the Filipinos who actually are really good at this game.
I'm telling you, it feels like everybody, especially if you are related to the Philippines, your cousin is gonna get you into Mobile Legends Bang Bang one way or another. It just feels almost natural to fall into the game.
Yeah. At this point, we have seen a lot of great players coming here from the Philippines. Here, actually, we are at the Philippines witnessing the first edition of the M Series being held at the place that held the M Series title for how many long? 3 M Series?
For way too long. Way too long. And we're hoping that might actually change. But looking at our own talent predictions, I'm seeing that you guys are leaning in towards the Ohio Brothers. I myself, Dio's Vault.
Honestly, for me, I just rolled the dice.
You rolled the dice?
I mean, based on my experience, does it really matter what I think? Nah, keluarga, nah, fam.
Don't even start with that. Don't even start with that right now. I can't wait for the knockout stage where it's only going to matter. Now, let's look at the audience prediction here, because I think even the rest of the world is going to be a little bit more split. Some going to be favoring towards TOB, because again, these are, let's not forget, Hoon, pretty big streamer overall in North America, and most people know his name. With such a handsome face like that, it's hard not to bat an eye.
Well, speaking of handsome, we also had one of the most handsome players yesterday, Kyrie, on the stage. But let's go back a little bit to the prediction point. I actually predicted Team Homeboys to win 2-1, and that was actually a close match for me, because both of these teams have kind of the same early game kind of aggression. So it's so hard, and I kind of rolled the dice as well as LaFell did, and I said like 2-1 because it's a close match.
I mean, all the matches yesterday were close, and we're hoping maybe today it could be a little different, or it could just be the same. Because remember, communication is key, and it's so important because we have seen teams falter because of the lack of or miscommunication.
Yeah, Dev is the only EECA team, just to specify, in EECA, is that everyone speaks in English. And there's an incentive to be like, okay, guys, everyone has to work on their English, making sure that everyone understands what's going on so that there's no mishaps happening in the game. And again, we saw even yesterday, like, nerves get the best of you on the stage. So I really hope that for both these teams that they do well, because I don't know, man, even as a Malaysian seeing SMG play yesterday, it was
Totally not.
It was painful.
It was very painful. And we're hoping that at least for the representatives, because remember, some countries have multiple representatives, especially after the wildcards. Others may not necessarily. And I think that especially for North American representatives, they are very excited. I mean, of course, Mr. Mao himself is going to be excited about his own team, but even from the EECA, I've been keeping a close eye on what this scene has been providing, and considering that we did see their second place contenders in the wildcards, you get a rough idea of what the environment is like. Hyper aggressive, very lane focused.
And actually also the finals of the EECA witnessed the full best of 7. It was a really close match between Team Umbrella Squad and Team Dios Volt, and coming up here in this moment proves that they kinda, I would say that the Ohio Brothers had an easier route because they didn't face a huge challenge in the NACT. But on the other hand, I would say that Team Dios Volt have faced a lot of trouble.
Well, I mean, I feel that that's only because it becomes difficult when you are not seeing those big names. I mean, let's not forget that they have to face off against BTK as well as Avalon in one of the bigger upsets later on when they got through the upper brackets. And that's the beauty of the upper brackets as we start moving into the drafting phase, hoping that these two teams will be making it into the knockout stage as we go into game number 1. Welcome to the draft.
And right now we can see that the bans have happened for TOB. They banned out the Arlet, the Valentina, and for Days Volt, they've already banned out the Guinevere as well as the Angela. Banning out the Valentina here is very interesting. It means that the first pick, whatever pick is going to be, is vulnerable of having the ult getting stolen. So I'm looking like a fair miss, because so far, based on yesterday, Nolan, Joy is definite first picks. But having the difference in the ban here, I'm not so sure.
I feel like it could be kind of disgusting if TOB were able to get these big power picks, but they are on blue side. They will only get one, while the rest of Duo's Fault will be able to pick up those two to try and deny them in the first phase.
Well, based on my researches about both teams, none of them have actually banned one of these key heroes for each other. So speaking of that, Guinevere, of course, like everyone knows at this moment, that this is one of the most, if not the most dangerous pick to take in the jungle. And also, speaking of the jungle, you have also Nolan, and the Angela will be like a force of nature at this point. But speaking of the Valentina, actually, this is a really good point. Her existence anywhere, either it was on the side of TOP or even Divo or any team other than that, is kinda restricting in terms of the ult. You cannot play freely when you have a Valentina in front of you.
I mean, it really hurt. Well, maybe not necessarily in the game, but in the drafting phases, you're kind of working around it rather than going through it. Some teams have opted to go for overloading the Valentina, while others deny the Valentina. But interestingly enough, I was expecting a Farmer's pick, but they went straight for the Boxia here for the side of the Ohio Brothers.
And so far, most banned number 1-1. I see what you did there. 1-1 is the most banned hero at the M Series with 148 total bans. Woo! What a strong hero. But having the Boxia here, we have to assume is going to the jungle. And the thing is, it kind of puts you in a situation where you have to go aggressive, right? You have to invade. If not, you're kind of not using the strength of a Boxia.
To live
I think it's rather interesting, right? Because especially we don't get to see Boxia openers from blue side that often. I think, you know, at least for the side of TOB, they're feeling very confident in Best Player 1, but then we cut back over to Duo's Fault, right? Instantly, they get their own power picks. No Valentina? Okay, we're going to take a free Farmus, and on top of that, we're going to get a strong gold laner in that Bruno.
But actually what's really interesting for me is that this player is not playing his most comfortable hero because he's more comfortable into the Lancelot, Ling, and also the Mortis. So actually I don't know if that's kind of restricting Team Devo from taking the Baxia because he is one of the best picks that Magister can play. But again, I agree with you. I thought that the Primus will be taken from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers, but again, we go back to the hospital meta to see a Matilda coming with that Claude.
Gideon, do you like surprise birthday parties?
Sometimes.
What if they surprise us and put the Baxi and EXP?
No, please, no, anything but that. Anything but the Baxi and the EXP. But what would be the counter matchup here? This is under the assumption that they're going to play something along the lines of like, oh yeah, Esme, Yuzong,
I mean,
Rob.
if I'm not mistaken, Kid Bomba likes those very tanky heroes, so perhaps just having a Baxia early to make sure that the spell them doesn't really matter so that you can gank and you can get a kill. I'm just saying, Kid Bomba loves Terizla. He won 11 out of 13 games.
Well, actually speaking of surprises, I would definitely tell you that Team the Ohio Brothers are able to do such thing because Fredrin have been switched to Melo in the XP lane multiple times from the best player one. But looking here, we see that Minotaur comes once again, and I think that this is a really good setup composition from the side of Team Devo. They have a really good solid draft at the first phase.
If I'm Claude, I don't like this. I don't like getting hit by the Bruno. I mean, it's good against the Firmus, but not good against the Minotaur.
I think it's one of those conditional situations of like having your BMI up at the right time, at the right place. But I think at least with an insurance policy of the Matilda, it kind of gives you another layer of depth to your composition, right? And even for Devu, they're getting rid of the Lilia. I think it's smart. They want to make sure that even if the Claude is not able to break our temp HP from the Netherrealm, at least your mid laner can't either.
Well, expecting that Team Devo is now looking for a jungler, I would actually see a Fredrin coming through or even a Lancelot at this moment. I would actually highly recommend the Lancelot kinda because I think he will have a lot of space underneath that rage from coming from the Minotaur. But on the side of Team the Ohio Brothers are actually they need an XP if Baxia will not be the surprise as LaFell wants it to be, actually. Kinda, I think that you want it to be an XP lane.
I want it, but it will be interesting.
Yeah, it would be kind of interesting. But let's look at the hero duels so far, because here in the M5 win rates, 100% whenever you see, and this is a theoretical win rate so far based on the 4 games they played, Bruno as well as that farm is a really nice combination between the two, supplementary support with high damage crits.
Bruno miss?
I was trying to think of one as well. It doesn't fit nicely.
Bruno miss? Farano?
Farano is as close as we're going to get.
Farano.
Bro miss, you can take it, bro. Oh, no, you
Bruno
can't.
miss.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
Bruno doesn't miss either.
Yeah, Bruno doesn't miss.
So with Diggy Ban, this does give an idea that at least Dusma are going to be playing very heavily around the Minotaur. We see the Dyroth and as well as the Joyblade.
Meaning one other hero is going to be pretty tanky. There's quite a lot of heroes that doesn't like the Dyroth. There's a hero that you really like that doesn't like Dyroth.
I know, but
it's
like...
Uranus.
Don't, come on. Kid Bomba knows better, right? Kid Bomba knows better. He wants to make the play. He wants to be that guy. He wants to be the playmaker, right? So just keep it simple. Lock in that Terizla. Thank God.
I mean, he loves it, right?
He loves it.
He loves
Absolutely.
it. Yeah, and actually it is his best hero. So speaking of Kid Bomba, one of the best heroes that actually can go alongside with that composition that Team Devo was trying to pull out is that team fight composition, area crowd control, high reach, and also having that setup in terms of the team fight, having also Bruno to finish everything off. I think that you just need one touch, and I would highly recommend to have an assassin at this point. You have enough heroes to take damage.
I don't know. I feel like, especially if you're coming from the Ohio Brothers position, like you're looking at this, you have the insurance policy of the Netherrealm, 2 huge tanks to actually sneak through, on top of the fact that, well, at the end of the day, we still don't know who the mid laner is going to be, right? So we're hoping that something vulnerable shows up for Devu as TOB lock in the Edith as well as the Novaria. I'm kind of liking this comp so far from North America.
I'm just thinking because they need to scale. The Claw needs 3 items. The Novaria can do well early, but I don't know. They need a little bit of items before they can really get online, which doesn't gel well with the Baxia.
We do see the Lancelot pick up here for the side of Devu. This is going to be an interesting matchup here because, again, we have easy ways to play, and we know that Devu likes to play through that mid lane. I think it's probably going to lean into either side with dominant laners on both ends. I'm curious. Let's break down this composition as we start moving in towards the Land of Dawn.
Well, I would say that Team Devo did a really good job having all that space for the Lancelot just to run around, do his dashes, do whatever he needs, do whatever he wants, and also having Corby to finish everything off. I think that Team Devo, for me, at least, they did a really good job on the draft. I would lean towards Team Devo in terms of the draft.
I would agree. I will not say no to numbers, and the numbers did say that Devu had the better draft. We have to see, can the Ohio brothers stall out the game till they have enough items, or will Devu end the game and win game number 1?
Welcome everybody to our first best of 3, day number 2 here at the M5 World Championship group stage. It's going to be the Ohio brothers on the blue side up against Devu on the red side. Now, as we start things off, right, I'm expecting, at least for Devu, they can play either on the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map. It's really kind of up to them. But what about the Ohio brothers, right? What is the general game plan? Is it about smothering the opponent in the earlier stages, or is it just purely, we're going to scale, we're going to have to wait 15 minutes?
Well, I think for Team the Ohio brothers, they kind of can do an aggressive gameplay at the early game, especially because they have that Matilda to engage and also to disengage, and also you have Milo with that edit. He can deal a lot of crowd control. He can make a lot of crowd control happen, but seems like both roamers are annoying each other.
So far, so good. I mean, when we're looking at the emblems, I'm seeing that at least for the mid laner, it's going to be agility and as well as wilderness wrestling. Kind of interesting that he opted to go for the lethal ignition on a Farmis as well. So I'm guessing he's hoping not to die for the rest of the match.
He should keep his life for the longest time as possible. But look at Claude from the early game. He's starting off with having some defense just to deal with that damage coming from that Bruno. And also, I'll tell you that the rotation will be so fast for Team the Ohio brothers because they have the Baxia. Sao is now in a really bad position.
And right now, Sao going up against 3, not looking very good. Is this going to be first blood for Super Shark?
Ooh, that was nice. A very nice counter rotation from the side of the Ohio brothers, right? He starts off on his orange buff, goes to purple, immediately takes Little Wanderer, and then quickly runs over to steal a small camp on the purple side, and then looks for the rotational kill. Might even get a second one.
Yeah, good flicker coming in, but Magister is here. It looks like he wants to get a little bit of trade in, but he's the one losing the trade, has to get out of there.
Yeah, a lot of HP lost there, and I think that Magister will not be able to contest that turtle with full potential, and not having that flicker on Kid Bomba will be just as will even make the mission even harder.
Yep, right now Milo looks like he's trying to zone everyone away. Super Shark has to use the flicker just to survive, and best player 1 secures the turtle without really much of a problem.
Yeah, with no issues whatsoever here, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about just taking your time with this, right? The Ohio brothers don't necessarily need to be aggressive. If they can punish Deucefall on the rotation when the mid lane starts moving, by all means, do so, but they don't need to be the aggressors. They want to scale. They need to take a little bit of time. When they get that lead, that's when they're going to pull the trigger.
We have seen such thing yesterday, having Wolf with us on the desk, seeing the Claude also with the Novaria, but I think yesterday there was also one more scaling here. I cannot actually remember the hero right now, but they need the late game so badly, and having the Baxia and also having the Edith will give them a little bit of space, a little bit of room, so that they can breathe through the early game. So the Ohio brothers are actually kind of dealing with that risk, but I don't know, will they be able to finish it off?
I don't know, for me, I feel like this they made quite a few mistakes, trading a little bit too much HP before contesting a major objective. I kind of feel like with the draft that you have, you don't have to force things out.
I agree. I think they should have waited for those level 4s to start coming by and then start playing around those neutral objectives, right? At the end of the day, you're hoping that your laners make those individual advantages to force the Ohio brothers into that rotation, but so far, so good for TOB.
Oh, Kim Boba there already uses all very, very defensively. And now, Kim Boba looks like he's going to get targeted just a little bit. The Ohio Brothers, they're just chipping off the HP, looking like they're preparing for the turtle here.
Yeah, I think that Zia at this moment needs to farm as much as possible because there's a lot on his shoulder, but look what's happening right now.
Yep, looks like Milo is going to target onto Sao, and Sao is able to get free, but is that really going to be enough? It looks like the team is not on the same page. Magister wants to go away, and Sao gets taken down. Best player gets pulled back into the turret range, and now Kid Bomba looks like he wants Milo, but it's 1v3. Is that a really good fight? You want to go for it? He wants to go for it. Kid Bomba goes on to Milo. Magister secures the kill. Best player won, and Magister, you still have a way to get out of that bad situation, and he does.
Okay, really nicely done so far from either side, right? At least for Dio's fault. Like, Kid Bomba probably would have wanted to have his ult a little bit earlier, but he lost it early on before the interaction even begun. Now, with his neutral objective, it's a little dangerous for Dio's fault to actually sit on top of it. They don't have a majority of their big ticket ults.
Yeah, and actually losing your life multiple times in the early game is kinda also dangerous. And look at Sao, he already died 2 times out of 2. So, having that said, I think that Sao at some point will be squishy as it's so hard for him to absorb any damage at this point. Even his flicker is being popped off so easily.
I'm also curious that Sunset Lover actually pick up the Clock of Destiny, but we've seen that a lot of players have been moving away from it.
Yeah, I think that's also an interesting observation as well, because some might even go for, you know, I'm going to force Lightning Truncheon first, I want to be able to get that movement speed on top of the extra damage, and then start leaning into more cost-efficient items. Things like Necklace of Durance, for an example, but here it's about scaling.
Yep, looks like Carvey is going to get targeted down. It looks like, he is able to survive for now. Sao goes back in, trying to take down best player 1. Basically no HP just yet. Sunset Lover was able to protect Carvey.
Really great stuff.
Well, that being said, Zia with that Purify, it's the basic spell to have in this match. But having that being said, you saw how Zia was dealing a lot of damage to Carvey, and that's because he got the Demon Hunter Sword, the core item that Claude needs. So, 6 minutes into the game, I would say pretty much good that he has Claude by now.
This is pretty standard for the side of the Ohio Brothers, right? If you look at the gold earned, everybody is scaling up at a good pace. Right now, Hun and even Milo are doing much better than Sunset Lover as well as Kid Bomba. Magister, on the other hand, has actually caught up because of all the interactions. His best player has been instigating these wars in the middle of these fights, trying to punish Sao in the meantime. So I think as of right now, especially for Deo's Vault, as long as they smother Ohio Brothers, they are going to get ready for the next upcoming turtle in about 26 seconds, and hopefully that's where they find the advantage.
Well, look at Novaria, right? So far, she will not have any damage whatsoever. Having the only Book of Man, she cannot deal any damage, just like the continuous vision that she can only provide through all her skills. But I think that's quite much it. I think that also vision is a key, as long as some of the gameplays are a key. And now having also the new item, the support item, she can actually be so helpful to the team right now.
Definitely you can see the Ohio Brothers prioritizing on those utility items. Milo able to find Sao. Sao here is in danger, and he's gonna die before he's able to get his ult off. And now even the Netherrealm is not there. Kid Bomba goes back in onto Zia. Zia's getting targeted, but he is fine. He is safe. Milo goes back in onto Carvey. Carvey kiting out of there. Even Magister has to get out of range. And now the Ohio Brothers, they're controlling the river.
That's some beautiful stuff coming out from the Ohio Brothers, right? A lot of the interactions, they're not wasting their abilities. It's about zoning, but can they get this? No steal so far. Nicely done by best player. But yeah, the Ohio Brothers, I was expecting them to take a full-on fight, but it was all about the zoning.
Yeah, and that's actually what we have said before the draft even begins. It's gonna be a really close match. So far, no turrets have been taken from any side, neither the Ohio Brothers nor the Dio's Vault, and having 1k gold lead isn't actually that dangerous.
And now Zia doing quite a lot of damage onto Sunset Lover, and again, this build is outdated, I would say. It will take a little bit of time to run because the interaction between Lightning Truncheon and Clock of Destiny is not the same as before.
Yep, it's not the same as before. Last time with Clock of Destiny, I mean, well, not in Clock of Destiny, but Lightning Truncheon, it kind of scales off of your mana. Now it doesn't anymore. But in the meantime, Super Shark playing with fire as TOB continues to invade.
Oh, they are engaging.
Yep, Kid Bomba taking a little bit too much damage, and they already forced out the Netherrealm. Carvey is there, but that's all they wanted. They just want some ults, and then they're out. No need to be here any longer.
This is what we call being proactive, right? The Ohio brothers don't necessarily need to start fights, but as long as they're starving out their opponents, they're just going to scale that much faster.
Yeah, and actually Matilda is so far serving her own purpose, being the engage and the disengage hero, having best player to have the best moments of his lives, going inside the jungle and going out, getting outside of it without breaking a sweat.
Yep, Magister dealing a little bit damage onto Zia, but at this point Zia doesn't really care that much. Even though Magister does quite a lot of damage, but still, you gotta lock down Zia somehow.
I think for now, as of yet, Doom's Vault, it feels like they're a little, I wouldn't say uncoordinated, but it's being smothered pretty well by the Ohio brothers, right? It feels like they are the more proactive team. They understand that the advantage is more than enough. They can start breaking down turrets like it's nothing. And look at these invades.
Yep, Magister is still able to secure it. Milo has to get out of there. And again, this is what they're doing. They're just trying to bait it out. Like, keep using your ults for nothing.
Yeah, and actually what's really good that Carvey so far is maintaining his life, maintaining his gold, and also having that Has clause alongside with the Berserk Fury early on stage. So I think that at one moment, team of the Ohio brothers will pay the price for leaving Carvey to farm that easily.
Right now, the Lord has started. Kid Bomba manages to get two, but look at Magister. He's able to secure the Lord, and now best player has to get out, but Super Shark gets taken out. Zia comes back in, shooting everyone out, and Kid Bomba is going to get targeted by Zia, and Kid Bomba goes down. Zia, your HP is so low, and he's taken out. Sunset Lover gets the double kill.
Oh, that was understandable from Zia. Even if you try to take your BMI out of there, there's pretty much no way that you're going to survive two auto attacks from Carvey without having to forcefully use your Winsome Nature. I think so far, it's pretty unlucky for the Ohio brothers. After making so many good moves across the map, finally, Deuce Vault finds the neutral objective fight that we were talking about earlier.
Wow, just wow. It was a really good fight, full of potential for both teams to take out of it. And also I would say that team deals both at this moment. They do have that Lord, and with that Lord they can take so much of the game. Actually, a lot of turrets will fall down, and this is the moment where team the Ohio brothers need to find a solution, whether it was team-wise or either outplayed by single players, and they will take a lot of damage.
And best player looks like it is in a very bad position. Sao secures the kill. And now this Volt, they're not stopping the Netherrealm, making sure that no one goes down. Killing spree for Sunset Lover. They're just taking whatever they want at this point.
Oh, I think that was kind of a bad decision from the side of the Ohio brothers. Either you sacrifice that turret, or if you're going to commit towards something like a lane clear, you need to figure out how you're going to do it effectively. Best player, no way he's going to be able to clear that wave effectively. Milo is probably the only one to do so because Hoon's overall skill shots just get body blocked by the rest of the members of Deuce Vault. Small interactions like this could cost them the game, but in the meantime, notice that despite everything that has happened, despite best player invading the jungle with his entire team, despite having a good early game, we're seeing that Magister has already hit 15 before best player.
And that's actually so strange because best player was having a lot of fun invading the jungle of Team Devo, but as you said, Magister has hit his level 14, even one level ahead, almost full one level ahead from best player, which is really weird to say, but that's how it is. Team Deuce Vault have used one mistake by Team the Ohio brothers. One Lord was all it takes.
Something to mention as well, Magister has 2 damage items, so you cannot look down at the damage coming in from this Lancelot because it's not a tanky build. He has the War Axe as well as the Endless Battle.
Yeah, let's not forget, if we're talking about damage, right, Sunset Lover's build as well is starting to stack up pretty high, right? He's got the Holy Crystal already purchased, he's got Lethal Ignition, he hasn't died and has been stacking up on this Farmist for a good amount of time. I'm thinking that he's looking to just one-shot Zia, especially if they're too close together.
Well, with that setup, and also with me leaning towards Team Devo's draft, again, look here, you have the flickers ready, you have the ultimates ready, you have the penalty zone, you have everything to set up a decent fight. One more fight for Team Deo's Volt will be actually more than able to finish this game.
And right now looks like they're going for the Lord. Something that the Ohio brothers have to understand is that Fairman's damage will actually ramp up the more everyone is collected together.
Yeah.
So if they want to contest this Lord, they got to make sure that it's not autopilot. They know what they're doing.
I mean, certainly Eagle has already been expanded for the side of Super Shark. Deo's Vault, I think they're just going to slow down on this Lord. They want the Ohio brothers.
As you say that, they go in onto best player, but looks like only Milo is the one getting caught. But a lot has been used by Desvault. Best player looks like, again, surviving Zia. Are they having to use him? A shutdown from Milo. Double kill for Milo. He gets taken out. Super Shark goes back in. He wants Kid Bomba. He got Kid Bomba, but Super Shark is actually the one taking the most damage, and Carvey gets the kill.
Oh, he's looking for blood. He's just smelled blood in the war, and right now they don't have the retribution. The Ohio brothers can actually go in, but what was really bad, that Team Deo's Volt ignored the existence of Edith at this moment.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, Mielo, he's so far out, he's in the Tri-Brush, he's already used the Primal Wrath, he's too far away to actually participate, and then it's too late. You already start losing members, and especially since Sawo expanded absolutely everything, it was Ohio Brothers' only opportunity to actually bite back. They do find a couple of trades, but still lose out on both the Lord and as well as number of kills, so now Ohio Brothers are going to be on the defensive.
Yeah, being the price of the early game mistake. One mistake actually made Team Deo's Volt in control right now. They are in the driver's seat. They can do so much with their ultimates. All of it already. Everything is set up. Team Deo's Volt might finish the game.
Yeah, right now this Volt, they're looking at the eyes of the Ohio brothers. The war charged in. Right now, Kid Bomba, I can see in his eyes, is waiting for that one moment to use the penalty zone to grab everyone together.
So hard, so hard, so hard. They need all these waves synchronized together. They might just make the base wide open.
Actually, I think they only need 2 of these waves.
Yeah,
there we
Kid
go.
Bomba goes in. Milo taking quite a bit of damage, but looks like this Volt, they just want the inhibitor. Exactly. Once they got it, you know what? No need to stay here any longer. The best player goes back in. They want this fight. Sawo just kites. Zia trying to fight back, but best player gets pulled back into the fray. And now Magister goes on to Zia. Looks like Sao's gonna get targeted down. Milo already using the Primal Wrath, not being able to do much. The Netherrealm expanded for this Volt. A lot of nothing fights is going on. Both teams are testing each other's patience.
Yeah, they really are. It's really a test of discipline, honestly, because if Deus Ball just bites down on it, they're expanding way too many resources for almost nothing, with no way to actually look for a conversion, especially since the second Lord Empowered waves have already been taken down. I think especially for the Ohio brothers, right, they have to recognize that Deus Vault wants them to actually funnel in together. Places that are dangerous to fight in the map so far. Number 1, in the jungle, it's too narrow for them, especially when they are pushing out towards Lord side. If they can go and play through that mid lane, they might have an opportunity.
Well, going through to the late game phase, we see that everyone now have their own items. Almost everyone, like especially we always look at the marksmen, and they are settled down with all the items that can deal the damage needed. But actually, best player at the last moment, or like at the last fight, the engage he did had no sense to me whatsoever. He didn't need to risk it that high, but seems he liked to take the risk.
They're going for a use by Sao, but not really hitting anyone. Best player gets pulled back in, but Magister, he's just split pushing. He doesn't care. Zia wants to get for those kills, and they're still surviving. No one is stopping Magister. Best player finally recalls, but at that point, Magister's like, all right, you're coming back to defend. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, this is so worth it for Deus Vault. What the Ohio's brothers did in the early game, just playing for these small objectives, Deus Vault is doing the exact same thing, except they're getting major wins, inhibitors, buffs, lords. It's now starting to really heavily favor Deus Vault.
In terms actually for heroes, and speaking of scaling, Team the Ohio brothers are now in their, let's say this is the time they needed to reach. So if they didn't do the plays they intended to do with that draft, they will just lose against the perfect draft I see over there at Team Duo's Bull. They have the team fight, and on the other side you have the scaling heroes. Which one will win? That's a really hard question to actually answer. We'll see the answer together.
38,000 HP left on the Lord. Magister finds best player, taking a little bit of damage. Zia goes in, but Magister is going to heal up just a little bit. This is a Lord dance. Whoever makes the first mistake will get punished.
Yeah, this is not looking good because the Ohio brothers are still missing 2 inhibitors. Deus well don't have to do anything. They just have to wait for those waves to start crashing in towards that crystal side to pull away members away from this Lord dance.
Oh, but Zia looks like he's going to get targeted down, and Hit Bomba as well finds Zia. Minu and Fury connecting, and Zia is going to get focused now. He's still surviving. I spoke too soon. Hit Bomba secures the kill, and now Milo gets Sao. Magister has to get out. Harvey as well. They're fighting back. The Ohio brothers are doing it. They get Bomba as well, and Magister with that level of HP, I don't think he can go for the Lord.
No, not at all. It does percentage max HP nowadays, so it hurts a lot more than it should. More importantly, he needs to be landing these skill shots. Too many Deuce Vault members are walking away with just a sliver left, just so little HP.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I think that's the point of having Sunset Lover in that Pyramus. Look at the Pyramus. Without him, that fight was totally gonna be for the favorite team, the Ohio brothers. We can see the damage, we can see the scaling heroes, we can see their strategy work, but it's just it did need enough time to work. 19 minutes, I think that's the time to work, and this is the time to see who's gonna secure that Lord.
Right now, the Ohio brothers, are they using this Lord for a bait? Halo goes in, he finds Harvey, and Harvey, he's trying to get away, but he goes down. Best player secures the kill. Sao as well, double kill for best player. Magister survived because of Sunset Lover. The immortality popped, and best player secures the Lord.
Good game sense coming in from Yellow. Really great play coming from the Ohio brothers to secure this Lord, take 2 big ticket players from the side of Deus Vault, and maybe turn this around and even out on the structure center. The Ohio brothers, they need to get at least one of these inhibitors down with this Luminous Lord at the very least. If not, then it's going to be the exact same situation as we saw before, where they're always playing at a disadvantage.
Having the first Lord for Team the Ohio brothers, and it is an evolved Lord, is actually one of those things that Team Devo needs to take care of. I think that Super Shark wants to hunt for kills. He wants to go in and take as much as possible without even that Lord reaching any inhibitor turrets. So far, Team the Ohio brothers have a really good opportunity at the top lane, but the defense is possible. The only thing that makes me afraid is that Bruno cannot clear well.
If everything falls into place, I would imagine that Carvey is going to learn his lesson. He can't walk up that far. He's going to let Sawon as well as Kid Bomba do their work. Let Magister instigate these fights. But the thing is, will the Ohio brothers fight as the Primal Wrath comes out?
Yeah, Primal Wrath already used by Milo, trying to force out this inhibitor. They managed to get one. So far, that's the only one that they get, and doesn't look like the Ohio brothers have a good way to engage the fight. This Bolt, they're just positioning in a way that it's very punishable if they force things out.
Personally, for me, I think that the fact that Mielo is using this Primal Wrath in this particular manner is interesting, right? Okay, all right, brothers, let's calm down here for a second. You just want the inhibitor, but it's like, oh my god!
Yeah, when the Astral Echo use, all those skill shots become much more easier. Now Kid Bomba as well as Carvey are doing their very best to clear the lanes. Magister as well is able to do so. Sunset Lover, look at that damage onto Zia. He has to be careful, and Purify used.
Dude, real talk, I gotta see how much damage Hoon is pumping out. I nearly threw up in my throat back there for a moment with how much damage, especially when they're stuck so close together.
Yep, and now Astral Echo again used to see the members of Days Volt. Even though it looks like Magister wanted to go a little bit aggressive there, but the team was not ready just yet.
Sao is not using Minotaur as he should. I think that there's so much of that Minotaur book that Devo team can utilize, but Super Shark, he needs to use his ultimate, but will he survive?
Oh, right now the question really is for Magister, and for now, yes, he's going behind Sao. Where is going to be the Minu and Fury? Kid Bomba taking down Hoon, is able to take down the Immortality, and now the Minute 3 is able to connect onto 3. Master goes back in, Zia goes down, Sunset Lover secures the kill, best player in the front lines, Corby gets another one, best player gets a killing spree, and now Super Shark has to go away. Only 2 members of the Ohio Brothers surviving, but now the Lord is up.
The Lord is up. I think they might go and look for a finish. I think that Super Shark at this moment wanted to hold the lane, but you cannot hold the lane. Is it the finish? Is it the end? It's a hard question.
I mean, they're going for it, right? As long as they buy time, it's more than enough, and it looks like the death timers are way too long, and they heard you, Yasu. Sawo was like, what'd you say about my Minotaur? I'll hold it to the very end. I'll hold my ult.
Yeah, right now the minions are going in. Hoon is trying his very best, but looks like it's game over. This Volt gets game number 1.
Man, what a big outplay there coming in from Sawo, right? Holding on to the very last moment, coming in and clipping Zia at the edge of his ult. Really nicely done coming from this squad from the EECA, taking game number 1, moving them into match point. Adaptations need to be made, but at the same time, right? If you really just compare both of the players as well as the drafts, it was pretty even. It was just moment by moment.
Yeah, a lot of risky decisions have been made by Team TOP at this moment, and every single risky decision wasn't on point. Neither the one that was on the Lord and the Enhanced Lord, neither also the one at the end with the Super Shark trying to annoy the Lancelot. It was more suitable to go back and defend that base.
I would say, yeah, decision making is the huge thing, and by both teams. Yeah, both teams made certain mistakes that the others is like, all right, you made a mistake, we're gonna punish you guys. And I gotta say, I feel like there's more to be said when they finish their draft. There's certain strengths to it. Not all the time we see them playing towards their strength.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it all. That's high-level gameplay, when you have a direct game plan but still are able to adjust on the fly to actually play defensively, which was kind of odd from the side of Daewoo. But still, we have to look at our MVP of the game, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Let's ring up the council here. Who have they chosen from the side of Duo's Fall? And of course, the man who plays Farmist like none other. Give it up for Sunset Lover.
Sunset Lover. Yeah.
Dude, his build is old school, but it is reliable. Like, the fact he is making an active choice. Lethal Ignition, stack me up real big damage, you walk up, I kill you.
Yeah, actually having that look on the build, and actually at some point you spoke a little bit about Hoon's damage on that Novaria, but I would also note the damage on the Sunset Lover's Paramis. Looking here at the top lane, these were the moments where the Ohio Brothers were having their best moments, but again and again, the damage output wasn't enough to take Team Devo down. Team Devo at a certain point, as I told you, they didn't use Sao as best as they should, but again, he did really good on cancelling that blazing duet coming from Zia over and over again, waiting not to just use his ultimate but also the first skill to take to knock up Zia and also to cancel his blazing duet. One time after another, as I told you, they didn't find the suitable setup. And at this moment, this was the actual mistake that Devo team did, and that was ignoring that Milo is using his ultimate.
I think personally, most people, I mean, even for me, I would have ignored Milo. He's Primal Wrathing, he's so far away. I don't need to worry about that, but he gets back into the fight. Personally, for me, I think Sawo on this Minotaur, it's not that he didn't utilize it to its fullest. He played it effectively, but it's also just the nature of Minotaur. You're very much a sacrificial lamb as soon as you've utilized all of your battle spells as well as your ult. There's very little that you can do, but this moment right here, this definitely was miscommunication, or at least somebody didn't let Zia know that he still had his ultimate.
No, actually, that's the key, because he is waiting for Zia. And like I said, if I'm playing Claude, this is not the kind of draft that I want to play against, because he was like, Sao was like, I can take the damage. I just need one crucial knockup to make sure that this Claude doesn't get to do what the Claude wants to do. And I kind of feel like that's why we don't see him forcing it out, because he knows, all right, Kid Bomba, you the one that goes in.
I can't wait. I will buy my time, and I will stop Zia from damaging us.
Let's not forget, it's not just him. It's Magister as well, right? It's that push and pull sort of mechanic, looking to pull aggression towards you. And if you have that opportunity, especially with a mobile assassin like Lancelot, you can get right back in.
Well, Team Devo at certain points, I don't know if like anyone noticed, but there was poor management on that wave from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers. They could have actually made a split push possible and not go for all this time and waste it on like taking lords and protecting high ground. Devo at a certain point could have just finished the game itself. 23 minutes, 28 seconds into the game, and numbers in terms of the gold wouldn't matter because everyone is now have completed the items. Carvey actually in an early stage of the game had his own House Claws and also the Berserk Fury, so he could have actually stood up against 2-1 with that HP steal and also with the critical damage.
The thing that I want to talk about actually, because I saw the turtles, all the turtles went to the Ohio Brothers, but it didn't look like they had mid-game domination.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Magister was able to do so much. Like, gold per minute is 755. I would like to see EXP per minute, but like how quickly he achieved level 15 because he did it so much faster and he was at least a level ahead of Best Player 1 despite the early game. And when I look at the carry and it's who once again with that damage dealt, I felt it once more. I was about to barf in my mouth. That's so nasty the way he is hitting these shots. But unfortunately, Farm is saving a good majority of the members. And then once they're 1 HP, all right, guys, just dodge it. Just don't get hit.
And it's one of those things like, yeah, you got the initial hit, but where's the kill? Right? It's like you get the initial burst damage, but the follow-up really isn't there. So it kind of looks like the draft didn't really work that well together.
Yeah. Well, the Nether Realm and also the ultimate from that Minotaur were the point that the Ohio Brothers wanted to trigger before even going into a team fight. Sometimes they were successful and sometimes they weren't, but that's the case here. You have a great team fight composition from the side of Team Devo, so you can not only take the Faramis ult out or the Terizla or even the Minotaur. You need to take all of them out just to set up a good team fight for Zia to go in using that Claude. And also Best Player at some points was not doing the best moves possible. He was risking a lot than he can risk. He even risked his life and he lost it multiple times.
Well, I think this is one of those situations where both teams were playing footsies with each other, right? It's all about measuring the distances, trying to actually wait for a big whiff so that you can punish it at the end of the day. So coming in towards game 2, the adaptations are going to be very clear. I think the Ohio Brothers are probably going to start moving in towards red side rather than stick on blue.
I mean, honestly, the only question that I have was the Baxia first pick okay? Right? Because they first picked the Baxia when the Faramis was open. They could have taken the Faramis for themselves, right?
That's
like, a lot of things have to be talked about during the draft later.
Yeah, I haven't seen Baxia actually being took as a first pick yesterday also.
It could be one of those situations. You know what? I think that maybe they were just worried that Sunset Lover would have gotten Novara. He was our MVP, but let's have an interview up on stage. Reptar, what are you doing?
Well, casters, I'm here with a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend. It's Gosu General! Welcome to the Philippines. I've got to ask you, is this your first time here?
Yes, for Philippines, yes, first time.
All right, how has it been so far?
So far, I heard a lot of viewers, my fans, that Philippine servers are actually toxic, but they are so polite. And then the food is so great, and then I really like the Philippine cultures right now.
The Philippine what?
Culture and
the culture and everything. All right, I'm really glad that you're enjoying that. But I want you to look at this camera, General, and explain to our viewers all around the world, who is Gosu General and why is it when we hear of NAMLBB, your name is one of the first ones to come up?
All right. So, hi, welcome. Let's Ghost time. I'm Ghost General. I'm a NA. I can say I'm a father of NA. The building the MLBB. I'm so.
Wait, so father, not yet the grandfather of NAMLBB.
Maybe grandfather.
Oh, maybe already? Okay.
Grandfather. I mean, yes, and Ghost General. I'm just a YouTuber, streamer, and then I'm here as a representing the NA server. Yes.
All right. So, so the viewers know, you're actually here during not here, but you were in M1. You were competing then. So what were some of the differences? Or I'm pretty sure there's a lot, but what were the main differences between then and now here in M5?
Okay, so the M1, M1 is like a funneling meta, like helping the one people, one core to helping to get a lot of farms and carry late game, middle game, everything. But nowadays it's like just team fight, like more teamwork and team farming, team rotation, something like that. More communication than M1.
Yeah, so before, yeah, that's really true. There, it's like, all right, we got this one guy, we're gonna put everything there, and then now it's a lot of macro play style.
Yeah.
So from M series, let's look now at the North American MLBB community. How has that changed from during that time to now? How has the North American scene grown?
Yes, after M1, that like everyone got shocked because most of NA players are like NA is actually strong, but at the time like we actually couldn't pass the group stage, and then they got inspired, and then yes, we can try like a more competitive, and then yes, nowadays NA is actually trying really harder than before, a lot.
And yeah, it's really great to see that our North American friends and the North American community has grown. General, the boys, the brothers, they lost game 1. What are you gonna do, or what is your message for them to inspire them to take back game 2 and to force that game 3?
Okay, I think Zia is nervous right now. So yeah, doing well, like just do comfortable and then do you guys your job. I know you guys are pretty strong in team fight, everything, but just, I feel like just nervous. So maybe next game, they're gonna win. I'm sure TOB right now.
All right. So let's help out General to cheer for the Ohio brothers. On the count of 3, let's all shout out, let's go Ohio brothers, all right? 1, 2, 3, let's go Ohio brothers! Casters, back to you.
Thanks, Reptar. Oh my goodness, the history of MLBB comes and greets us once again. The father of NA MLBB, the General himself.
Yeah, I would say the marksman master himself, the one who I actually learned a lot from watching him, and also, as he said, the father of MLBB at NA, and he was the first leader to represent the NA teams in the M series as Gusu. As he said, it's Gusu time.
Yeah, and even though they didn't do well in M1, but it inspired an entire generation to keep pushing further, and that's what we want to see from the Ohio brothers, to push back, because I actually believe what he said. Zia looked pretty nervous, and again, he knows what he's talking about when he's talking about gold leaners.
Exactly. I think it's one of those situations where like the team fights were actually looking good, and then Zia gets caught right at the very end when you're just about to cash out on that team fight, right? That's what we're hoping for in game number 2, that they're going to be able to pull themselves together, because again, this game, especially in game number 1, it was only a few bad decisions that really made the difference.
And also having Claude for me is actually a message that, or like a hero that needs a proper setup. A proper setup at this match, was it there? For me, actually it wasn't. Because if you are speaking now of Claude, I would expect see an area crowd control tank, or even on the XP lane, which I haven't seen I haven't seen from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers that much.
I feel like I agree with you that yes, it does need setup, but based on what we've been seeing throughout the majority of the meta, and especially during Southeast Asia, the history of how Claudes usually work, at the very least, once your opponents run out of gas, Claude comes in and he cleans it up majority of the time because he leaves you in the dust. Most people don't have the resources to kind of keep up with him.
But how many gas do you want to take from Team Devo? They already have the Nether Realm. They have the farms. They have the Minotaur, also the Trizla. You cannot engage if you will wait for all of that.
Actually, if we look at the game, they actually did that, right? In the early game, in the mid game, so many ults was used, and it's like, okay, now the ults has been used. How are they gonna take advantage? They're like, okay, first plan, let them use all of the skills. All right, now that they've used all of it, now what? The gas is finished. There's no more gas. They can go in, but I don't know.
I mean, it's one of the, you're hopeful, right? That's why we were hoping for that big cash out at the end. We didn't get to see it, but hopefully this time is where it all changes as we move into game number 2. It's match point for Deuce Vault on the blue side up against TOB on the red side. Angela, Joy, and as well as the Wan immediately banned out.
And at this time, we'll see that they have switched places. So I'm actually so curious to see what does Team TOP have to show us as a second picker. So let's see if they will open the draft wide open just to take 2 picks, or will they make it so straightforward towards a certain lane. And so far, I don't think that this message is being sent anywhere across the draft. 2 bans from each side, 2 bans that doesn't indicate of targeting a certain person.
I would say if they want to open the draft, they can ban the Faramis, because if you ban Nolan or you ban Guinevere, then it's an advantage for this vote. They get either one. Now that the Nolan has been banned, sure, they can ban out the Guinevere, but they're going to open up the Faramis or the Bruno. Yeah, and we saw 100% winner still.
It is still 100% win rate.
100% winner still.
I think that at the very least, you just don't touch the Valentina, right? There's just no need to do it at this point of time. Even if you do give the Valentina over to Devu, at the very least, you're able to pick up other things. The Guinevere, for an example. Now, the
Ohio brothers.
No one from the Ohio brothers starting lineup are actually from Ohio.
Well, maybe they are brothers?
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Let's make this lore. We're going to make it canon now. Yes, they are all brothers. Clearly, Zia's from the Philippines, and therefore everybody else just probably from the Philippines at some point.
They have a very big family tree.
Yeah.
Probably. So now banning it out, Guinevere is here, but looks like they're banning the Baxia, so they're leaving it open.
That's actually quite interesting, because they did take the Baxia at the first pick there, and they are so afraid that Team Devo takes it, and also they have Guinevere open. What was that?
Well, maybe it's a matter of confidence, or like more so matchups they're more confident in taking care of, because I'm thinking Super Shark is going to pick up like Kufra at some point.
There's a way to fight against the Guinevere, and that's everyone have a lot of dashes. Makes it difficult. So Guinevere is going to jump in, right? But if everyone's dashing all over the place, like, okay, who am I going for? This is one of those situations where even a Fanny could be good. Ooh.
A Fanny.
You're right.
Right?
Let's
the
not forget.
Baxia is not there, so probably not invading.
Let's not forget that they are on the red side, so they can hold it right up to the very end to pick up something along the lines of Fanny. Valentina as well as Matilda, very good options here for the side of TOB to keep it flexible, but still quite mobile.
A lot of dashes, yeah.
A lot of dashes as well.
A lot of dashes, but also we will see that Valentina again serves the same purpose. I'm not going to repeat the same thing from last game. It serves the same purpose of preventing some picks from Team Devo, but having that 98% of pick and ban percentage for the Matilda sends a strong message that this hero should be neither banned or picked. But again,
102%.
100%.
102%.
Man.
Man, what's that?
I mean, it's just breaking our numbers here.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like, that's how strong Bruno is.
I mean, that's how brutal it is to deal with the Bruno. Now, more so, I'm also surprised that they decided to go for a Faramis when technically they could have abused the hitbox increase with a Novaria, for an example, right?
100%, man. 100%. You can't argue with 100%.
I mean, when I'm guessing that even their stats are like 101%, guys. There's
no way we get there.
Okay. Let's just count. This is the first Fanny game in the M5 series. I'm actually so excited to see what can best player 1 do, but what I'm also excited to see is the Valentina stealing the ult of Faramis. It's gonna be a zombie land at Team TOP.
I'm genuinely nervous about this because I feel like the Fanny got picked up a little too early. There are still very good direct counters towards it. Both suppression heroes are still up in the air. Kufra can be also picked up for the side of Devu. There's just not enough bans to completely cover this Fanny. There is a certain level degree of, well, best player, even if they do get it, you gotta outplay him.
I kind of feel like if Fanny is the pick now, it's either they understand that Devu will ban it out, number 1, or they have a surprise pick for Zia. Because in this kind of situation, now that the Ixia has been banned out, which is a very good matchup against the Bruno, you could go a little bit out of the box and pick something up like a Harif, where we saw CW yesterday. He was not only able to deal with his own lane, but he can even deal with the jungler. And again, going up against Guinevere, Harif is one of those heroes you can take a Purify. And personally, you might not even need it, but you can take it.
Well, they are more interested in banning the invading heroes, I would say, because they have already right now banned the Hilda, and you've expected to see a Kufra, but I think that from your angle, Gideon, you wanted to see it on the side of Team TOP, but it seems like they want to open the way for Fanny.
Let's see now. Next pick going over for the side of TOB. They got rid of the Claude. They also lock in the Terizla for themselves. A pretty stable laner thus far. Doesn't mean that Daewoo can look to prioritize their laners rather than the overall composition. Let's see what the options are, right? Because, I mean, Kid Bomba did a really good job in game number 1. Just give him a winning lane.
Yeah, right now, honestly, like, even the Arlie has been bad. I'm not saying Arlie is a good pickup going up against the Terizla. At this point, if you want, perhaps you can go for the Uranus. Maybe
stop it.
Dude, like,
He is a fan.
He
is a fan.
As long as you're here, I'm not gonna stop.
He's going. Look, Xborg, Khalid, they're both good options. He doesn't necessarily have to take the Uranus.
Shut up.
No, I swear to God. Okay, I'll tell you what, right here, right now, in 3 seconds, he's not gonna do it. Minotaur, please don't pick Uranus. There we go. Oh, okay, for a moment there, I thought the voice line was about to mess with me. Woo!
Did I curse myself?
You might have.
Well, isn't that the same draft, but just changing the Guinevere for Devo?
I would say the Brody here is a little bit risky, because if you get caught by the Minuan's Fury, if Matilda is not there, then you're not going to get saved.
No.
Well, it's not just the Matilda that can give you that disengage. It's also, you should be afraid of popping into a Guinevere, seeing that idiot around, or even watching that Minotaur do his rage.
I mean, it's a lot of trust. I think Zia is trusting in his teammates a lot to close out this game, considering the early game, I'm looking at it like best player needs to do some good work here against Daewoo.
I heard that hips don't lie, but numbers don't lie either. Daewoo, according to the numbers, have been winning the draft for 2 games now.
What is that lineup rating? 9.9 to 4.5?
Almost perfect?
What?
9.9?
I can't believe that.
Either way, we're jumping into the game. Almost a perfect 10 score for the draft coming in from Daewoo. Can they clean this up? Can they get a 2-0? Or will the Ohio brothers win back the game and push us to game number 3?
Let's find out as we're here in the land of Dawn. We have a switching of sides, a slight adjustment in the compositions. Daewoo on the blue side against TOB on the red side.
Well, after hearing Goso General boosting Zia's spirit, I think that he got so much confidence to take that Brody and get it into the battle between Team the Ohio Brothers and Team Devo. So far, I think that I'm so interested in seeing Best Player 1 play that Fanny, because Fanny players are always annoying during the early game, and that's what Zia needs to secure some damage at the late game.
I think that, especially for Zia, I've seen his streams, I've seen him actually play this Fanny. He's very competent on it, and he's able to get double digits in terms of kills, but closing out the game, it's not up to him. That's the problem with the Fanny, right? You get this big snowball, but you're still dependent on the rest of your teammates to kind of close out the game to help you get those structures. The real problem is whether or not Zia can actually survive against Carvey until the reinforcements show up.
And also Fanny was that emblem. She can actually deal a lot. Oh, Magister.
Yep, super short, taking quite a little bit of damage, and I gotta say, some respect coming in from Best Player. Usually we see a quick rotation to the opposing buff. Now Magister finds Best Player, and Best Player is just like, okay, I'm just gonna swoop here, gonna swoop there. Are you gonna run away? Yes, you are. I'm not gonna chase.
And also, as I want to complete my point, Best Player 1 with that emblem, he can actually deal a lot of damage even after finishing his combo. We have got to use to see a Fanny player, or like Fanny players using 2 cables and then like the ultimate thing, but in international tournaments we will not see that happen. We'll see pro players play Fanny. So by hitting as much hits as he can to a target, he will deal a lot of damage after he walks away.
A lot of this is going to be dependent on that purple buff, right? And I think especially for high-level games, when you see something like Fanny, a lot of the communication is Fanny, does she have the purple buff, right?
Yeah.
Does she have enough energy? Are we slacking in the lane? Because as soon as you overextend in the lane, Fanny can easily just show up and take you out because of a simple mistake. So keep in mind, Fuse Fault trying to keep it as tight as possible.
I'm not a Fanny player, but my question is, does Sunset Lover have the Nether Realm? And he has right now. So the Fanny, if you want to get a kill, find out where Sunset Lover is. Don't go towards the sun.
If you come close to the sun, you will get burned for sure. Good communication actually from the side of Team Deo's Volt in terms of the mid lane control, having that level 4 and also securing that first turtle, the Ohio brothers. And actually one of these pro players of Fanny told me Fanny is not that hero that will go and contest for turtles at the early game. It's rather for the kills and also to annoy.
I would say it's a test of luck. Do I
A
get it?
test
Do I
of
not?
luck?
It's like you go in, you red tree, and then you go out. It's like, did I get it? No. All right.
All right, next time.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but let's calm down here, Icarus, for a second, because so far,
Oh, best player finds Carvey. Carvey, can you run away from this situation? Looks like he cannot. First blood for best player 1, but he gets taken down by Magister, and now Super Shark has to run away, and he is able to do so. But down at the bottom lane, Milo has to retreat.
Oh, he manages to get out of there. He's chunked out, but he still has to stick around for that wave. I don't think they have enough. Kid Bomba has enough to take him out underneath his turret, especially since Mielo is running the Fire Emblem, so he should be able to get just enough spell vamp to keep himself alive.
And actually, Valentina having that Minotaur ult, I think that it's gonna be quite dangerous to expect the Flicker ultimate coming from that Valentina. And also, don't forget that Sunset Lover's ult is also as good as the Minotaur's one. So the Ohio brothers, and especially Hun, he have a lot to choose from, but having the Necklace of Durance on Valentina that early, would you agree?
It's
I
more
wouldn't, actually.
It's a cost-efficient item. It makes sure that Sawo isn't able to top up his teammates in time, especially since he is building up on his Rome Blessing as well. Let's not forget, best player, he's going to be going for Blade of Heptasy, so it's important that that burst damage is valuable rather than getting out-sustained.
I would say as well, because early game you can build that Elegant Gem, so sustaining in lane really isn't a problem. You can basically stay and always be available for a fight.
Yeah, I would actually prefer a little bit more damage.
Yep, and now looks like Sawo finding Milo, Super Shark finding Magister. Magister is gonna get saved. But right now, Magister is going to get taken down. Super Shark manages to get him there. And now Super Shark looks like he's controlling the situation. Sunset Lover goes in, but he does not have the damage just yet to take him down.
Beautifully done coming in from the Ohio brothers. They should be able to secure this turtle, no problem whatsoever. But down by that bot side, Kid Bomba taking full advantage, looking to crack open the tier 1, and he successfully does so.
Yeah, a wonderful trade, a wonderful trade. There's nothing more to say than a wonderful trade for Team Deus Bolt, even though they lost the fight on the other side, on the opposite side of the map. While we don't expect actually to see that Edith doing the split push, it was the pick to do so. So now I think we will have a switch lane between the side laners, because some resources need to be utilized for Carvey.
Yeah, it does need to be redistributed a little bit better, but I think at the end of the day, right, it comes down to when are they going to get strong. And Deus Vault have doubled down on, even if we don't get every single turtle of the game, it literally does not matter, right?
Yeah.
They're a composition that is looking to play for the mid stages, looking to play for the bigger objectives like the Lord and towers across the map.
Yeah. I think that's a diff push. At some point, it felt like it's a diff push.
Oh, Magister goes in, but he's 1 against 3, and looks like he's going to get taken down by Zia. And Milo is making sure that they want to continue the fight. Hoon, does he have enough damage to continue this? Looks like not really.
Okay, they back up here. Unfortunately, I mean, the Ohio brothers really want to snowball harder than they are right now, and so far, Dusol is doing a very good job at just smothering it as much as they can, right? 37 more seconds until the next upcoming turtle. They know the Ohio brothers are running out of time, will eventually have to be there.
Yeah, it's actually quite open, and it's actually quite clear that Team the Ohio brothers need or reclaim or claim that top lane turret, and they do get it. So for Team the Ohio brothers so far, things didn't look that good, even though they took the turtle, or like the 3 turtles last game. This game is actually quite equivalent to the previous one in terms of the Ohio brothers having a really good early game, but they couldn't maintain it.
I like the fact that Deus Vault, the way that the draft works is that you want to engage a lot, and the Ohio brothers kind of understand is like, well, your team wants to engage, so if we engage, we're kind of doing what you want to do, so we're not going to do that. And as I said, that Super Shark just goes in, but so far, he's not distracted. He got out of there pretty safely. Now the turtle is going to get started by the Ohio brothers.
I mean, the assignment has been set for Super Shark, right? He's looking to instigate and try to get as many resources out of Deus Vault as possible. And if he does get an ultimate, that's a really big win for the Ohio brothers. At the end of the day, right, Deus Vault, they're like, okay, you want to sit on top of Turtle, kind of whatever. We want to go for the big counter engages. We got the Minotaur as well. We don't necessarily have to do much unless the Ohio brothers instigate it.
Yeah, the Ohio brothers with that zoning, it's a really beautiful beautiful job to do actually down there at the bot lane. And also, I would say that Zia at this moment have his best time ever.
Oh, Milo goes in on the tree. Now Hoon is able to dish out the damage, and Primal Wrap by Hoon finds Kid Bomba, but Sao goes back in with the Minu and Free, manages to catch out Milo, and now Super Shark as well as Hoon has to go away. Zia came a little bit too late. The best player won. Does he want anything? He used the control onto Sao, but that's not the right target you want.
Oh man, Dewsball, they're so good at sticking together. It's got to be a little frustrating for the Ohio brothers because every single time they find that opportunity, they're like, yes, they're finally out of gas. We can finally cash out. Dewsball, they hunker down real good and make sure that their fortress is impenetrable.
And even though actually you have that Fanny, I was actually about to criticize the Fanny or the best player one because he haven't been showing us a lot of split bush, which is one of the most valuable things that Fanny players can offer. And he does answer me, and he does go to that top lane and manages to split Team Deus Volt apart. Well, actually, they are now down in numbers, but nothing's gonna happen. They need a spark.
Right now as well, Magister goes in, finds one target. Is that going to be enough? Hoon already uses the NetherRealm trying to protect his team. And Carby is able to get out of that bad situation. Milo engages, but looks like not the target that he wants. Magister goes back in, but looks like Milo is too tanky for this situation. And Zia is just free hitting onto Sao. Sao is trying to survive, but Zia knocks him down.
Okay, I thought maybe the execution coming in for the Ohio brothers was almost lacking there because Harvey probably should have died, but I think it was a better option for Zia to not use his flicker considering what happened in game number 1. They looked for the punish, they isolated Sawo, and now we have a problem with Super Shark who ends up dying, and Zia's got to run.
Yeah, now Zia, Milo as well as Hoon is there. Are they going to help out? Are they going to be enough? Milo goes back in, Kid Bomba has to dash away, and Zia survives. Sunset Lover is going to flank from the side. Will he be there? Milo gets taken down. The Ohio brothers losing members.
The Ohio brothers are losing members, but they are winning turrets. Best player one on the other side of the map managed to take that second tier and also managed to steal that blue buff. So Team the Ohio brothers, even though they lost that fight on bot lane, they have got a really fair trade in my opinion, but the Lord might go down without even contesting.
Yep, this is the most important objective here, right? This is what Dewsball plays for. You can have as many turtles as you want. Doesn't matter to us as long as we get this Lord. Magister is able to secure it. Unfortunately for the Ohio brothers, this is where it starts to get really difficult.
I would say it was a bit of a mistake as well because best player one saw Sunset Lover and Sunset Lover just attacked him and was able to drop his energy low. If he had energy, I kind of feel like the Ohio brothers could contest, but spatial migration from Magister hitting Hoon, but purifies out of it. And now Super Shark. Looks like Kid Bomba isn't fast enough to catch him.
Yeah, the Ohio brothers are going to have to play defensive. So far, I mean, at the very least, we're not seeing that big snowball from the Ohio brothers. It's dead even 4-4 with a 1.1k lead for the side of the Ohio brothers. But at the end of the day, this is Deuce Volt's time. This is where they get strong. This is where they pull the trigger more often than not.
Yeah,
Sunset Lover as well going in front. Looks like they're just trying to zone everyone away.
And actually, as I told you, Fanny will take a lot of that pressure off the shoulders of Team the Ohio brothers with taking Kid Bomba back to the base, and also by recalling he can come back again and help his team to clear that load without facing a lot of casualties.
Yep, and now Magister goes in spatial migration onto Milo. Milo is very, very low, but looking at Super Shark going back, and Milo goes back in! And the Minotaur tries to help his teammate out, but Harvey gets it. Now Hoon gets a double kill onto Sunset Lover, and now Magister has to run away. Zia gets the killing spree. Zia flickers forward. He finds Magister. He gets a double.
That's what we wanted to see from the Ohio brothers. Split them up, and I was about to question, can they actually win a fight 4v4? And as Deuce Fall use all their resources, the Ohio brothers caught back.
Oh, Super Shark.
Yep. I feel like he's just trying to zone them away. The Ohio brothers this game definitely looks more confident.
Yeah, that's what I said about the constant pressure at the early game, and having that Fanny serves that purpose to its limits. We saw that Team the Ohio brothers managed to split Team Deus Volt apart, making them look all around the map, being afraid from best player, making one of those backdoor plays that takes the base down and have nothing to do on the other side. Look here at the itemization, the Blade of Heptases by the Brody, and also that Fanny will make the damage more than bearable. The first hit will always hurt Team Deus Volt.
I mean, as long as they chunk down their players below 40% HP, there's a very good chance the Ohio brothers can clean up the bodies afterwards. But in the meantime, right, the big difference is starting to show in terms of gold. He's gonna take him out!
Ah! Kid Bomba, are we gonna outplay this? Best player tries to get a kill onto Kid Bomba.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, right now, Kid Bomba goes. Hey, yo! Best player couldn't do it! He gets taken down!
No! Why do they have to show the player cam? Even best player in you is like, I messed up! I messed up! Oh, no. It's a little unfortunate, but hey, maybe they can recover, right? 24 seconds. They just need to buy 24 seconds worth of time for this upcoming Luminous Lord. Pull it to your side, reset it, do whatever you gotta do.
Sometimes it's too late just to pull back.
Yep, and now Super Shark is able to avoid the engage coming in from this Volt. But look at Sao! Sao gets taken down by Super Shark, and now they're moving in. Hoon using the Netherrealm, making sure that they can re-engage. The Lord is still very low, and Best Player 1, he just respawned. But as of right now, Magister secures the Lord, and Milo looks like he wants to go for it. He wants Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba is going to get taken down by Milo, and now Best Player 1 gets Corby.
All right. Good recovery. They did lose the Lord, but at least the Ohio brothers, they're like, don't worry, best player. We got this. We're going to make something happen for you. And they were able to make it happen. And even best player is like, I'm going to return the favor. Give me a purple buff. Let's start defending this upcoming Lord-empowered minions.
And also cleaning things off by best player was kind of his thing from the early game. What was that damage from the Bonaparte memory? Look, it hurts.
That's some big damage.
Oh, yeah.
So much. But even though Deus Volt were the ones who got that very first Lord, it feels like the Ohio brothers have the empowered minions here as they're pushing in these lanes pretty quick.
Yeah.
I just got to say, Zia did a lot of damage without the Demon Hunter Sword just now. Now he has it. Sao, you can't tank that much.
Yeah, he cannot take a lot of damage. As I told you, in case a tank dies a lot at the early stages, he will not be able to bear with the damage coming from the marksman, coming from any damage dealers, let's say, from the other opponent team. Team Deus Volt right now, I think it's really hard for them to bounce back, even though they have a really good draft. All the numbers were in their favors, but again, this is not a game about numbers only. This is also a strategy game. So far, so good for Team the Ohio Brothers. They are the ones who managed to play their strategy quite well.
I mean, they got to find a way around it, right? Deus Volt, they're now starting to realize that, okay, Zia is quite a problem here. It's going to be a little difficult to get on top of it considering there's so much counter engage, and more so that Super Shark can bail them out of tough situations. I think as of yet, because Zia is playing with that flicker, Magister might have to change his focus now to look for Zia and maybe get a follow-up from Sawo. Maybe even Kid Bomba might actually have to go for the onward flicker play.
And this is why I say, you know, using a Guinevere against a draft that has a lot of dashes is going to be very, very difficult. And honestly, this is one of those interactions that it's always a question. But if the Guinevere goes in with a spatial migration, if Zia is fast enough, he can stun it up and then just goes away.
Yeah, but look at this. If you said that he will make that stun, look at also you have Sao. He can knock up Zia and put him upon the ultimate of Magister. So there's a lot of possibilities where Zia is actually, or like Brody is actually a really bad pick here, but he managed to pull that off. 4-0-4. That's a really good KDA so far in terms of the draft against him. He's doing more than fine, but the maestro behind everything, the mastermind, and the one in control of the strings is actually Hun.
I don't know. I don't know. I think the Brody is completely okay considering what their draft is aiming to do. But I do agree with Hoon here. It's really important that he's able to kind of gel this team together. Wherever there are holes, he has an ultimate to see. Oh!
Yep, Purify used by Super Shark. Magister, a very good catch there. But looking at Best Player 1, he's flanking, and Baseball, they might not know what's going on.
This is kind of looking good. Mielo, I'm looking for the game.
Oh! Harvey gets taken. Oh, but look at Best Player. He goes from behind, and now there's no more Netherrealm from both sides of the team. Sao is going to get taken down, and Best Player tried to get a kill onto Harvey, did not succeed. Killing spree for Hoon, and now Hoon has to go away. I don't know how Harvey has been
surviving so many attempts by best player.
I mean, his positioning is real nice, real sharp. He makes sure that he's not overextended, but more so he holds on to that slide tackle like his life depends on it in every type of situation. If you look at the damage dealt, Hoon, he's been able to get some good Terrifies, but not exactly onto Carby just yet, and not in a way that can actually be converged upon. Zia is doing a great job with his positioning this time compared to game number 1, and now with the Lord in their grasps, I don't know whether the Ohio Brothers want to instigate a fight or just focus on securing the Lord.
Yeah, I think they should just zone that Lord out and take that Lord down. Team the Ohio Brothers at this moment had to relocate, to reposition themselves, and also not just that. Actually, Hun, in all of these things happening on the screen right now, he managed to get that freeze, so we might see an outplay. We might see Hun actually taking a risk and then playing with the minds of Team Deals Vote.
I would say right now the pressure is definitely on the gold laners as well as the mid laners, because it looks like both teams, they're really aiming for those damage dealers. And I gotta say, if Days Volt, they made sure that Carvey stays alive long enough, I feel like they can defend this. But the moment Carvey is out, and even Sunset, if Sunset Lover gets taken out as well, then it might be game over.
Yeah, it could be really tough here, especially with the Luminous Lord walking down towards the inhibitor sides, right? I mean, so far Magister has been trying to punish Super Shark at the very least, trying to get at least the Purifies down from the side of the Ohio Brothers to maybe set up for something bigger.
Yeah, it might be so hard to defend this, to be honest. It might be so difficult for Devo.
And right now, looks like the Ohio Brothers, they're going inside the base. The Lord managed to get one inhibitor. The Ohio Brothers are trying to focus on the mid. The minion is not there, but Zia wants to force it out. Just a few more hits left. Even best player's trying his best, but this is it doesn't want to go down.
No,
I forgot the English word for it. Stubborn, yes.
Stubborn.
So stubborn.
Very stubborn indeed, but I think it's the Ohio Brothers showing respect. If they go for this engage, they know the Minoan Fury is going to come.
And now I'm looking at Milo. Milo goes in, he finds Carvey. Carvey instantly gets taken out. No Netherrealm there. And now Magister manages to find best player, but the Netherrealm helps him survive. Now the immortality has been used by best player, and best player gets taken down by Kid Bomba. And now Zia is still alive. Sunset Lover pulls in 3. Hoon is still alive. Unstoppable for Zia. And now Magister, he's still tanky. He tries to go away, but Zia has the damage. Kid Bomba and Magister now no more immortality for the Bomba. The Milo goes back in. And now monster kill for Zia. This is the Ohio Brothers game. They can end this, and they do. We're going to game number 3.
Great game coming up from the Ohio Brothers. Similar to game number 1, but they fixed up all the problems. And more importantly, Zia this time not getting caught out as easily as he did. Couple of blunders, but at the end of the day, it's about the recovery more than the blunder itself.
The confidence is the key for Team the Ohio Brothers. Right now, they have found their own rhythm. Right now, they are on the right way. We saw how much beautiful that draft was executed and how much the numbers could actually be wrong in terms of the AI that we saw earlier on. We didn't see that draft win for Team Deals Vote.
I would say a number that we cannot calculate is the confidence. And just like how Ghost General was saying, it looks like Zia, he was nervous, but this time, not so nervous. And I gotta give big shout out to Hoon, man, for 2 games in a row doing the most damage. I mean, maybe Zia took it back at the end of the push, but Hoon has been super consistent.
Yeah.
I think even Hoon and Sunset Lover both have been really consistent from either side. There was definitely moments where Sunset Lover could have maybe gotten like a good number of kills there at the end. His damage was really starting to make a difference, but that's only on the condition if you stick too close together. So I think it was really good adjustments coming in from the side of the Ohio Brothers, and it's going to give something for Deucefall to actually think about for game number 3.
Actually, one of those things is not to consider taking the Paramus Bruno again, because right now it broke.
Oh my god.
Why'd you?
This is the first time though. There's first times for everything.
It is the first time for everything. But with that being said, we got to congratulate our MVP of the game, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Come on, give it up. Zoom in on the man himself. Give it up for Zia, coming up big time for the Ohio Brothers, our MVP of the game.
Yeah, the confidence that he needed to get that spectacular KDA 605 and also participating in 73% of the team fights, having all the items, or like having all the his items without the boots. That means that he aimed for the full damage and without even one defensive item. What a risky play, but trusting the team is also a message I can sense from that itemization. As we saw during the game itself, there was moments where Team Devo were actually, I'm not gonna say in the lead, but they were having a glimpse of how to being in the lead looks like. But on the other side, the Ohio brothers, over and over again, dealt a tremendous and also incredible and ridiculous amount of damage that Team Devo at a certain point couldn't handle. This was the moment where Zia had his items, where Zia had his confidence.
Do we have to? I mean,
it's a highlight.
Show mercy.
Oh, the poor man. At least they didn't show the player cam at that time, because I think even for best player, he knew it was like, oh, dude. But the recovery, it was the most important part, right? The recovery coming in from TOB really inspired confidence, and that's when you see that instantly best player from what used to be in previous competitions as a mental breakdown now becomes another step in his own career. And they've already taken a game off of Devu, so I'm expecting in game number 3, I don't know if it's going to look like this, you know? Zia and as well as Carvey playing huge parts for the teams in the later stages of the game. They could look for other potential win cons.
Well, go ahead, Leffa.
Let me just say, I know when a person is confident, when you're a marksman, when you're a goal laner, and you flicker forward. There's nothing that screams, I got this, than seeing a goal laner flicker forward.
Well, for me, actually, the trick for Team Devo is that they couldn't handle the split pushing strategy, because every time best player 1 was going on that side lane, especially the top lane, he was able to make them distracted from the main point. And in the like if Team Devo was actually focusing on that team fight, they have a really good composition, crowd control, good damage output, also a lot of sustain. So Team Devo, if they focused all their heroes for the team fight especially and focus on taking Z out, I think that things would have took a different turn for Team Devo. But things have happened and we are now at match point. The Ohio brothers with the 1-1 tie. And as I told you, having all your items as damage items without having one single defensive item on that Brody, that shows confidence.
Let me say, I think the Ohio brothers having the anti-heal early on really helped them out, making sure that one of the strengths of the Minotaur, the motivational roar, doesn't really help them out when they're trying to kite away, because again, we saw the early item, the Necklace of Durance coming in. I don't know, I kind of feel like the impact was there.
You can definitely see that whenever Minotaur goes into one of those side lanes and all of a sudden, oh, Hoon shows up, you can't really top up your laner at that point of time. You're kind of just stuck in that same position. Now, when we're looking at the damage dealt overall, it's great to see Zia is catching up quick, 73% of the overall team participation, but in terms of numbers, 87.2 in comparison to 72.6. It's why he is the carry. But let's not forget, Mielo's engages here. He's really rallied these teams, especially when he communicates well with best player in that final moment to take out Cardi. The flicker into the penalty zone instantly with the steel cables and cut through from best player really sets the tone for the upcoming match.
Yeah, game-changing. Game-changing indeed. And also Super Shark was one of the best statistics on the screen, or was on the screen moments ago, is that he participated in 100% of the kills for that team. So 15 kills, 15 assists, or at least like he got some kills here or there by that Matilda. So I'm actually saying, I would actually say that Team the Ohio brothers executed that draft perfectly, and if they put their hand on another split push hero, they might do it again.
I gotta say, Hoon and Milo, Gila.
Gila?
They were insane.
They were really crazy in that game. I think that, you know, we're getting to see a lot more of TOB, and the way that they play the game and being able to express themselves mechanically is going to be great. But let's keep in mind that this isn't the end just yet. One of these teams are walking away with a win, and do you still believe in your predictions, Yasu?
Do I still believe in my prediction? Actually, yeah. After seeing that performance from the Ohio brothers, if they made a split, yeah.
What about you? Still don't know? Of course.
Watashiwa, don't know.
That being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. Welcome back, everybody, to the M5 World Championship. So far, we are looking for the conclusion of this Group D bout between the Ohio brothers and as well as Daewoo. So far, so good. Very similar games in game number 1 and game number 2, but adaptations have been made and have really taken into consideration, especially for those gold laners.
Let me just say, the confidence and the heart. The heart has to be there because the moment the Ohio brothers, they feel confident, it's a different kind of game.
Yeah, indeed. When they are playing in their comfort zone, when they are playing the way they used to play, and also let's say they found the way to crack into the Dios Volt formation.
Yeah, no, I think they definitely found a little bit of rhythm in this game as well, and especially with the communication looking good. Obviously, 1 or 2 blunders here and there, but they moved past it very, very quickly, which is very different compared to the last time they have been, playing during an international tournament. It's good to see that there is evolution.
And looking at this game, again, I have to say, because for both teams, we see them making some very critical mistakes. And I feel like for this third one, they really can't afford it as much. And the way that the Ohio brothers played just now was that they understood what was happening with the draft from Deus Volt, and they just avoided their win condition. So I kind of feel like for Deus Volt, the moment they should understand that, okay, the Ohio brothers understand the way that we want to play the game. Either they got to force it out, or trying to change it up a little bit in the game to make sure that they catch the Ohio brothers off guard.
I feel like it's going to be like taking one step ahead, right? I feel like they're going to start switching out that Minotaur for something along the lines of maybe Grok or even Kaja, both of which Sawo has access to. In both of those games, decided not to go for it. That could change up the overall style coming in from Daewoo to look and lock down Zia, especially if they try to go for a composition similar to that once again. Because they lock in the Matilda 2 times already for Super Shark.
Yeah, and actually for me, from the side of Team TOP, maybe it's the effect of the first game, and they haven't found the rhythm. As Gusto General actually said, he said, Zia, I can sense that he is nervous. When he found that his team can cover him up and that his team is doing their best to just have that Brody succeed, he managed to pull off something really good KDA, MVP of the game.
Now, fun fact in the M-Series the role swappers. We're talking about Sunset Lover, who was a gold laner in M1 as well as M2, a jungler in M3, and is now in the mid lane, while Zia was a mid laner in M3 and is now a gold laner.
This is giving Tola vibes.
They don't even say
Tola vibes. This sounds like a Chico thing to do, but you know what? I understand. The game changed, the patches changed. As players, sometimes they have to change.
More so, some roles are just way more fun than the others.
Definitely, yeah.
It was a different time then, all right? M2, M3, and M4. But now here at M5, I feel that especially with the importance of being able to kind of scale up while still maintaining that early game, it's a very fine balance that needs to be read, especially when we get into the draft.
Yeah, when we get into the draft, I'm actually wondering, will we see the same draft from the side of Team Daewoo and just changing the jungler? Because so far they have just changed the Guinevere and kept the whole draft all the way through for the second game. And on the other side, for Team TOB, they have changed quite a lot. And also, they have used that Valentina that I think it might be actually banned once again.
Is it fair to say best player just stick with the Assassins?
Ooh.
I mean, like, to be fair, his Lancelot has a 100% win rate.
That's also true, but
getting the Boxia, no win. Getting the Fanny, win. Question mark.
My only problem is that I felt like if Daewoo really wanted to punish Best Player 1, they absolutely could have done it in the second phase of the game, right? They had access to all the heroes who could possibly do so, but they are thinking of the bigger picture as the overall draft rather than that person, I don't like him, I'm going to shut him down.
And actually, after taking the Hilda down, if I'm remembering correctly, after taking the Hilda, the fourth ban, after securing the Fanny and also the Kufra, there was still a Kaja, there was still suppression heroes that can take Fanny down.
Yeah, Franco even, that would have been nice to see.
Tro,
yeah, there's a number of options, but let's see what's going to change here in game number 3, right? I'm expecting, at least considering that the EECA has found some form of success on the red side, that they're going to take it back from TOB.
Either way, the mid is super important because we definitely see that Sunset Lover as well as Hoon, they really feel like, in terms of chess, they're the king, they're just moving pieces around.
That's actually a really good way of seeing it, because considering that the way that they actually approach the game is very similar to chess, I would imagine that the next adaptation here is going to be
we're not sacrificing pawns anymore. We're bringing in the kings, we're bringing in the bishops, we're bringing in our knights.
Yeah, now we're jumping into the draft, going into the game, and again, this is going to be a very interesting one. Will best player get an assassin, or will they go back to the strategy of game number 1 and giving him a utility jungler?
Having homeboys at the top of this group will actually now be quite dangerous for anyone to lose any points. So at this point, actually, I mean, still it is the group stage, and for both teams, it is the first match, but you are collecting points right now, and if you didn't make it past the group stage, you will not be able to use your cards or your wild cards in the, let's say, in the playoffs, because you will not get a ticket to the playoffs. So right now, they have to pull off their best.
Let's see, Deuceful going to be on the blue side, TOB on the red side. Looks like this is going to be interesting, right? They didn't want to change it up in terms of first pick, but at the very least, respect coming in from TOB.
Yeah, now they're trying to force Sunset Lover on a pick that maybe I'm sure he's comfortable with it, but not as comfortable as the Firmus. Now that Nolan is out, and based on game number 2, perhaps Guinevere is not worth a ban?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't see Guinevere doing that much of, let's say, not causing a lot of trouble for Team TOP, and also, I think they will actually ban the Baxia.
They're going to...
I mean, they did do that for game number 2, but yeah, personally for me, even I'm like, I don't know. Perhaps they need a damage dealer coming in from the jungle, because so far, that's the story of the M5 World Championship. All these assassins are back in the jungle.
Yeah, I suppose, or they can start switching up some of the mid lane matchups. That's what I'm thinking with this final ban coming in from the side of TOB.
Okay, I like the Bruno ban. I like the Bruno ban.
You like the Bruno ban, so
I
therefore it's really going to narrow down on the hero pool in terms of the marksmans, right? Let's keep in mind, we saw an Ixia ban in the second phase after an early lock-in for Bruno. We'll see whether that's going to change, as Devu is going to get first pick on blue side.
Huh. The first phase of banning is now over.
Wait, 1-1 is open.
Yeah, 1-1's still open,
But you
and
can't
also
first
the
pick it.
Matilda.
But you can't first pick it just because the Phoveus is still there.
I'm thinking like a Valentina opening, possibly, if they really want to like spice things up. It could be just another Farmist from the side of Deuceful. So far, Sunset Lover has been doing a good job.
You can take Valentina. There's a lot of things actually that can be first picked here.
Because I feel like Kid Bomba as well as Milo, they both did very well on that Terizla. It does seem like a big game changer.
I suppose, but at the same time, I feel like it's a little too safe here, right? So they go for the Valentina opener, still very, very flexible. This gives the question over to the side of TOB. They've already banned out that Farmist, so this could be like a Novaria angle for the side of 1-1 potentially. 1-1 sounds like a good idea, but that gives Devu the opportunity to go for the counter picks.
Yeah, actually taking the Phoveus at this point would be so lethal against the 1-1, even if Team TOP takes the Phoveus and also 1-1, they will struggle because Phoveus ult will be also stolen.
Yeah, so now the 1-1 has been picked up. This is going to be a crucial question. Do you take that Phoveus, which may or may not synergize well with your team? Again, the Matilda is up, but...
I'm born with
Guinevere. Okay, this time they're taking a Guinevere.
Okay, so they're taking the Guinevere this time around. Matilda is
80%
still
win
wide.
rate, still good.
Yeah, Matilda is still wide open, and the same goes for Phoveus, right? This could be an opportunity for Deuceful, and I feel like, especially for the EXP laners, they are going to have the time of their lives if their opponent is going to be a Phoveus, right?
Is this a question? Like, we know you have a mean Terizla. Do you know how to play a Phoveus?
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma to be in.
Yeah, they made the Phoveus much more tempting, I would say, because they took two heroes that will dash a lot during the whole game. Team TOB are actually playing a really risky game here, but I can understand having two of the best picks so far in the M series, which is the 1-1 and also the Guinevere. By having the Baxia here, we will see for the first time Team Divo playing the hero that was once picked from them and the second time was banned.
Interesting. Boxian as well as Brody. All right. So at least for the gold, they've secured their gold lane matchup. We know what's going to go into the jungle. Now for the side of TOB, right? This, we still don't know whether Guinevere is going to go in the jungle. It most likely is, considering their track record. But now that they've got the Terizla, now they pose another question on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I kind of feel like because they saw the Brody as well as the Baxia, it's kind of showing signs that perhaps they don't want a Phoveus. At this point, if you want to be safe, you can ban it out, because why not, right? But I don't know, based on how Devo was drafting, it looks like they don't want the Phoveus.
now they're also getting rid of some of the other counter picks against this 1-1, especially set tanks, right? Get rid of the Kufra, make sure it's out of the way. Devu, what are they looking to ban out?
Well,
Mages,
I think.
Mages, I think.
Mages. Well, look, if I'm in their shoes, I would actually might ban that Fanny, because I'm not feeling safe around that Guinevere pick. I think that maybe can be turned to a room, and then we will see a Fanny coming through, no crowd control whatsoever on the side of Team Devo. They might just pull it off, and I think Suppression Hero can be a good ban here. Kaja, I think.
Kaja for the side of TOB.
TOB, yeah. Taking 1-1.
It's not too bad of an option at the very least. I think the Franco might be just a little bit better in this particular situation, only because at least you don't have to necessarily be up front to do so or have to expend a battle spell to make something happen, right? We see the Fulvius ban come out from the side of TOB as expected here as we jump back over to Deo's Vault. I'm guessing another mid lane ban here as well, really clamp down on it.
I would say Lilia or Fanny are pretty good bans right now. I do agree the Fanny can still be picked up, having the Guinevere as roam, so good call. Either Fanny or Lilia I think is fine. It's just that Hoon has a very interesting pool of heroes as well. He did bring out the Chang'e. Doesn't really know if that's experimental or is that like one of his amazing heroes. And yeah, Lilia has been banned.
Okay, this actually might just be a Chang'e game because this is one of the few situations where it's like you're contesting for mid prio, and if you have to compare a Chang'e compared to a Valentina, more likely that the Chang'e is going to be able to push out that wave first.
What are you going to do, best player 1? I'm waiting. I'm just waiting at this moment. See,
so at this point, is this
hard.
a Gwyn jungle then?
It's Gwyn jungle for sure.
Yeah, I think right now it's settled to be a Gwyn jungle if there wasn't any surprises whatsoever. But Team Devo right now, what would I pick if I was Team Devo right now? We need a tank and we need an XP laner. Previous is out. Maybe a Minotaur, so hard. Maybe a Franco, as you said, Gideon.
Possibly. I mean, no matter what, I'm thinking of all the set tanks, but there's too many ways for TOB to kind of get out or look for a big counter engage, right? So I'm guessing along the lines that if it comes down to, let's just force out lane prio, rotate faster than our opponents, this could be a grok angle for the side of Devu. To finish off the comp, that's what I'm curious about, right? They've already got the box here going into the jungle, and it looks like it's going to be the Edith. And Diggy! Lock us down? Hell nah!
Wow.
Dude, Diggy and Brody on a lane against 1-1. It's not going to be a fun lane.
That's pretty obnoxious, I'm not going to lie.
That's a lot of damage.
There's a lot of damage here.
Actually, they can force things out because the Boxy can invade. And if Brody wins the lane, Brody as well as Diggy can help invade as well.
Actually, you're right about that. Well, let's see on which side of the jungle they're going to start on. I'm guessing it's going to be towards the gold lane that they're going to start first. But they lock in the gourd for the side of TOB. They're like, okay, don't need no CC. We're just going to shoo you away with big damage.
Where's Naisu? Shoutouts to Naisu.
Top global gourd
Top global gourd.
Yeah, he would have been proud. He would have been proud at this moment, but I think that Team Devo actually have a really good job having that Diggy in their arsenal. It's kind of annoying. It is absolutely annoying for all the crowd control heroes on the side of Team TOP. Best player will not have the best time of his life. I would say that the second skill of Diggy will limit him from doing a lot of dangerous setups, and also Trisla's kind of not gonna go so well.
Either ways, we're jumping into the third game of this best of 3. Who will win it out? Will the Ohio brothers bring fame and glory to NA? Or will Deo's Vault show EACA is here to play?
Let's find out as we go into the match point. Our final match here between these two teams. It's 1-1. Who's gonna take it to 2 as we get into the game? It's Devu on the blue side up against TOB on the red side. Both starting on their orange buffs.
Which is actually quite justified because I don't think that we will see a lot of invade here in this game, particularly because I think that Diggy at this moment is supposed to help Brody as much as possible to win his lane actually against the 1-1, and he kind of have a lot of damage to deal against the 1-1 even without having the help of the Diggy. Imagine with the help of the Diggy.
Yeah, as they start walking up towards the Lethal Wanderer, the Ohio brothers, right? Super Shark, he is super far away from that bottom side.
Oh, best player got it.
Oh, okay, so small objectives getting to win. Look at the EXP difference between Magister and as well as best player. Hopefully that doesn't change like it did in game number 1.
Best player actually right now having that much XP, he will do really great. He will actually do better than great in the in terms of the what was it? The rotation, yeah, farm speed and also rotation-wise, he kinda now a step ahead from Magister. Well, I think that looking at the emblems here, I think that all of the teams are actually looking forward to go a little bit into the depth of this game towards the mid lane, maybe even the late game at some point. Sao is trying to annoy Zia as much as possible, but Super Shark comes to help.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting here, especially down by the gold side, right? I mean, Carvey, it does take Weapon Master as his emblem. He's not looking to hard win this lane because he knows that if he walks up too far and without the help of that Diggy, then evening up that score isn't going to be as easy. But naturally, these River Crabs will all fall into Carvey's hands, and Super Shark, unfortunately, is forced to kind of stay around the bottom side.
Well, Super Shark really respecting the damage, already using the Purify. And I gotta say, Best Player 1 has been pretty proactive around the map, and Deals Volt, they're focusing on this lane, but Best Player 1 got a very free turtle. I didn't see Boxia anywhere close.
Yeah, he was busy taking the orange buff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he doesn't want to participate as of yet. Again, this is very much in line with the brand of Deus Vault. But looking at that top side, right, that matchup between the two EXP laners, it's not going to go anywhere for the time being.
Top lane. Top lane so far is a really quiet place, actually. It's a really lonely place where either Trizla or even the Edit are not having so much fun. There's nothing happening on the top lane, and also it's actually all around the map. It's 0-0. No one so far has made any risks. Nothing so dangerous that took place in terms of the 3 minutes that happened during the game so far.
I would say the question now is when is the time to strike? And the Ohio brothers, now they're looking a little bit proactive, looking at the bottom side, meaning like, oh, somehow this looks a little bit yummy.
Oh, Hoon.
I mean, they might actually... No, they don't have enough damage just yet. They do get the flicker out of Carvey, which is already... Okay, that's not too bad, right? Because at the very least, by the time the turtle actually spawns, Carvey's not going to have his flicker. In the meantime, I think the Ohio brothers, as well as Deus Vault, are just waiting for a mistake to happen. We aren't seeing the most proactive plays just yet, because even the Ohio brothers recognize that their mid-game is where they're going to have their first initial spike.
Yeah, the best way for Team Devo actually to utilize their own picks is to focus with the Carvey even more, even with having Sao at the bot lane. I think that they can reinforce Carvey and take that turret and switch lane. So there is so much potential they are not using.
Right now, I do have to say that Hoon, after he clears his mid lane, it doesn't seem like he has a very decisive decision on which lane he wants to go to, and Sao was able to avoid that. And Super Shark, again, using the Purify to make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, he does not want to fall into the range of the torn apart memories, and I think it's a good decision that he does so. Now, we go up to the very first, the second turtle of the game, and this time, Devu, they actually want to contest. Oh,
Best Player 1 goes in, but Sao is able to get out of the situation. But Super Shark, First Blood, goes over to Sunset Lover, and just like that, looks like Deus Volt is going to secure. Yep, they secured the second turtle.
That's what happens when you give up position. Wait, they're not going to get a second one, right? No. Mielo's out of there.
Well, Sunset Lover was waiting up until this moment. He was waiting in the mid lane bush just to see who's gonna go back, who's gonna pull back and will fall to the ground. He took the first blood really fast, and also the turtle goes for the side of Team Deus Volt. This time there is a little bit of contest, but Team the Ohio brothers and also Deus Volt, they haven't found their own rhythm.
I gotta say, the question right now is how does the Ohio brothers deal with Diggy's time journey? Like, who has to be the one to use their crowd control first, bait it out, and then who's going to be the real follow-up? Who's going to be the real engage?
Super Shark is the best player. That's my best guess.
I would say Hoon.
You would say Hoon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
First kill and then use your ultimate Diggy.
Oh wait, we completely forgot about the EXP laners. We just left them in their own island once again. Mielo is actually supposed to be the one who's tanking the majority of this damage and actually initiating this fight so that Hoon can get clean combinations off. It's an interchanging role, and of course best player is going to be more highly valued here. But in the meantime, a very smart lane swap coming in from the Ohio brothers. They're willing to sacrifice the bot tier 1 just to make sure that they have enough members ready ready for this upcoming turtle, and maybe they can find a trade in the structure on the opposite end of the map. Oh, man.
Yeah, Milo taking a little bit too much damage, and Sunset Lover is there to make sure.
Oh, what?
He was supposed to make sure Milo goes down.
Where's
But Milo's like, not today, boy.
Where's the health bar? You can hardly see it. You can see very minimal color there. Oh, Super Shark actually blocking Magisters. They want to take this tier 1 top side.
Yep, Kid Bomba taking quite a lot of damage. Magister is there trying to help out, but it looks like the Hayo brothers are able to secure their first turret. But again, this one kind of got theirs a little while ago.
I wasn't quite sure that they will make a trade, actually. After seeing the bot lane falling that easily from the side of Team TOP, I didn't think that they will do something on the top lane, but apparently they have something to do.
Now they're going to be starting this turtle, and they're ready for this one. They're like, okay, we've already taken one away from the Ohio brothers, and if they want to contest this even more, better on us, right? Sawo has his ult up.
Yeah, right now, the Ohio brothers, the way that they're positioning is not too wide. They're kind of moving together. Zia is there as well. Okay, so here's the thing. Kid Bomba wants to engage. Milo wants to engage. Best player 1 already using the spatial migration. And who's going to start it off? Magister goes in, wants best player 1, but Milo goes back in, but no CC is able to do really anything, and Milo gets taken down by Carvey. Best player 1 has to exit as well. He goes back in, but Zia gets the kill, but Zia super low. Best player 1 gets Carvey, and now flying up, not really enough to get a kill, but enough to secure a turtle.
Ooh, some dangerous stuff. Zia was playing on the very end. He had the initial proc to use his ultimate, but his target ends up dying, and he had to look for somebody else to trigger it, and luckily, he got it just in time before the auto alarm bombs put him out of his misery. Nicely done from the side of the Ohio brothers, and now they're looking for a big conversion. Tier 2s are on the table.
Yeah, the crossbow of Tang, you don't want to mess with that. Zia managed to find his way through to take 2 kills, or like to participate in 2 kills for the side of Team TOB, taking also a turtle to increase the goal difference, but so far 2-2 in terms of the kills. Also, when you look at the items, there's no big difference between the both marksman, and also in terms of the overall gold lead, 1k is not enough to say that you have a gold lead 8 minutes into the game.
I mean, it's not one. A few hundred.
A few hundred. Speaking of which, actually, Sunset Lover, I don't think it matters what mage he's playing. He is always going for the Valk of Destiny build.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going for Lethal Ignition. He takes Impure Rage, but still opts to go for it.
He's the OG, and he's going to show how the OG does it.
It could be right here, right now. I mean, there's an opportunity. Nope. They're just going to back away. Like, if Duo's Vault, whenever they're in these types of positions, they start clumping together, right? I think that is the default mode that they go to, especially when there's nothing to actually fight for on the map in these next 40 seconds, right? If you look at the gold earned, Zia now shooting above and beyond Carvey. Initially, it was Carvey with that gold lead, but now Zia has enough items to have enough attack speed to keep himself on his toes all the time.
It has never been, it will never be about the kills. Team TOB actually are taking a lot of turrets right now, and it might be so dangerous to just defend that top lane for Milo.
Yeah, Milo goes in, he wants Carvey, but Sao is there to make sure that Carvey is able to survive. And Milo looks like the Tornado Memory is enough. He's going to get taken down. Best player dives in. Carvey, there's nowhere for you to go. And Zia gets the kill. Hoon from the backside is making sure that Best player has a way to get out of the bad situation. But it looks like Best player, he's tanking quite a lot, but it doesn't look like he... Oh! No, he gets pulled back, but he survives. Kid Bomba flickers forward. Sunset Lover gets killed. No,
what?
I saw that, Hoon. I saw that killing spree for Zia. Hoon.
Oh my goodness. Okay, look.
Get out!
It was a show of force. It was a show of force. 3 dead, 2 for trade on the Ohio brothers side. They still take that trade really nicely from the side of the Ohio brothers, and they're even getting a convergence on it, right? The angle was good. The idea was there. Obviously a little bit of a blunder. Some of the abilities, but hey, we moved past that. The gold lead has now developed to 2.2k.
Yeah, actually for me what was actually really interesting was the shift from the side of Best player, and also the save that Super Shark almost pulled off, but Zia triggering his crossbow of Tang and finishing everything off. That's when you... Oh, did he just take it on the way?
Imagine... Was that on purpose? I think he was just walking. I was like, my bad, bro. My bad.
I was just auto-attacking, man. Please, don't take this away from me.
It's like, this is how a 1-1 walks. You basic attack as you go along.
It's frustrating, but at the very least, we know that at least for the side of Best Player 1, he's got to be careful, right? He got canceled twice off that spatial migration thanks to Sawo's time reversal. He's got to keep an eye on it, right? Got to make sure that the timers don't line up.
It's actually really hard to decide who's gonna win this team fight. Both of them are not so far in lead in terms of the gold. Look at Team DOB. I don't think they have that team fight that takes it.
Hold on, right now Super Shark is looking at
Oh,
Sao
what?
and looks like Milo goes in. He already forces out the time journey, but looks like he's gonna get taken down. Carvey gets the kill. Sunset Lover, nowhere for you to go. Zia gets the kill. The Ohio brothers, they're attacking at 2 different angles. 2 different angles!
This is literally... Is this Modern Warfare or not? This is literally the Ohio brothers saying, hey, we're dropping a care package for you. Let's take out that front line.
You were talking about chess? See, they're not using pawns now.
They really aren't.
Jumping with the kings.
Yeah, man, right now, Kid Bomba taking a little bit of damage coming in from Zia, and Hoon is actually spacing out very, very well. Magister is there. Kid Bomba goes in. Best player 1 respecting the damage. Hoon. Magister! Magister gets it, but now Best player 1, he cannot punish them just because Sawa was there.
Unfortunate. Zia was so close to getting the crossbow of tank proc off, but Sawa was able to get out of there just in time. I mean, the Ohio brothers, they are losing out on this Lord. That's such a big swing for Deo's Vault to actually try and turn this around and even up this score. It's a very small lead for the Ohio brothers, but at the end of the day, that Lord is pushing on their side.
The hesitation was indeed what Zia was feeling right there. He hesitated in going in front and taking the risk in opening his crossbow of Tang, and now he is and his team as well will pay the price. Team Devo have the Lord, and they might go in for taking those inhibitor turrets.
I know what Milo wanted to do, but because of the auto alarm bombs, the position was found out. If not, I kind of felt like the Ohio brothers were just waiting. Milo, you go in, we're all gonna go in as well.
It's a really creative idea. I'm not gonna lie. I love the fact that Milo has the cojones to make a call like that, right? But now they're on the defensive. They kind of have to be. They have to deal with the Lord Empowered Minions. They're going to lose their mid-tier 1, but they can't afford to lose their mid-tier 2 at the very least. Top side needs to get cleared up, and now we have 104 seconds until the next major objective spawns, and I think that TOB are starting to get a feel of what Deusval actually wants to do in this game.
Yeah, continuous pressure indeed is the key from Team Deusval, because so far they have been pressuring at every possible angle, but Team TOP, every time they have that team fight, as you just said, Lafel, they enter from 2 different angles, and when they do so, sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't. What happened? What did I miss?
What is that damage from Sao? He's almost keeping up with Zia and Carvey.
Look, Diggy has a cute face, but believe you me, he's evil.
He is ratchet.
Yeah.
Ratchet is what we call it. Oh my goodness.
He's one of those characters in game you don't want on your team, but at the same time you don't want it on the enemy side.
And neither do you want to have to force a ban for it.
Yeah.
So you just hate him either way.
You just hate him either way, and now best player gets 2, and then Milo follows up. Sal was there, but was it too late? Home from the backside, and Milo gets pulled back into the fray. Carvey gets the kill. Super Shark finds Magister, best player 1. You didn't get a target. Best player 1 gets pulled back as well. Zia gets a kill onto Carvey. Now Sunset Lover gets a kill onto best player 1, and Zia, you're taking a little bit too much damage. You have to be careful.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, great awareness from Magister. He realized he was the target of the Circling Eagle. He quickly starts going into the opposite direction, following along with the rotation of the Circling Eagle to pull the boy away. And unfortunately, best player decided to drop in the middle of the team. Now that his support is way off the mark, instantly goes down.
Zia's playing the safe game so far. He could have made a lot of risks right there. He could have gained a lot out of them. He might have actually activated a crossbow of Tang and take everyone out, but again, he goes for the safer route and think that the Lord is going down.
Yeah, but it's going down very, very fast, and Magister is able to secure it, and Sao preemptively using the time journey to make sure that no shenanigans happen.
Yep, and he doesn't even have the fleeting time, right? This is literally Enchanted Talisman, and he's also got the Holy Glaive as well, just to make sure, sorry, the Divine Glaive, just to be really, really annoying. It's like, oh, Radiant Armor? No big deal.
Hey, damage offense is the best defense.
It makes me so mad.
Yeah.
He's 6.4k and he's dealing almost just as much damage as the gold laners. It's got to be infuriating for some of the players of the Ohio brothers.
And he only died once, so there's no reset for his stacks.
Jump.
But look at this. Kid Bomba taking quite a lot of damage, and best player 1 looks like he's going to get taken down. Carvey secures the kill. Zia is a little bit too forward. Sunset Lover could deal the damage. Mystic Gush coming in from Hoon just to try to push them away, just to make sure that they don't want to move forward. But Magister is like, yeah, fam, I want to go in. Maybe not.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's now a buddy system for the side of the Ohio brothers, right? Super Shark has to make sure that he's body blocking. He's body blocking for his boy Zia. Mielo has to cover Hoon on his side. Now that best player is down, they have no real means of following up upon engages, even if the time reversal has been expanded early. So now it's about how many inhibitors can you actually save?
Actually, I would say that so far Team TOB, they managed to defend 2 Lords in a row without even hitting 1 inhibitor to it, which is a remarkable thing. The game so far is so equal in terms of every statistic in the map, every statistic here on the board with us. Gold-wise, turret-wise, kills-wise, everything looks actually... I have a... No, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. No.
I'm just saying. I feel like at this point the Ohio brothers are getting sick of hearing hood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or yep. Every single time. It's so, especially with the auto a lot. Wait, whoa.
Kid Bomba taking the brunt of the damage, and Magister looks like he doesn't want to go in first. I feel like that's a good decision. I think they're just playing around Sao. Sao, do you have your ult? You do. Then we're gonna do something about it. If not, I mean, he had it, right? But I feel like they're just waiting for the Ohio brothers to do something first. Let the Ohio brothers make the mistake.
I don't know. It felt like a peace conference. The Ohio brothers walking up into no man's land. Neo's Vault lining up, saying hi. You know, discussions did not go well, unfortunately. Hoot once again, and the Ohio brothers said
okay,
no.
Look, Sao 56.
Come
Zia
on.
57. Carvey 58.
Oh shit! This is
Sunset Lover is 32. Hoon is 32.
And imagine that Sao dealt that damage. Most of it was on the gold lane. So imagine being in a landmine actually at that gold lane.
This is so frustrating to watch. I mean, Sao is just getting away with so much right now. Honestly, when you look and compare both teams, there's a lot of similarities between them. It's really great to see that these regions giving each other respect in the same manner, but also in terms of power level are actually very similar.
I'm actually pretty nervous. I cannot imagine how does the players feel like right now. It's so close.
Yep, Spatial Migration did not hit onto Magister. Magister is playing very patiently as a jungler here, and Hoon finds Sao. And
that's good.
That's amazing. He forced out the and now Sunset Lover, he's gonna get caught, and looks like Shark wants the kill. Sunset Lover is able to get out, and Kid Bomba is able to leave as well. What happened?
No, they didn't want to keep on ego challenging it. They're like, we've already got them to use their battle spells, their big ults. This is a free lord unless Magister.
You want to melt it down.
Okay, Milo, you're taking a little bit too much damage. The lore hurts right now. Best player 1, Spatial Migration onto Magister, and Hoon is able to hit the Mystic Gush. Now the immortality is up. Hoon gets a kill, but Kid Bomba forces a damage onto Zia, and Corby shuts down Zia. And Sunset Lover gets a kill onto Milo. This is a very big mistake. Best player 1, you gotta keep your health. You can't secure this Lord, but this Bolt, they can get the kill.
They're trying to burn it.
Corby! He died, he survived, he got the Lord, and Super Shark's gonna go down. Sunset Lover taking the ult, taking the kill.
How can you miss that retreat?
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's really unfortunate.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it either, man.
Who's going to talk about it then?
Come on, man. This is one of the situations that you don't want to be in, especially for the Ohio brothers, right? They were sitting underneath the Lord. During that Lord dance, they were making some good decisions, but with the recent changes, a lot of these members were getting chunked out bit by bit, and Fuse Vault got a full reset because they didn't rush down the Lord in time.
5v5. It came down to here. 5v5. Lord coming in, marching from the bot lane. Evolved Lord. It's not looking so good for TOB, to be honest.
Oh, Hood all the way. Sao 0-1 and 10 doing a lot of work. The Ohio brothers can't find an angle to engage in a fight. This is, I guess, one of Grenadier's counters as well. It's like, you want to jump in, go ahead. And look at all the traps he's putting on the board.
Oh, he's just farming damage, and Shark is doing his best to absorb as many of these as possible.
Oh no, best player 1. Even using, oh no, like, a lot of mistakes here.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes.
It's fine, it's fine. They've only lost 1 inhibitor. The other 2 are basically going to die in 1 hit from Garvey, maybe 2. But the most important part is that the Ohio brothers are still in it. Their Crystal's still alive.
Let me just say before the game starts, I said I wanted to see Sunset Lover. I'm not disappointed.
He doesn't disappoint.
He is amazing in all 3 games.
Yeah, I would actually say that. Oh, what was that?
Well,
what was
Divine Glaive and Lightning Truncheon, baby. It hurts.
And Holy Crystal, he's
Crystal.
going full damage. He's going just all in with these bombs.
He's looking at Sunset Lover. I'm the mid laner now.
Oh boy, this is pretty scary. This is really, really scary considering the amount of damage that they have. Even if you do have that Radiant Armor, it's still a substantial amount, especially when they're all packed in together. The stacks might not necessarily work as well as you think it would, but the Ohio brothers now opening up the map is starting to become quite a pain in the butt, and Magister so far has been doing a really good job at maintaining that front line.
Let's go,
He rise up that board.
Hoot, hoot.
Toot, toot. Wow.
It shouldn't be like this.
Yeah, this is not how we do it in MENA.
I'm the carry now.
Look at me, Sunset. I am the carry.
Remember the days of feeding Diggy? This is a different era of Diggy.
Truly, truly. Damage taken coming in from Yellow. Oh,
Maybe just give him a retribution at this point.
Now, why not? Right now, the Lord is going to get leashed by both teams, but so far, this Volt has been winning those trades, and just
the
took
damage.
So much damage from Sunset Lover.
Wow, 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 wow. Now everyone have to be so careful. Team TOB need to find that opening. The Lord, I don't think at this moment, the Lord is what matters. It matters the fight around that Lord.
Kimboba flickers forward, but looks like Milo tries to re-engage, but Sawa Hood denies it. Milo gets taken down. Immortality used. Looks like he's going to survive, but at this point, does it matter? This Volt, it might be a free Lord.
I think it is. I mean, the top side is building up really, really with a huge wave, and even bottom side needs to be answered. The Ohio brothers have maintenance to do on their lanes before they even think about this. But even for Fredeo's Vault, they're like, you know what? We might be able to actually get a fight out of this. Let's reset and do this all over again.
Diggy is a predator
here.
Diggy is a predator.
He's a bird of he's a bird of prey.
In the food chain, Diggy's on top.
Is it 1 second, 0.5 something? Because he's just throwing like stars.
I mean,
he's got the enchanted.
Yeah, look. Yeah, with the enchanted talisman, you can put a lot.
He's still going. He's still going. Like Shark. Like if Shark doesn't have the guiding wind shield,
how much can he spam this first kill?
He can keep on spamming it all. I mean, again, this is enchanted talisman benefits, right? This is why this build is annoying.
Yeah, right now, while they're doing this Lord dance, this Volt is pushing without pushing. The minions doing work. Best player 1 gets 2, but Sawa again denies the crowd control. Bahoon gets a kill onto Carvey, and now looks like a mistake coming in from this Volt. They're playing a little bit too much, and now looks like Kid Bomba is gonna get taken down, but the minions is pushing. They managed to get the inhibitor at top. The Ohio brothers, it's a good thing for them to actually win that fight.
Yep.
If not, it could have been over.
Yep, and now this could be some hope for the NA representatives, right? With this upcoming Empowered Lord, like, it's so important. These death timers are so long. Every single one of these picks are going to be important. Every one of these resources is going to be more valuable. So the Ohio brothers, this just might be an opportunity to even the playing field, if not to crack the crystal open.
I would actually feel so bad for Diggy. I would actually feel so bad for Saw if they lost that game. TOB, that damage is just insane, man. That's just insane.
Yeah, but right now, the Ohio brothers, they have the Lord. They cannot make a mistake. It's 25 minutes into the game. Hoon don't get caught. Zia don't get caught. They're pushing the mid lane inhibitor. They got it. Best player 1 gets Magister, and Hoon right now gets targeted. Sunset Lover is not going to commit.
Yep. Also, Carby just came out of spawn, right? So again, the Ohio brothers, Mielo is going to look for a reset. Same goes for Super Shark. But at this point of time, right, they've gotten the big ults, but there's no way to converge on it. TOB, they're looking for an opportunity to actually go for a pick. Devu will not give it to them. Look how tight they are together.
The Lord is untouched so far. So far, the Lord is safe.
Yeah, but now Zia taking a lot of damage from Sunset Lover. Mielo is moving forward, but the Lord is going to get taken down, unable to deal damage on the top inhibitor.
25 minutes. We're going for a 30?
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of harassment coming out from Sawo, forcing people to actually go for recalls because of how much unnecessary damage people have been taking, look at this. Yeah, right? Like, this is frustrating to deal with. Walking up feels like you're pushing through thorns.
Right. They cannot. Oh, they can.
Super
They wanna
Shark,
engage.
you want to force this out. Mielo is not using the penalty zone just yet, and Zia as well, Super Shark taking quite a lot of damage. Perhaps a missed call coming in from the Ohio brothers.
I would actually choose a safer route. I would go there. I would go back, freeze the lanes, and wait for the Lord. If I'm TOP.
I mean, there's nothing else you can really do about it, right? Bot side, there's a huge wave that's building up. The Ohio brothers could look to attack the top side at this point of time, or as you can see, best player, right? Just making sure his presence is felt, making sure that Dioswal have to fight for ground constantly despite continuously laying down traps in their own jungle.
Dude, the wave clear from Dioswald is very good. The Ohio brothers, they gotta stack up way more minions to make a difference, and now Mielo
They got Magister.
finds Magister, but it looks like they're not going to commit.
Oh, Diggy actually has a Genius 1 by now. Diggy is actually going for a full, Sao's going for a full damage build. And actually, he can do quite much damage, and he is already like doing quite a lot damage. But the Lord at minute 28 is going to be so hard to defend. But I think that again, and I would say it again, look at his damage, 128. 30k away from Sunset Lover, his own mid laner. Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
Dude, he's trying to break records here. Like,
he's trying to be the MVP.
Yeah, he's trying to farm stats at this point. I think that at least for the Ohio brothers, there might be some consideration to force and maybe try and burst down Sawo. He isn't going for the Purify anyway, so the initial CC might be useful to get that ult out as soon as possible.
Oh, best player finds Magister, but best player took a little bit too much damage, and now even though he has the immortality, he has to be careful. The Lord hurts now. True damage coming in, and Magister is still very, very healthy. The Lord has been resetted.
Yeah, Sunset Lover is waiting there. Sunset Lover is waiting there, but bad management for that wave. Diosvolt have to go back to defense. They might just lose numbers against TOP.
Super Shark's got to be careful, right? He can't keep sitting around this Lord. The Lord legitimately hurts 28 minutes into this game.
Yeah, so does Sunset Lover. Look at the damage coming in. And I got to say, the Ohio brothers, best player 1, he wants to engage, but it never looks good when he does. The damage that he receives is a little bit too much. Carvey and Sunset Lover as well as Sao. It's too much.
It is too much. It's actually unbearable to a point. It's so annoying to a point, but this Lord is gonna be so risky to take. This Lord is gonna be so risky to take.
Right, we gotta look at me.
Oh, what was that?
Oh my goodness!
Oh, Pixel Brush.
Show mercy,
please. When does it stop? Sao, he's just tapping one button the whole way. Wait.
Oh, circling eagle. We're just gonna dance in the air, and nothing's gonna happen. Now even Magister is able to freeze time for himself. He's not gonna be taking a lot of damage. So I feel like just Volt, they're setting up for a bait.
Yeah, actually at this point, I think that everyone is watching Diggy play around with his bombs. He's just annoying TOP. He's not letting them go in, but the Lord is about to go half HP though.
Yeah, right now the Ohio brothers, they're just seeing stars.
They should.
Oh, Kid Bomba goes in. He wants Blast Player 1, but Milo is there trying to re-engage. But both of them are taking a little bit too much damage. Zia is trying to kite all the way through. Milo is able to freeze. Sunset Lover looks like he's able to run away. Kid Bomba gets a kill. And look at Kid Bomba, Immortality U. Sao again, just dealing damage. Someone take this Diggy down.
no. Sabo's not gonna let himself die like that. I've never seen him flicker at all. Throughout this entire game, he hasn't really been needing to use his flicker. And now that they've managed to wave down by that bottom side, they have to clear up that mid, clear up top side, and do this all over again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bombs.
Are you like counting chips?
At this point, yeah, you kind of have to, right? It's not like you can ignore the damage coming out from Sao. Like, even Hoon is struggling to walk up now.
Yep. Yeah.
Best player one jumps in. He's trying his best, but he may have went in way too soon. Gets taken down. Magister secures the Lord, and Super Shark is going to get taken down. Same as Hoon. Karvi secures the kill, and now Zia trying to 1v5. He gets Sao, but that's all he's going to get. Sao! He died, but he secures the kill, and it's a wipeout!
Oh my goodness. What a game this has been. Mielo is coming back up in about 6 more seconds, but all the rest of his teammates, more than a minute worth of their timer. And Dios Vault, yeah, they're going to start walking in towards that Crystal side finally. And even no matter what, Sabo's like, I've done my job.
Sao
Look
MVP.
at me.
Sao MVP. Right now, Magister is going to get taken down. Milo's going to try his best. He got Karvi, but it looks like Dios Vault got that Crystal. This best of 3. What a series!
What a series. What an interesting. Initially, game 1 and game 2 were looking like a mirror matchup, but here in game number 3, we have Deo's Ball taking it away. 30 minutes, pushing it for one of the longest matches we have seen thus far. My God, have you seen a Diggy do that much damage?
Sao better be MVP, man.
I mean,
he better be
MVP. Oh, that is such a depressing game. Getting poked out in that particular manner. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a really intense game. I would actually give the MVP with pleasure to Sao this game. He did deserve that win with that Diggy that I didn't even imagine will go with full damage.
Oh boy, what a matchup between very grueling, very endurance heavy. It really depends how much patience and stamina you have, and this time it's going to be EECA's representatives that comes out on top. But do not worry, there's still more matches to be played here in Group D, and especially for the Ohio brothers, it doesn't mean that they're out of the tournament just yet. They have redemption games.
Dude, he is potentially, he can have a specified stat as Roamer of doing the most damage. Roamer DPM amongst all of the roamers? Sure, Zorn has TP per minute. The damage per minute from Sao. Oh, Lord. Oh.
Ouch.
That was Sao painful.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of that one, but you guys get what you get.
I don't know. There's not much to really say about this game, especially once we got to the ultra late stages of it, right? Whoever makes that first move is definitely going to get punished for it, and unfortunately, the Ohio brothers cracked under the, I wouldn't even say immense amount of pressure, but just running out of patience to hold on.
Well, seeing that, I think we have broke the limit for the highest time match, or like the longest match so far in the series. So I think it was more than 30, but what is it? It's supposed to be Sao.
It's Sao. Give it to him. He's dropping the ball. It's like, yeah, feel the pain. Hoot, hoot.
Oh my goodness. MVP of our game. Give it up for Sao with 94 kill participation. Low GPM. But my goodness, we need to have the damage per minute from this guy because he is topping the charts. We'll see it in the post game stats. But first, let's have a look at the highlights here. Highlights brought to you by Grab. But man, what a game this has been.
It's gonna be actually so strange when you look at the highlights, and what you are looking for is Diggy. Basically, you kind of want to look for the marksman, you kind of want to look also for the mages, but here you are actually looking for Sao and his perfect gameplay with that Diggy. Karvi at this point actually was doing really good in terms of the damage, but he couldn't do quite enough to save his team, I would say, from an early game loss. But yeah, that was just the damage. When they went in that bush, they found a surprise. It was a party surprise by Sao, presented here by Team Dios Vault. Hoon at some points, actually, I would have said that Gord could have been executed much more better. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I just feel like he was really overthinking about his positioning, making sure that he doesn't get caught. But trying to position well, it worked in his favor. But I feel like he would have looked better if the engages actually went through. That time journey
is a real difference maker.
It's so obnoxious, and he gets it back up so quick as well. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Engage
Yeah, look.
instantly.
The engage is good, and Hoon was ready to deal the damage, but it's like,
Hesitating,
guys,
yeah.
No. It's like, okay, the engage was good, but the engage was cancelled. Hoon already used his Mystic Gush on the targets, but the targets are moving. The targets are not supposed to move.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. We need a stable target when you have that Gord, and this point was the last moment TOP had to live and to live through 31 minutes. Yeah, it is 31 minutes game. TOP fall down to the momentum that Team Duo's Volt have applied upon them. It was a really intense match. It was a really mind-breaking match. 31 minutes. Oh my god.
You want to know what would be
know.
a difference maker?
What would be the
What?
difference maker?
If this Guinevere was an assassin. If it was a Lancelot, that Diggy would have had no chance. Right? Because the problem with a Diggy is, especially when you're building full damage, you don't have a lot of HP.
I don't know, because then on the opposite side, then Magister would have kind of a free time kind of walking up at you. It's like,
Hey,
look at all that damage.
The Diggy is the problem.
The Diggy is the
Diggy
problem.
is the problem.
Yeah.
You're right. With 31, if the game always drags out to 31 minutes, then maybe there should have been a consideration. But even so, I can't really blame the Ohio brothers, right? This is a really grueling match. Like, at the end of the day, it comes down to who has the resources left after the time journey, and can they make that heroic play. Zia was doing good, consistent damage, but when you needed him to go for an incredible crossbow of tank, he just could not find him. Devu would not let them have... Oh, man, he's the carry and the forgotten one. God,
185k.
Well, actually, if you're on the side of Team TOP, would you actually care that much about the bombs from the Diggy? Would you care that much to not enter a bush? Would you be that scared?
Yes, if I was Hoon,
If
you'd
that's the
die
game,
at
yeah.
5 bombs.
Look at the difference in damage.
He's
Look at the difference.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's the word.
What can you really say about it, right? He's got double the damage of Hoon.
Wait.
Double the damage of Yellow.
Carvey and Sunset Lover. Yeah, they need to combine the damage to beat Sao. And Sao took the least damage. Even Carvey and Sunset Lover took more damage.
I'm actually legitimately curious how many times Sawa actually had to use his flicker, because I felt like he barely
saw
touched
one.
his battle spell.
I saw one. At the defense, at their side, he had to flicker, use his ultimate. That was the only one I saw flicker.
That's fair. That's fair. But with that being said, congratulations once again for EECA's representative, Neos Vault. They played well. We saw a good side of them, but we also saw quite the interesting mirror matchup here with NA representatives, the Ohio brothers, right? In terms of like power level, in terms of the way that they play, they were on par with each other.
That lived up to expectations. Let me just say that. That was an amazing series. After the first one, it looked like, okay, maybe this might be a 2-0 because Zia didn't look all that confident, but game number 2 and game number 3, he was confident. He was able to do much, but game number 3, I'll just say, Deus Volt really won the draft.
Would it be safe to say for you, Lafelle, at least, you were looking for Uranus earlier on. Would you look for a Diggy from now on?
Wait, did I say the Ohio Brothers is going to win? The prediction?
Yes, you did.
Let's forget that.
Yeah, let's
sorry.
show.
I'm sorry. Guys.
Look, once
Look,
again.
So these things are out of my hands. The production team went on to keep asking. I said I didn't want to give my prediction, but
That's what he always says. Once again, M5 is powered by Munto and presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Up next is the best of 3 matchup featuring Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls and Singapore's Team Flash. Both of these competitors are looking for some points, especially for the Burmese Ghouls. So stay tuned. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back.
energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh. Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-Lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Go! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
I welcome you to the M5 World Championship! M5 Group Stage Day 1 was a showcase for the carries, where we are entering a new era. It is finally time for the junglers to shine again. AP Brand, the Filipino champions, are determined to rile up the home fans with a win against their old rival, Burmese Ghouls. The dreadful Nolan was left open by Burmese Ghouls in both games for Kyle Teasy to take advantage.
It's stressful to see. Oh! AP Brand coming in with the Lord, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
The home team achieved the opener that they'd hoped. Next, Team SMG tapped on family buffs in a quest to take down the Turkish champions. Fireflux rallied on with a great display from TNZ in both games.
The base the base! Fireflux takes game 1.
With that, the rulers from Turkey are off to a great start in the group of death. Led by two veteran roamers,
Managed to take down Lord Down. He's now dancing with Nail.
the match then turned into a back and forth contest between Nile and Chibi. Ultimately, it was the Malaysian carry that stood on top. The last match of the day, it was all Onyx from the get-go.
Onyx, they just have that Tiger.
Even luck was on their side.
He died! Will he die?
Oh!
No way!
No way!
No way!
The Sky Kings were way too dominant for the Brazilian robots to overcome. We saw plenty of spectacular jungler plays during day 1 of the
to keep me from my army.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
All hell is about to break loose as the god of the underworld takes on the undying ghouls. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. Getting here, by the way, still joined by Lafell and as well as Yasu to bring you the clash between Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls and the champion of MPL Singapore, Team Flash.
And again, we do want to say the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab. It's no secret, it's our official chair partner.
So thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Now, boys, there's a lot of moments that even us as casters, we miss out, but You guys at home have been catching it no matter what, because you can find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search hashtag MLBBM5 and maybe also remember to use that hashtag to share your content and stand a chance to win rewards, because so far people have been catching every little moment these players have been making.
Let me just say, I've been cheating.
You've been cheating?
I have been using TikTok just to get all of those ideas. It's like, I thought I captured everything on Cass, but then it's like, oh, they caught something that even I didn't notice.
How?
You guys are amazing. You guys are better than great.
But with today's matchup, the headline is the Underworld Uprising. Can Hades tame the ghouls? This time, we're getting a new representative coming in from Singapore, and it's an exciting time. Even Malaysia had new representatives. Burmese ghouls had a bit of a change themselves, but is it going to be enough? Is this the big change that we've been waiting for from Singapore?
Well, from Singapore, actually, they just had a full best of 7, so they are ready.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Burmese ghouls as well. Even though yesterday, yes, they lost to AP Brand, but come on, they lost to AP Brand.
Come on. Who's really judging them at this point? They put up a really good fight. Even Coach Ducky did give a couple of comments about them, saying, honestly, they're really prepared for the draft. But can Hades tame the ghouls? Because Myanmar and Singapore M Series results kind of tell a bit of a different story. Consistently, it seems that Myanmar has been taking down Singapore more times than not over the span of 4 years.
Okay, here's the thing. We're in Malaysia. We're right next to Singapore, so we don't want to dump on you. But the only time Myanmar is not placed higher than Singapore is when they didn't go there.
Oh, that's a gut punch.
I mean, like, we didn't do any better. We didn't do any better. So, you know, it's like,
Surumpun. But honestly, M3 was a very good time for Singapore, right? Achieving 4th place, you know, the last time Malaysia got that was M1.
M1.
It was a long time ago, but Myanmar is consistent, and they always surprise the rest of the world. They're definitely somebody not to give up upon, because as we move into the dawning of a new age, I mean, I don't know about you guys' predictions, but I'm feeling that Team Flash, they've got something in store for us from maybe their draft, possibly?
Even I don't know my prediction.
Well, yeah, I cannot actually remember my prediction right now, but I would say that Team Burmese ghouls are warmed up.
I mean, they're more than warmed up. They're ready, and they're hungry for the upcoming points. They might just be given unless MPL SG has something else to say to us. With that being said, to officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our game. Thank you so much. These are our first responders, Rain, Wilbur, Shun, and as well as Ivan, to make sure that competitive integrity is kept at an all-time high. But with that being said, back from a fateful reunion against the familiar foe, the relentless ghouls return to prove that they have yet to give everything they've got. Rise for the Burmese ghouls!
I don't know about you guys, but I trust Burmese ghouls. I feel like they got this.
The relentlessness brought the dawn of a new age for Singaporeans' MLBB scene. Now they begin another journey en route to proving that they are better than great. Don't blink or you'll miss Team Flash!
This season is a glow up for Team Flash. They just came from an intense full best of 7.
Now, let's welcome their coaches. From the side of the Burmese ghouls, Coach Lin Danny, and as well as analyst DJ. From Team Flash, Coach Reminiscent, and as well as analyst KZP. These are all veterans in their own right as they arm their players for the upcoming battle here at M5.
Hey, you know what? After the previous game, we saw a Diggy. I want to see more. I want to see surprises coming in from both teams.
I told you, you were like trying to get Uranus inside the draft anyhow, but now I think you're gonna go for that Diggy.
Oh yeah, I love that Diggy. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship.
It is a love-hate relationship. But here is the roster. Time for roll call for the Burmese ghouls. It's Stitch, Nico, Carbon, Lena, and as well as BlinkX. I don't know if BlinkX is going to pick up the Diggy this time around. I'll be real with you.
Hey, you know what? Inspiration comes in many different forms. Some might say the previous match.
Yeah, some might.
Yeah. Some might. I don't know, because I'm looking at people like Carbon. I'm looking at people like Stitch specifically to make the big difference for the side of the Burmese ghouls.
And also, we gotta see Nico, because so far Nico has been tunneling on those utility junglers. We gotta see if he has gone to the point where he will use a carry jungle.
I mean, especially when his matchup is against Hades, and not just him. Let's not forget about Vanix, Adamir, Jay, and as well as Lolzy. Lolzy being one of the few players, as well as Adamir, who have competed in an M series before. They are the veterans to help the team through.
And actually, Adamir is one of those players that can help you through the drafting phase. He can adjust to a tremendous amount of heroes like Baxi. I can take us on the XP.
Yeah.
You wanted the Baxi earlier on the XP. Also the Fredrin. So he leaves a room to his team to play as they want in the draft phase.
Well, I mean, if there's one lane that usually has to take the short end of the stick, it's the EXP.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like, EXP at this point is like, not so much heroes. It's like, if Terizla is open, Terizla. They got a 1-1, Phobius. Yuzong's been great, and this is our prediction. Who did I choose? Oh, I chose Burmese Ghoul. Oh, it's
wait.
a Burmese
Look,
Ghoul
it's a
table.
streak. No, it's a 2-1 streak.
All of us 2-1.
Yeah.
Why do we want to stay here for long?
Look, I think that there's a good chance, especially with the way that Team Flash plays, they've caught teams off guard, and that's how they honestly got to the stage in the first place, right? They are interesting, they are innovative, and now that they have stable laners to kind of back up that playstyle, they might be able to take a game from the Burmese Ghouls.
I do have to say, because 100% win rate on Hades using that Nolan, I do want to see if he's going to get banned. If it's banned out, it's a Nolan. If it doesn't, Yeslin.
Well, Primus Ghouls at this point, they cannot afford to lose even a single point. Even though we expected to see a full series, I don't think that Primus Ghouls wants to take any other outcome other than the 2-0, a full sweep, to help them through that group stage.
Oh my goodness, even the audience prediction, it's leaning more towards the Burmese Ghouls. The Singaporeans are too realistic.
Oh,
even they believe in Burmese Ghouls.
What?
Come on!
Come on!
Where's the SG pride?
Be, patriotism, like, patriotic.
Exactly.
Support your countrymen.
You guys
support Hades.
Yeah, you guys go through national service together as well, so why aren't you as connected with the teams up on these stages? Maybe this could be the time that, well, especially for the Singaporean representatives, to change the hearts and minds of a country or of a nation.
You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna channel Singapore, because that's one thing that I like, Gideon.
What?
I like being wrong. And that's why my predictions act like that. So maybe they want to be wrong as well. Maybe they believe in their own curse.
So,
if we trust our representatives, then maybe they can win.
No. So wait. You like being wrong in terms of the predictions.
Yeah.
So when you predicted at the past that the Malaysian teams are winning.
No. It's a learning experience.
It takes some adjustments.
I'm learning who I am as a person, right?
And then channeling it in the right way.
Yeah, let me just say, now that I'm married, I'm learning a whole lot about myself.
It's a whole new world out there.
It's a whole new world.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since M2, getting those predictions wrong, you were just a baby boy then.
Okay, come on. You're bringing up all the way M2.
Hey, man, you said it was a journey.
4 years?
And learning, yes, 4 years.
He knows your history, though.
Of course I know his history. We room together as we get into the drafting phase here in our second best of 3. Now, let's keep in mind, Hades, he has a 100% win rate on that Nolan. And honestly, Nico has yet to play a mechanically demanding hero. Hopefully, we might get a bit of a taste of that here in their very first match in this best of 3 series between Burmese Ghouls on the blue side against Team Flash on the red side.
Seeing Team Flash actually reminds me of the previous games, especially the game where we saw the Fanny gameplay, because Team Flash at Singapore are known for their split bush strategy. So I don't know, should we expect to see a split bush composition from the early stage, from the first phase of draft?
Well, personally for me, I feel like it's one of those situations where they're hoping that Burmese Ghouls will have one more auto attack to crack the crystal, but don't do it, and they turn it around. Like, that'd be crazy, right?
You know what? I'd rather be lucky than good, so I'll take that. I'd rather be lucky than good. I'm being real with y'all.
Oh, too real. It's too real that it hurts, the reality of it all. But so far, Joy and Boxia have been banned out, and I'm pretty sure that Team Flash don't want luck to be played in this particular. Oh,
Phobia's ban. What does that say?
Well, it says that they want to use a lot of mobility, and after seeing that from Team Burmese Ghouls, it was natural to see a 1-1 being banned after that.
No hesitation. No hesitation at all. And making sure that they're getting rid of, the big hitters 1-1. I think, Team Flash still very much in the zone, right? They're adapting on the fly. I'm pretty sure that they have their own game plan coming into this draft.
Okay, so it's very interesting. Perhaps they themselves want something like a Nolan? Because again, the Phobias actually deals a lot with a lot of these heroes. So I think even looking at here, I feel like they're both discussing is like, this Phobia's ban very early on is very sus.
It is very sus. And I feel with Burmese Ghouls, especially since they are on the blue side, they might be able to snag it real quick. So it's kind of up to Team Flash right now, right?
Are we going to see a Faramis? I kind of feel like we will see a Faramis or an Angela being banned right now. But so far, Team Burmese Ghouls are focusing so much on those, like, let's say, leaning toward that shields, right? Yeah. If we look at the Joy shields, if we look at the previous shields, also the Matilda. So I think they are afraid of playing against those shields.
Let me just say, I'm not a big fan of Guinevere at this moment.
Really? Why? What changed? Oh, and speaking of which, it's banned.
Yeah, we take her out for you. So why?
Thanks. I appreciate it. Because every time I see her get picked up, I feel disappointed.
Really? Well,
I feel like a dad that my son/daughter got a B.
Well, don't worry, A-star student,
It's an Asian thing. It's an Asian
thing. Don't worry.
Asian
A-star student Nolan locked in for the side for the first pick of the Burmese Ghouls as we jump on over to Team Flash. Of course, they gotta take the Bruno naturally, but they're also pairing it up with the Valentina. Now, experience is the best teacher if we're talking about A's, because once a gold laner back in M3 with experience, Adamir is now an EXP laner, and I've heard a lot about this, right? During their time, during his time with Evos, was talking to the manager, and they were mentioning he's actually a pretty good gold laner, but he's even more deadly as an EXP laner.
Actually, we have seen the similar situation the last game where I think Zia and also one more player changed their own
Sunset Lover,
Sunset Lover. But yeah, now I can tell you that was a 100% premise for the side of Team Burmese Ghouls. But what was I more sure about was the Nolan after you brought it up, because Furious is one of those annoying picks that you cannot just play against with the Nolan, and you have the Arlott, so everything is justified.
It makes a lot of sense, right? And I mean, these are very good ultimates for the Valentina to actually pick up later. Let's see whether Burmese Ghouls actually want to overload them as we look at the final pick of the first phase for the side of Team Flash. Any predictions on what it might be? Oh, never mind. They've already locked in the Fanny.
You know what? It's a Fanny Day. International Fanny Day. We've been having Fannies all throughout. So at this point... Okay, Brody, I was thinking of like something like a Hilda.
I was thinking
something like a Hilda.
I don't mind, because at the end of the day, Brody is one of those heroes who's really, really good. Well, I wouldn't say really good, pretty decent against assassins. Lockdown stun, able to kite decently well overall, even against dive-style compositions.
Yeah, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls at this moment, they should take more care of their turret, because as I said earlier on, Team Flash are known in Singapore with their split pushing ability. Having that Fanny and also Bruno with his bowls, he can just go through all the turrets without breaking a sweat.
We gotta talk about Lolzi as well. He's a catcher. Is it a good situation for him to use a catch kind of hero here? Something like a Kaja, something like a Cho?
There's a good possibility for those types of heroes, because again, you have a way to get dispel my CC, cleanse that CC. No, suppression tells you no, absolutely not. And I think in this particular case, to be able to drag your opponent away might not be a bad idea, right? They get rid of the Hilda. I'm thinking Kaja or even Franco on the table, not too bad to pull them away from the Netherrealm. It also works.
A question.
Yes.
Even though I'm supposed to be the one answering.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I'll ask the question. Why would you ban a Kufra and the Fanny is in front of you? Like, are you clearing the way for it?
I can actually answer this one, because Lolzi plays Kufra pretty often, and also because they're on red side on the second phase, they get first pick, which they're more afraid of them picking it up early on, because they're not going to have access to it if they yoink it.
What if this Arla is going to the roam? That's why they don't mind betting out all these roamers.
Right? No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it would actually work.
Oh, what, you want a Diggy?
You know
what?
Do
you want a Diggy?
Actually, against the Fanny, I don't think it's that great.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see.
Cutthroat pump. Kill one Diggy with one slash.
Hey, at least we know that Diggy is forced to go with the tank build and not just build magic damage throughout that match. So, now Teruzla gets locked in for the side of Team Flash. Again, this is one of the Adamir specials, right? A stable laner. It's going to be good for him. Let's see whether Burmese Ghouls have an interesting approach to this. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, you have said it earlier, Rafael. You said when Trizla's open,
I think Ixia should be
it
here,
is
by
a
the way.
Trizla. What?
I think Ixia should be here.
Ixia?
It's gonna be difficult going up against this Fanny, but laning phase you're gonna do well against the Bruno.
Yeah, but stable. So, like Ixia cannot deal with Fanny at all. She needs to always use the flicker or Wind of Nature.
Wait,
I mean,
Angela is up as well.
That's the thing, right?
But
I don't know, because their lineup doesn't exactly doesn't scream like, oh yeah, traditional front to back, right?
Oh.
I actually like this quite a bit.
You do?
Yeah, because again, you have the mobility to kind of try and outplay the Fanny, and more importantly so, if those steel cables happen to be passing by, potentially, I don't want to give too much here. I don't know if the Ruby is going into the EXP lane to try and even up and sandbag against the Charizla, but at the very least, you have answers to it.
What was the last pick? I couldn't actually recognize the way. We will see in a bit. Seeing that Trizla is here and knowing that the fact that he will play against the Arlet if there was no changes in terms of the Ruby Arlet situation, and also knowing that there's a lot of damage that can be dealt upon the turrets, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls are actually risking so hard towards that late game on Claude, and also, in the world of Kung Fu, yeah, the speed is all that matters.
Yeah, true. And looking at my notes, apparently Ruby is one of Blink X's one more comfort heroes. So perhaps that's what they're hoping for. Is like just use a hero that you're comfortable on.
All right. With that being said, that concludes the draft. I want to get some thoughts on this. What are you boys feeling about both sides? We'll break down the compositions a little bit, but let's see. Where do your preferences lie? Are you thinking Team Flash? Are you thinking BG?
Who cares?
What?
Don't worry, he wants to see the action, but looking at the stats, I mean, I have to admit, it's interesting to see this coming out from the side of the Burmese Ghouls, but I think that I'm more of a standard, more straight and narrow guy. I'm leaning towards Team Flash.
You say straight and narrow, but you try to put me into a trap. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to give any team an advantage.
It seems you've caught me in my tracks here.
Either way, we're going back. Will the Singaporean representative show up against the Burmese Ghouls, this time showing that M5 is the time for Singaporeans to rise up.
Welcome back to the land of dawn here at the M5 World Championships. We are going to see this bout begin as Burmese Ghoul is going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. It looks like it's going to be a purple start for both sides, and naturally for these assassins. Ooh, using the aspirant skin coming in from Hades. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I would say actually Burmese Ghouls have to win this game 2-0, if not maybe 2-0, 2-1, because this is the only opportunity they have to at least be assured for a bit into this early, let's say, group stage, because they are the only team that played 2 games so far. Am I right?
Yeah, and shout out to Carbon using the Starlight skin. If you guys haven't grabbed it, grabbed it for yourself. You're welcome,
You're welcome. Shout out to them. Let's look at the emblems to see if there's anything too interesting. It looks like it's going to be, a majority going for agility here. Now, what are your thoughts on this, right? Like, Wilderness Blessing has been, well, nerfed a little bit, right, from 15 to 10, but now I'm seeing that a lot of these professional players actually don't mind taking up the agility rather than going for traditional Rupture.
I would say,
Rolsey taking quite a little bit of damage, but, that's the thing about a Nolan.
Yeah.
Nolan does maybe a little bit too much damage in the early game.
Yeah, they actually need to absorb a little bit more damage than, in the early game stage especially, and I think that this is where the emblems interfere in the early stages more than the late game ones. But Hades, I think that he's looking for someone to just get off the composition or get off formation. But I would actually recommend him to go for the gold lane, not the XP.
No, I agree. But now looking at their positioning, it looks like they want the turtle.
Yeah, they do want the turtle. And you can see by the timers, the clear speed is so different. With 2 seconds left on the clock before that purple spawns for Hades. Nico, he's going to get his purple pretty soon. Lolzy trying to smother him, trying to slow it down.
What is Adamir doing at the mid lane again?
He's taking that wave.
He wants to live for a quick, perhaps. Swapping lane with, he swapped lane with Jay so that Jay can get the extra EXP.
Huh. I think that both of them could have actually got their level 4 even before that turtle, but they do what they have to do.
I think it's about priority as well, right? Adamir is able to get that initial pull to buy enough time for Hades to actually get his second buff before participating in this upcoming fight. But does Team Flash want to be a part of this?
Fanny.
Right now, Hades goes in. The turtle is going over to Nico. Adamir jumps forward, finds one member of Team Burmese Gold, but first blood goes over to Hades. And now Nico is in the middle of all of it, trying to get a return kill onto Jay. And looks like Jay is going to get taken down by Carbon. Yes, no, maybe, yes, no. What? Are you serious?
He gets out of there! No!
Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good.
That's true. That's true. Carbon, unfortunately, couldn't wait for the Demon Mark any longer, having to use that Vengeance to close the distance. But the auto attacks, man, he was so very close. And even for Nico, don't get the kill. At the end of the day, they still got the turtle.
Yeah, everything's actually right now quite settled between both teams because Grimace Ghouls got the turtle, Team Flash got the kill, but Hades can just like make the ties goes a little bit towards Team Flash because of his early game advantage. But let's go and look a little bit on the equipments here. So far, he didn't grab the blade of Heptasis so far. So Fanny will not deal them the damage needed, but the Hask Colossus secured for that Bruno.
At least for Vanix, he knows that if Nico does show up, he can try to outplay the situation and buy just enough time for the rest of his team to actually protect him. Nico finishing that blade of the Heptasis is going to be some big burst damage. Wait, hold on.
Adamir is an EXP, but you're taking way too much damage from Nico. And Nico with a fracture gets a kill. He is an EXP, but my goodness.
Honestly, talk about bad timing. Like the blade of Heptasis gets completed, Adamir out of position.
Yeah. Yeah, a young assassin, I would say. Nico, he has this like fast reflexes. If I'm not mistaken, he's the youngest in the MP.
We were talking about how Nico was using those utility junglers. He just slipped my mind. Nico's using an assassin.
He's not only using an assassin, he's also the youngest. Like, it's all the combinations are coming together, but now the fight!
Hades gets caught. That was a bad engage, but a better attempt from Blinks. He was able to catch a mistake there. Now Lozy trying to slow them down, making sure that Jay survives, but Hades so far has not been getting any kind of kills. And looks like Burmese Ghouls, they're going to secure this turtle.
Oh, he wants to take a risk?
Oh, Hades goes in front. Hades steals it away. Lena trying to help his teammate out, Carbon, but I don't think there's much that he can do. Nico gets a kill onto Hades, and Carbon dashing all the way through with the vengeance, and Lena gets a kill onto Vanus, and Carbon still survives. What's going on with this game? And Lozy, double kill for Lena.
Finally they get a kill back. But my goodness, people are getting away with just a sliver of health. And honestly, Carbon played that so well. And the small synergies, the small interactions. Remember, those demon marks actually proc whenever someone lands CC. And BlinkX is just giving him these vengeance resets.
Yeah, if you made me choose between having 3 kills or even more, four kills or taking the turtle, I will always choose those 4 kills, man. Look here at the items. Everyone got their first item, almost the first item, like a little bit far, no, not too far from the Terizla taking the anti-curse. But yeah, I would say that the core items are secured so far. Adamir using that flicker.
Yeah, flicker forced out, and I think a conversation we need to have. It looks like the Clock of Destiny is still quite meta because we've seen quite a few mid laners still prioritizing that item.
Yeah, I mean, it feels nice when you have that like scaling, well, quote-unquote scaling damage, the extra mana as well
HP
is always
as well.
nice. HP, like, you feel extra confident, especially when you go for the Bloodwings later on in the game. At the very least, it's like that shield is going to be big. Wait, hold up.
Yeah, Blinks catches Adamir and Nico taking that advantage, doing quite a lot of damage onto Adamir now. He has to use his penalty zones defensively. He's not even engaging.
Body of the Smith, baby.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 levels down, but the damage, the DR, the damage reduction is always valuable.
Yeah, I'm not used to see that penalty zone being used to escape without having that flicker. He just have to use it over and over and over again, not to engage, but to disengage. Burmese Ghouls are now ahead in terms of everything, not just the gold, even also we can say in terms of the rotation itself. It's working so well for them. They got all the items they need, and now they just need the execution.
Oh, hey, this is not having a good game. Blink X is using this Ruby cosplaying as a Kaja, stopping the Fanny in his tracks.
Yeah, worse yet, I think Burmese have done some very good homework here. They've recognized some of the patterns that we've seen from the side of Team Flash, especially from Hades, because not everybody likes to sit in that particular bush on the top side next to the Beetle. But in the meantime, at least for Team Flash, despite the fact that they're giving away this turtle, they are able to crack a structure down on the bottom side.
I like actually how Carbon is able to clear his lane and always be that crowd control force with his teammates. I think that we might see a fight at the mid lane, but everyone just chooses to fall back. Team Burmese Ghouls, they have a lot of crowd control, which is something to really take care of if you are Team Flash.
At this point, does Hades have to stay away from the fight? Because maybe split pushing is the other option, but so far, whenever he's alone at the side lane, looks like he's getting punished.
Yeah, he's getting punished pretty hard. Like, I think Burmese Ghouls are kind of conditioning it to a certain degree. Because, again, how often do you see BlinkX kind of walk through that lane, right?
True.
He doesn't do it too often. He's been going bush by bush to kind of get a rough idea and communicating specifically with Nico to kind of understand the path that most Fannies would take.
Look at Arlott. Actually, if you got a chance to look at his items, this is actually one of the best items so far I've seen during the whole day, because it's taking half items, which is something an Arlott only will do during the game. And here we can see that the split push is working against Team Flash.
And right now, Adamir doesn't feel like a Terizla again, using the penalty zone defensively, but he's going to get pulled back by I'm Offended. And at this point, it's not fun playing a Terizla.
Hey, yo, my guy, Adamir, what did you do? What did you say to Burmese Ghouls? It feels like they're specifically like, you.
It seemed personal.
Yeah, it feels personal. This is so many times that they've attacked him on the opposite side of the map.
But how can you be losing that much in terms of the macro skills and yet you lose all the turrets down? Bruno was just feeding on the turrets, 1 on the bot lane, 2 on the top lane.
True.
He's just having fun.
He's literally sucking the marrow from the bones here. And for Burmese Ghouls, the question really comes to, if you are going to escalate the situation, since you have a 2.7k lead, respectable lead at 9 minutes, they want to double that. They need that 2x. Where do they find this 2x? And maybe it's through the Lord in 10 seconds.
That's a really like good perspective to look from, but Stitch, I think that he didn't even participate in anything. There's 5 kills so far. Yeah, he haven't shown us the Hasclaw, not the Hasclaws, the Demon Hunter Sword, also the Golden Staff, his damage. He didn't show us what a Claw can do so far, and I think Team Flash don't want to see that even.
Not gonna lie, I kind of feel like it's kind of the fault of the team. Every single time he wants to join a team fight, it's over by the time he's there.
He blinks, it's gone.
It blinks gone.
Oh,
Whoa,
whoa,
but Team Flash, they secured the lore, but Blink's X is there. It looks like Team Flash is trying to disengage, and they're able to do so, but Adamir in the back line looks like he's going to get targeted down.
Not
and
again.
Blinks, Nico, Carbon,
Please,
this
man.
trio. Adamir trying his very best. Can he actually do something with this? Stitch is here.
Okay, now with Stitch, should wait, no. Hold on.
Hades.
Let him live. Let him live.
Let him cook.
Let him live. Carbon.
Okay. Are you serious? They just let Adamir go like that? They've already invested so many resources.
They feel bad.
They're human.
They're human.
Well, I think that Hades at this moment could have took Stitch out, because he was in a really good position. Also, he had the energy enough to go inside, but they go for the safer route. And also, by taking all those turrets down, why not just take a fast Lord?
Kind of, yeah.
Honestly, that was a very good call. Like, I would not make that call. Like, losing, and then it's like, hey, Lord's up. Let's just back off. No, it's like they actually got the Lord. That's very brave.
That actually reminds me of a game, KBG at the wildcard. All the numbers are going for the other side, but yet the other team is the one who's winning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. Against Keep Best Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting match as well. But I feel like comparatively, when we're looking at both of these teams, honestly, it kind of feels like a very standard game. Like, both sides have strong fundamentals.
Ooh. Hades again gets targeted down. 1-3, no, not a very good start for the Fanny here, and Adamir gets pulled back. It's a nice ult, but all just to give a kill to Nico. At this point, he's channeling Roamer energy.
Roamer energy? I don't know what he posted on social media, man. Like, why is he getting targeted so hard like this? It feels like, at least for the Burmese Ghouls, they've been kind of switching it up a little bit. Like, initially it's split pushing, and then now they're rotating together.
Yep. Stitch got a kill. I was just looking at Lozi's like, what are you going to do? And now Vanix as well as Lozi trying to protect the mid, but it looks like it's going to be unprotected. Burmese Ghouls gets the mid lane turret.
Burmese Ghouls actually, even though they are supposed to be the one in lead, if you look at the map right now, it's mirrored. You have two mid lanes, 2 mid lane turrets, and all the inhibitors. And on the other side, it's the same thing. Even though you are ahead in the gold, even though you are ahead in the kills, though you are like leading the game, you are not actually leading anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for that big cash out at the end of the day, right? Ooh, BlinkX almost landing the I'm Offended here. And now, the denial of the purple buff. Finally, we're getting to see some moves.
I kind of feel like Hades seen this coming. It's like, guys, It's okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the purple buff.
I can live with it.
You guys try your best.
The house is on fire, and he's like, it's all good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
The casual Fanny experience.
The casual Fanny experience. But here's where it's all going to come down to. This next upcoming Lord is going to predetermine whether or not an inhibitor turret is going to stay alive. And Burmese Ghouls not going to make this easy.
I think that's an inhibitor turret, actually. I think that's
Yep.
an inhibitor turret.
Yep, right now Hades is just pushing, and Lolzy's trying to slow them down. They're trying to catch Fanny, but even without a purple buff, it's going to be enough.
Those steel cables just cover a lot of distance, and Team Flash more than happy to trade an inhibitor turret for basically nothing because Burmese Ghouls had to reset the Lord.
I hate to say that I am right. I am right. I told you that Team Flash will bring up something around that split bush strategy, and so far they haven't been doing literally anything but split bushing.
You know what? Adamir is the reason why they could do it. He grabbed so much attention.
The silence MVP.
It's like, look at me. Like, this is a true EXP laner where you're sacrificing yourself just to get everyone and, oh. Hey, he's doing his job, all right? 77,000!
His new moniker, Adamir, the Sponge, known for soaking in a one-shot from Hades! Holy!
You know he's been waiting for so long to do that.
He must feel so good. This is like a sigh of relief of like, yes, I'm still relevant in this game.
He can still do assassin works though, like he's not only about the bushing. He can take someone out.
Yep, and now the Lord, 22,000 HP left. I kind of feel like what Team Flash is hesitating on is because where's Nico? Where's Lina? And now it could still be used by Blink X, and they are unable to catch Vanix.
Lolzy!
Oh! It goes in! But Blink X was able to use Don't Run Away Wolf King to disengage.
Nicely done, nicely done. But now Jay is getting attacked, right? And now Carbon has an ally angle.
Oh, Vanix is getting a free hit from behind, and Lina already having to use the Netherrealm. But look at the Lord. Can Hades secure it? Yes, he can. And now Carbon's taken down, and Team Flash in a flash grabs the game for themselves.
Yeah, I mean...
and a pause comes in.
And a pause comes
in.
Well, this is a good time to talk the fact that Adamir was manhandling like 3 to 4 people down by the enemy jungle.
I think that this was the only time Adamir did use the penalty zone, and it
Offensively.
was relevant to his teammates.
Dude, it's like, Adamir just like, guys, just wait. All right, just wait.
Just be patient.
I'm just, you know.
Let him cook.
I'm buying time, yeah, let him cook. He's cooking right now.
Oh, man. Looks like there is some technical issues going on with Lolzy's phone. Don't worry, our marshals have got it under lock. And luckily, it wasn't at a big moment, like in the middle of a fight or something like that.
Lolzy, even though he's having troubles, he's still having fun. He's smiling and everything's like, did you guys see what I did?
Guys.
Guys.
4-man G Kundo.
Yeah.
Come on. Compliments all around.
And then the marshal's like, oh, Leo, Naisu is there. Oh, they're showing their cats.
Wait, is Midnight showing Manjin?
That's his pet? That's his pet? Sana all.
Sana all indeed. As we see the fans up by the stage side, they are ready to see this match under its way. But man, it's great to see that at least here in the Philippines, people are coming down to support, even though it's not their own country members playing up on stage.
You know my personal fear?
What?
What?
I'm worried they're holding up the signs, and I said what they wrote, and I'm not supposed to say what they wrote.
Well, actually, I was like letting that part for you guys because I know that I have an expert in translation, so I was kind of letting those signs for you.
My life is a lie. I'm just pretending.
You're still seeing shadows in your room?
Like I said, I'd rather be lucky than good. All of those translations, inspiration by God, baby.
Inspiration by God.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with 2 minutes left on the clock, let's see how much more inspiration is going to be coming to you. But I'm happy to see that at the very least, right, Team Flash having supporters up in that front row to make sure that they're motivated to win this game. Because again, most people have doubted, and even the audience prediction doubt that Team Flash might take this game. But considering how it's going, it's kind of looking good.
It actually takes me off guard every time I see a family supporting a player. So seeing the front lane all they look like a family. I wish we can confirm that at some point, but
I think it's Hades' family.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, it just shows me how much there is like communication within the families themselves. They appreciate every moment their son have.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm just wondering, do all of these like lovely families just don't buy milk?
What?
Why?
Why?
No, it's
Why
it's,
milk?
it's a joke. I'm not gonna explain it here. We're jumping into the game.
Okay, maybe this is
I mean,
like
you get it,
beyond.
right?
Yeah, but maybe this is like beyond my.
No. It's good that you don't know. The
Yeah.
fact that you don't know shows
that
that you're better than great.
Yes.
I'm better than great.
You're
okay.
better than great.
Okay, so do you know also what's better than great? Going
What?
back to the
What?
game,
Yeah.
is that whenever I saw Ruby actually being executing her second or ultimate, she doesn't only stops Hades, she also stops Lolsi from using any ultimates whatsoever. There's no way of the dragons. There's only one way, and that's the Blink's way.
As we see, I mean, I think Blinks has been doing a really good job, but how far can they really go?
One touch?
One touch. See, and they've also got another inhibitor here. BG are looking to scramble, but right now, Team Flash are really patient with this.
Yeah, and speaking of patience, Lolzi as well, he keeps saying, he's like, where's my opportunity? Where's my time to shine? But Hades is finding the light. He's like, okay, I've had enough. You guys have been having too much fun.
Stop.
Let me give you a bit of a cutthroat. And even Nico felt I was like, whoa. My friend, Habibi.
This is just a video game. Let's calm down here for a moment.
Oh, Ademir.
Ademir gets caught. Nothing you can do. Lina gets the killing spree.
Oh.
Jose catches someone, but the NetherRealm is there to deny of the kill. And Vanix, he got caught. There's no way for him to go. But look at Hades. Hades trying to push. Can Hades really do anything? The Blink X is there. I don't really think so. Hades has to disengage, but double kill for Carbon, managing to get Jay.
He is almost the last man standing, but he took that last inhibitor turret, and oh my god!
Oh, I need new pets.
It's just, he's gone, disappeared. Tier 2 is now going to fall with inhibitors on all sides already open. T-Flash, they just got to defend this. BG, they want an inhibitor back.
Okay. Burmese Ghouls, they're trying to end this.
Retribution.
Hades tries to find an angle. Lolzi, a lot of knockups. He didn't get a catch, but he delayed it. He made sure that Burmese Ghouls couldn't end it.
Yeah, which is good, because again, Team Flash are still in a pretty prime position. This is a relative low kill count for Team Flash itself, but if we're talking to like macro, in terms of structure as well, it seems that Team Flash really have a little bit more of that polish, but Burmese Ghouls, those team fights, the comms between them is immaculate.
Yeah, it's actually remarkable that Team Flash knows their priorities, and their priorities is actually the best priority in the game, which is taking turrets and going to that base directly. I don't think that they will even care about that team fight. They might just keep split pushing, making them busy, preventing them from recall, and that's it.
And right now the Lord is targeted down by the Burmese Ghoul. Hades is not going to join the fight. Nico secures the Lord. And looks like the NetherRealm has been used by Lina. Team Flash could not get there in time.
No, they couldn't slow it down any more than they could. And you could see that the Burmese Ghouls, especially with Stitch, maxed out on his items, helping out, and max Art of Thievery as well, just melting the Lord.
But Blink Sex is there. Lolzi still wants him. He got him. And now the immortality has been used. Blink X is going to get taken down. Killing spree by Hades. But Stitch goes in. He finds Lolzi. But a good penalty zone coming in from Ademir. Catches Nico. Catches Lina. And now Nico is down. Vanis in the back line going up against Carbon. Carbon, you're alone. There's nothing much that you can do. And it looks like Team Flash is winning this raid. Lolzi goes back in final slash. Gets a kill over to Stitch. And now Stitch against it. Oh my god, Stitch gets the kill, but Ademir returns it. What a fight by both teams.
Oh, the scramble was actually nuts there. Vanix was able to hold his ground just in time, but that means that Lina is the only one standing, and the Lord is pushing right in towards the Crystal. Team Flash have the numbers to hold back, but this buys just enough time to at least Burmese Ghouls ensure that they don't lose just yet.
Yeah, they get the opportunity to make that defense possible. Team Flash get a taste from what Burmese Ghouls are just hiding. The damage output from Team Burmese Ghouls is just ridiculous, to a point that Stitch almost got a maniac there. He had a lot of damage. All of them, almost all of them were 0 HP, running and playing on the edge, going to the instant replay to see what happened in the Land of Dawn in that top lane. It was messy. Brought to you by Kadia. We will see here that Carbon was in a really bad position. Everyone was gambling with their lives. Look at the 0 HP. Carbon managed to get that kill, but Hades just continues and gets also the kill. Hades goes down, but Ademir comes with one hit, takes that Stitch.
We need
down.
a montage of how many times Fanny's tried to get that kill on that like very low HP guy. But not do it.
You're giving social department too many
Yo,
ideas.
socials.
Way too many ideas. We'll see. We'll
Fanny
see how
montage.
many times. We'll see how many times that Fanny is going to get picked up into the rest of the tournament, right? Because I feel like as soon as we start getting into those knockout stages, it's going to get harder and harder, right? Now, Magic Sentry used on the top side, as we look at the items so far, the core items have already been built, and we're starting to get to the point where at the very least, you need the economy to start juggling your items.
Oh, Blix actually catches the Vanix. Now a lot has been used. Adamir jumps in, and Jay is able to protect his team. Lina gets taken down by Lolzy, and Vanix, the important thing, he survived.
Well, not not in the way that Team Brimsghoul would have wanted this to happen. What I saw Adamir does right there, it was almost a maniac for me. I don't know what happened to prevent it. I need like to watch that again, but it was a maniac for me.
It happened so quick, and Lina being targeted despite all the chaos that was going on, just well done from the side of Team Flash, right? If you look at the damage now, Jay has been doing a phenomenal job.
And right now, the Lord has been started, is leashed by Team Flash. Lolzy finds the target, finds Blink's X, but is that a good target? The final slash used by Carbon. Now Carbon taking a lot of damage from Vanix. As long as Vanix is not touched, the damage coming in from this Bruno, it hurts.
Bad wave management. Team Brimsghouls are now buried in minions.
Can't do much here, and I think that Team Flash might just be looking for another fight, right? Hades, he's below 50%, he's just going to top back up, and Team Flash, they don't have to do much, right? They just have to whittle down the Burmese ghouls time and time again, because there's no inhibitors on their side. They can take their sweet time with it.
Yeah, and like Yasu said, look at the minions. The minions are just pushing. Burmese ghouls, they have to make a decision.
Yeah, just need Hades to make one cutthroat, and he will cut his way through that base.
And now the Lord again, started by Vanix, Adamir, as well as Jay. Hades is there with the Retribution. Stitch goes in, finds Adamir doing a little bit of chip damage. But looks like Burmese ghouls, they don't want to show their face. And Team Flash, they're really playing around with the Lord.
As I told you, it's not the Lord at this point is not important. It's the split bush for Team Flash.
Let's see if I can get it down, because right now Burmese ghouls are on high alert, right? They're maintaining. Oh, so close coming out from the side.
Oh yeah, I was holding my breath.
He almost got it there. Wait, they saw that, right? They saw Hades going to try.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Okay, they push him out once again, and the dance continues.
Yeah, and look at Carbon. Carbon is not in the fight because he has to manage the lanes, and I don't know why. I kind of feel like Team Flash can take that advantage knowing that Carbon isn't around to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and Arla isn't exactly the greatest wave clearer in the world. I mean, he has a short cooldown on his ult, but that only goes for so long, right?
What actually comes to my mind right now is the Fanny showing on map, and Vanix is the one split bushing, and that would be a clever move.
Oh, Stitch doesn't feel good to go up against a Valentina that has the damage.
I'm surprised that he took the BMI in the first place. Like, what? He could have died there. I mean, he's on a tightrope already. I don't know how many times he can play like that before he's going to get punished once again. We're already past 60k in terms of gold, and Team Flash is still waiting for Burmese ghouls to crack under the pressure.
Speaking of pressure, I think Nico and Hades is very stressed right now. Like two assassin players thinking about using the Retribution. I mean, if this was a Fredrin or a Boxer, it's like, yeah, I can do this all day.
I could sit under. I mean,
like now that the Lord has changed, yeah.
Now that it's changed, it's a little bit awkward to do so, but here we go. Here we go. Let's see whether Blink X can actually find this. He sees Hades.
Yeah, conceal.
Conceal. Oh, he finds Nico, but Nico is able to dash out of there.
Again.
But look at this. Blink X catches Hades, and now Vanix still doing free damage. Nico from behind Vanix gets taken down. Jay gets taken down. Nico gets a double kill. Can Nico get a triple here? Lina gets a kill onto Vanix. This is a disaster for Team Flash, and looks like it's a complete wipeout.
Oh, after everything that has happened, at least with the Burmese ghouls, minutes on their death timers, it's time to proxy this wave and walk it down to the crystal.
Imagine how it feels right now for Team Flash fans waiting those seconds. They know it's inevitable. It's just a matter of seconds until the game goes to Burmese ghouls.
Oh, this is going to be so frustrating after everything. Team Flash just a little passive on it, allowing Burmese ghouls to weasel their way back into the game.
Ouch.
Well, either way, good game by both teams, but Burmese Ghouls takes game number 1, and looks like
It's back to the drawing board for Team Flash.
Yep. I mean, we really got to see the identities of both of these teams. It's clear that the macro is a big focus for the side of Team Flash. But then if we cut on over to the Burmese Ghouls, the way that they team fight, the communication, especially during these scrambles, is a lot better so far. But we'll see whether that changes in game number 2.
Well, I can say that Team Burmese Ghouls right now are one step into the right direction, because if they made it right now to the match point, if they took this next game, it will look really good for them in the group stage. We were talking about if they lost 2-0, they still have a chance. If they lost 2-1, there might be also a chance. But right now, they are having the better odds.
Let me just say, this is one of the moments where I'm very happy I'm a caster and not like a manager, coach, or analyst. Because that was a fun match, but probably not so fun for the supporting staff there, because woo, that was a close game.
Yeah, some of them might be pulling out their hair. Some people are just going to be so stressed. I know I would have been really stressed out.
I'm stressed.
It ain't easy being a part of a team, but more importantly, it ain't easy, especially when you got Assassins not wanting to lose the most important objective on the map.
Do you know, we have spoken a little bit about the players, maybe the staff, and also here as casters, we might get nervous, but imagine how the viewer feels like, because he just came from a 31-minute game to a 25-minute game. It's devastating.
Well, it's time. Let's have a look at our MVP. Coming in from the Burmese Ghouls and brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Give it up for BlinkX.
Dude, I gotta say, I gotta learn from this guy how to stop a fanny.
Yeah, well, look, I will tell you how to stop Fanny.
Sure.
He always waits for that cut through. He always waits until, and actually he sticks with Stitch.
Yeah.
Right. He waits until he goes in and with a cut through. Also, all his flickers were on point, because at sometimes it wasn't only about stopping the fan. It was also about suppressing. Actually, it isn't suppression hero, but he suppressed every attempt that Lolsi had to do.
He made it look easy.
Well, I don't know how easy it actually was, because it's one of those things where even his flickers are kind of like, it feels questionable, and then you realize he's actually found a choke point in the middle of these neutral fights, right? Which is not easy to do. He has the foresight to put himself in these types of situations.
Yeah, they were falling down. Team Burmese Ghouls were falling down to the strategy that Team Flash had to bring up, the split pushing strategy with the Bruno and also with the Fanny. But here we see the chaos that happened and took place in the land of Dawn. Here it happened, and here it finished for Team Burmese Ghouls. Was that the wiped out one? No, it wasn't the wiped out one. But it was just one step into the right direction. Hades with their shutdowns over and over again. It was so hard for Team Flash to come back from that.
Yeah, I think that honestly, the good, strong points of Team Flash is their macro, right? Their decision-making is actually really good, but when it comes down to like a couple of these executions, once it gets real messy like this one, then it gets really, really hard. Like, Lolsi had a good idea. I'm going to kick BlinkX away, and then cut to BlinkX actually stopping Hades, slowing him down just enough so that the rest of the team can collapse and take out Hades, so they basically win the fight. And even if the fight extended, they basically got the Lord.
We got to talk about Nico as well, man. He's performing so well on this Nolan, and I got to say, if I'm Hades, I'm not feeling Daijobu right now.
I'd be feeling pretty upset with the overall match, right? And it's not because of his teammates. It's more so the fact that the Burmese Ghouls are kind of brick-walling him in a lot of these situations.
For me, actually, it was an equal match until the very end, and I think that Team Flash, in terms of the macro skills, have shown us that it doesn't matter how many kills you get in the early game. It's just about how good you get, how good can you use the best out of it. So, Team Flash, there's for me at least, there's nothing that they could have done better than they already did. Yeah. So, Team Burmese Ghouls were just, and that's the fact here, we're just better.
Dude, the MVP BlinkX, a big issue.
Yeah.
When he says it's one of his comfort heroes, he proved it.
He wasn't kidding. He wasn't messing around here as we look at these items, right? And again, we are seeing a big difference. Like, most people are going to believe that, hey, we look at Jay, that's supposed to be the build, the go-to build. It's cost efficient. It has everything that you want inside a mage. And then we cut back over to Lina, and it's like, wow, it feels old school.
And at a certain point, Faramis actually sold his boots to go for a full damage setup. So, rich guy here, who's also the carry, who's also the most dangerous for me, was Stitch. But the forgotten one, of course, he wasn't forgotten at all. He was the MVP, and he was actually behind everything that the carry and the rich guy did. Stitch as I told you, it wasn't only about waiting for that fan, it was also about taking that show out of Stitch's way.
Looking at the damage dealt so far, I mean, Stitch has been doing a really, really good job overall, but close second is going to be Lina, who catched up pretty quick. I was expecting Nico to have a little bit more damage overall, but truly, he was giving respect, right? He doesn't want to necessarily find, engage onto Vanix in an open area. There's still a lot of ways for Vanix to outplay the situation, but more importantly, Lulzy can be a bit frustrating to deal with.
It's gonna be so hard actually for Team Brim's Ghouls if they went up against a split pushing strategy again, because it seems like this is one of the strategies that one of the biggest teams, most of the biggest teams cannot play against until like you see a split pushing being because so far in the tournament we haven't seen a team that plays on a split pushing strategy that gets actually stopped from doing what they want.
Let me just say, one thing is that Burmese Ghouls did not allow 2 players to play. They didn't allow Adamir to play. They didn't allow Lulzy to play. They made it feel like a 3v5.
Oh,
right?
I feel the burn.
Yikes. That's like, it's a good thing for them to make sure that Adamir and Lulzy was a non-factor. That was a big part of it.
That is totally true, and I don't know. There's a lot of things that need to be adapted, but in the meantime, all these teams are going to discuss. Let's throw it up, down to Reptar. What are you doing? What's going on with you?
Well, what's going on with me, Gideon, is I have a very special guest here with me, the host of MPL Singapore, Cheryl Yo! And, all right, I just need to adjust something real quick. There we go. All right, a little bit of leg strength from me. So, Cheryl, you were awarded, actually, the best talent of MPL Singapore Season 6. Can you let us know, how did that feel for you?
It was something that I didn't anticipate, but of course, I could only get that title with the help of our fellow talents back in Singapore who are probably watching right now. They are the ones who actually coached me to learn more about the game and deliver better.
Yeah, and I can actually feel my phone buzzing on me right now. I feel like they're all going nuts that, hey, Cheryl, oh my goodness, that she's here. And so, how has your experience in the Philippines been so far? When did you arrive?
I arrived on 2nd December and I spent some time with the team. And fortunately for me, I've been to Philippines many times. I love the islands. Yeah, I've been to Boracay, I've been to Palawan, El Nido, Cebu, Malapascua, and of course Manila itself. My favorite is Tagaytay.
Tagaytay,
I
yeah.
got that correct?
Oh, so you love the mountain vistas, all that?
Yeah, I love the nature. And you guys got it all here.
That's true. We have it all here in the Philippines. And you actually mentioned a lot of places I've never been to myself. So now you just gave me like a checklist of places I might want to go to.
They're just absolutely beautiful. You should.
Yeah, okay, I will. I'll take your word for it. So, how do you feel seeing your countrymen up on stage competing here in the M5 World Championship?
I'm just incredibly proud because Singapore was so small, right? And oftentimes we have people overseas who are kind of doubting Singapore. So I feel that it's okay. It's okay to be the underdog, but we will show them on stage, what we can do.
Yeah, and we saw glimpses of that in game number 1. And of course, the amazing performance of Team Flash when they won the championship over there in MPL Singapore. But for a moment, Cheryl, we will have to get back to you because we even have some more awesome special guests here with us. Cheryl, actually, would you care to do the honors to introduce everyone?
Right. So honestly, guys, if you think that Hades doesn't have his blue buff earlier, it's okay because Hades does have his buff right here, and it is his family. So here, guys, I have Hades' family beside me right now. Amazing.
Alright, magandang hapon po. Gabi na, anong oras na nga ba? Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Can you care to introduce yourself to our international audience? Ano po mga pangalan nyo at ano po relasyon nyo kay Hades?
Ako nga po pala si Jason, kapatid po niya.
Alright, that's Jason, sibling of Hades, his brother.
May ate niya. Hello, ako naman po si Andy, ang kanyang papa.
Okay.
Ang mensahe ko sa anak ko, kahit anong mangyari sa laro ngayong gabing to, proud na proud ako sa iyo, Hades.
Yeah, that's Papa Andy, and of course, sister May, correct? Ate, that's her, Hades' older sister.
And my name is Dave, and I'm his cousin.
You're a cousin of Hades, Damien. Yeah. All right. What about the people behind you guys? Of course.
Hi, I'm Rose Ann, cousin of J-Mark.
A cousin. Oh, by the way, yes, that's Hades' real name. His name is J Mark. At ikaw ba?
Ako si Jok, #1 fan niya.
At #1 fan ni Hades. Alright. Siguro isa pong tanong para kay Papa. Ano po yung mga ginagawa niyo para suportahan si Hades? Of course, naging OFW siya eh. He's playing abroad now. Paano niyo siya sinuportahan? How did you support Hades while he was playing abroad?
Lagi akong nanonood ng games niya. Kung wala man siyang laban, yung ibang team naman natin dito sa Pilipinas, sa ibang bansa, nanonood din nahilig na rin ako manood ng hindi lang ako, pati yung buong pamilya namin. Nakasuporta kay Boss Munton.
Alright. Maraming salamat po. Hindi lang po sa pagsuporta nyo, of course, kay Hades, but for your support for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. He mentioned he became a big fan of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports because of Hades. Round of applause for Hades family here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. Cheryl, a message for the Singaporean fans. They're looking at you right now. She's a representative here in M5 along with Team Flash. What's your message for our Singaporean fans?
Guys, things might be looking rough right now, but even though we're off home ground in the Philippines, don't forget, we have Hades, and this is Hades' home ground. So hopefully we'll rub off a little bit on that Philippine buff right here for Team Flash, so fingers crossed.
All right, thank you so much, Cheryl. Okay, since you are a fellow host as well, could you care to take the honors of throwing it to our casters?
All right. So as Queen Mara does it, casters, paso.
Well, I would like to thank all the families supporting their sons, daughters to chase their dreams. I would also like to thank my own family as well, especially my mom for being my #1 supporter since day one. So it fills me with a lot of emotions, and it makes me overwhelmed actually to see the families supporting their own kids there up on stage. They are now grown-ups. They are now young men chasing their own dreams, and they might just take it.
They might just. This is their
I didn't prepare
moment.
something that wholesome.
Me neither, but
I was just about to say it. Like, Remar was taller than I thought.
He was.
Cheryl is about my height.
Is she?
I mean, with the heels, and then I'm like, oh, Remar's not that far off. Hey, congrats, man.
Congrats indeed. But it's time to get back into these games here because this is going to be an important match, especially with family on home soil as well. Team Flash are looking to even up the score against the Burmese Ghouls, who had their own journey, struggles to get here. Every one of these competitors have struggled to get on that stage, and now it's to make people proud.
The question is, if the Ruby isn't picked up in the first 3 picks, will it get banned? Because that was dirty.
I would rather actually ask the question, will the Fanny be picked again?
Nandemonai.
I don't think so. I think they're going to revert to something a little bit more standard. I think they might even revert to, well, maybe even tank. But then again, who knows with KZP at the helm there with his
Okay, now I'm missing
experience?
Lancelot. Come on.
That's the thing.
I'm missing Lancelot.
Where's the tank Salot, right? Something that's a good hybrid, a good in-betweener.
And also, do not forget that Nico, the one that we knew for utility heroes so far, was the one playing the Nolan. So you might see a lot more surprises that you can expect.
Exactly. So we don't know the entire arsenal just yet. That's why these drafts are so important for a lot of these teams before we even get into the game. But with that being said, it looks like Game 2 is about to kick off here. Let's jump into the drafting phase.
And again, looking at the drafting phase, we have to see because both teams with the bans are kind of showing a lot about what they want. Will the Phobias get banned out again? And if it does, Nolan and 1-1 are very favorite picks.
Yep, let's see here. Let's see if there's going to be some really big tells amongst these picks and bans. And once again, we're seeing Baxia, we're seeing the 1-1 get banned out for the side of Team Flash on the blue side, up against the Burmese Ghouls have immediately banned out the Joy on the red side.
So far, I think that there's nothing that catches my eyes because we have been, at least today, we are used to see Joy at the ban phase, especially at the first phase. And 1-1 as well has proven with Was it Zia? I think
Yeah,
Zia,
Zia.
played it really good, and he almost flipped the game multiple times. So having that Nolan bans mean that Grimace Ghouls are afraid to see Flash play Nolan, and not just that, Nolan is one of the best assassin heroes in the current meta.
Want to know one of the things that I might do crazy enough?
What?
Ban out something like a Faramis and then first picking that Bruno. Because Bruno has been so good this entire tournament. I mean, sure, no longer 100%, but still, Bruno's pretty good.
Very dominant indeed.
Yep,
And I mean,
Faramis banned.
it looks like you and
If they take
Reminiscent wanted
Bruno,
to
then
say.
I'm buying you coffee. If they take Bruno first.
Boys, but Greg, select the Bruno first pick, Team Flash. I need the coffee right now, man.
You're doing game 4?
I'm doing game 4.
All right,
Yeah,
you
he
need a
needs
coffee.
coffee.
You need a coffee, yeah.
Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, this is going to be their last man for the very first phase here. They could
Gwyn ban?
anticipate this, right? They could go for the Gwyn ban, but there's a good chance that Team Flash is going to pick it up if it gets let through. It's one of those either do if you don't, but let's just not deal with it at all.
Okay, so at this point, they're really taking the time, probably really considering do they want to go for the Gwyn ban. They banned out the Matilda, so the Gwyn is open, but again, not a big fan of a Gwyn first pick at the moment.
Gwyn damage, let's go Hades.
Yeah, you know what? Damage, yes.
Gwyn damage.
Damage, yes.
Come on. Come on. Or just first pick Bruno. Come on.
Yeah, maybe Bruno coffee.
Come on, I want it so bad. 32.
And then they just pick up a Valentina.
They just go for the standard
I think
stuff.
it's a Valentina though.
It might just be.
Wait. Arlet is open as well if they want to go for that.
I think it's...
Oh, no, okay, maybe not.
As a first pick?
It's fine, but I don't know if it's something that Adamir really wants or maybe even Lozi really wants.
I think Adamir is more than capable of playing it. Lolzy, I'm not so sure, because then it has been a while.
But Guinevere have been stopped earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they, somehow the teams saw enough Guinevere that they know how to deal with it by now.
Yeah. The spatial migration is that's the reason why people didn't pick it up, and then Munton changed it to make sure that when your spatial migration goes in, there's a mini stun. But now, even with the stun, it's not enough. People can still avoid it.
I think more people have adjusted towards it. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but in most cases, you're not going to build it a very carry damage-oriented style, right? Now, here we go. Bruno gets locked in from outside of Burmese Ghouls. I think that was, a no-brainer at the very least. Let's see what's going to be the second pick. I mean, Valentina is still... This guy.
If this is a Gwyn jungle,
Oh, it's gonna be
Diggy Bruno is gonna hurt.
Diggy Bruno. Diggy. I can't.
Sao changed
I feel bad.
Sao
I feel
changed
bad.
me. Yeah, I would feel bad as well. Sao changed me.
You guys are sour pilled already, man.
Yeah.
With Arla already locked in for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, we still have a good flex pick for them. Now, coming back to Team Flash, they need to kind of complete the first phase. And so far, I mean, for the majority of the time, at least for gold laners, right, most kind of struggle overall against this Bruno unless they get a little bit of help.
Well, actually, I will say it that way, but I don't want you to actually take it from me that way. Look, you will understand once I say it. So, I would recommend Diggy for Team Burmese Ghouls, and not just because Sao made a really good play with it today, but because it is the pick that can annoy all the heroes in the current, let's say, setups that the teams are doing at the M5. The crowd control, depending on the crowd control, I think that the Diggy is kind of solution to almost everything by now.
But I would say now is a good ban to ban out the Ixia to make sure that you win your lane.
Exactly.
Right.
I think that at least for Team Flash, they took the safer route. They could have immediately locked in the Ixia and kind of given up on the mid lane altogether, right? But that's the thing. The mid lane is such a narrow hero pool that's viable for them.
It's the center of everything.
It is the center of everything, but you would have imagined that at least like the viable options would be bigger, right?
Well, look. We are going now into the second phase of draft, and for the side of Team Burmese Ghouls, I think they will focus more on the gold lane. I would totally agree with you about that Ixia, because if Ixia on the side of Team Flash and they get an area crowd control, yeah, basically Ixia is out. But Team Burmese Ghouls, Team Flash on the other hand, they secured the mage, so they have to continue pressuring that mage.
What, something like a Novaria?
Lilia.
Lilia, yeah.
Hunt begin.
The hunt begins.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Forget what I said. That's the right ban.
Yeah.
That's the right ban.
This one's good. This one's good. I think they're also going to pair it up with the Kufra ban as well, just to ensure that their dashes aren't going to get canceled out at the very least. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, they're looking for another ban. I mean, you might as well get rid of the Novari. No. It doesn't matter. Valentine has already been locked in. It's about supports and gold laners.
I want to throw a pick here before it gets big. It will sound really good, but what about Phobius mid for Team Brim's Gold?
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Phobius
showtime.
mid for... let's see. I think it's okay.
About it.
I think it's okay.
I'm a little on the fence about this one.
Yo! They heard us!
They know.
Yes.
They know.
They know.
They saw the game.
They're also sour-pilled.
This is...
They saw.
Don't disrespect the face of a Diggy. That's behind the cute exterior is a demonic interior.
It's the glasses that's holding him back.
Oh yeah.
That's the truth.
His best friend is Einstein. He goes way back.
He goes even further back. That's actually lore accurate. Burmese Ghouls now going in for the second phase, looking for that very first pick on the red side. Let's see what they want here, because so far, I mean, in terms of CC, they got some pretty decent CC with the Arlet. I don't think they want the Arlet to go match up against the Khalid in the first place. Oh, they're going to get the Minotaur, rather. Interesting.
They have a lot of front laners. They have really good damage output coming, like let's say physical damage wise, but they need someone to balance that damage. You need a Lilia, I would say. They need a burst damage hero in the mid lane. I would rather say a Lilia or a Gord.
Kadita.
Nah.
At least you're not really giving a decent ult, because at the very least it's like you could steal a bunch of different ults, right? But at the very least you're not giving over, giving over the rough waves, kind of meh.
A pick I'm missing in the tournament. Eve. I want an Eve here.
Haven't seen an Eve for a very long time, but speaking of which, the marksman role is getting a little bit low, so they're going for the good old Beatrix here.
Okay.
Ultra late game is going to be pretty strong, but you got to get to that point, and the Novaria gets picked up.
Yeah, true, but also they can play like very much like a pick-off composition from the side of Team Flash at the very least, right? They've got combo components to work well with the Beatrix to be the catalyst for the team, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at Burmese Ghouls. I'm liking their draft just a little bit more.
But think of it that way. You have area crowd control, you have the space, you have the crowd control itself from the Martis and also from
Minotaur.
And also you have a good damage output. Why not just make the space much more... you cannot escape from it by using that Eve. I think that Eve perfectly fits into the Primus Ghouls combination.
I mean,
personally, for me, I've been hit by a meteor before. It hurts. So maybe that's what Lina wants to do.
I think it's also a safer option, right? Because Eve has to sit still, and there's a lot of abilities that would like you to just stand still for just a couple of seconds to punish as we go into the game here. It's match point for the Burmese Ghouls. Is it going to even up to a third match here at the M5 World Championship? It's going to be Team Flash on the blue side up against the Burmese Ghouls on the red side.
Looking forward for it. Looking forward to see if Team Primus Ghouls with a draft that, I don't know if you guys all agree with me, is a winning draft against Team Flash. Team Flash right now at match point, as well as Team Primus Ghouls. It might be Primus Ghouls match point, but Blinks is trying to annoy. Did he take it?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, he tried it. Luckily he did it.
He's not gonna live.
I mean, when we say that, he eventually lives, but okay, not this one. Hades gets first blood.
Okay.
Go full damage, let's go.
Yes, I really hope Hades goes full damage. It'd be so fun to watch. And he's immediately going for the invade for the Little Wanderer as well.
Okay, at this point, Carbon is not having a good time going up against Adamir, but I guess it's that's your experience pre-level 4.
Yeah. No, it's pretty dog water. It's pretty dog water for unfortunately for Carbon at this stage of the game. Man, Blink X is just taking so much damage here. It looks like Team Flash are, taking revenge for Adamir last game.
But he should actually take a lot of damage. He should be punished for using that flicker earlier on. Yes, he did an invade, but a solo invade with a Minotaur, this is something to be punished for. And he did lose his life once. I believe he should lose it twice before he gets that flicker once again. But looking at the items here, Beatrix is going for a little bit defensive way, going up against Stitch. Stitch, but Stitch on the other hand, he plays damage.
I feel like Lolzy at that point is like, oh, if only I had level 4.
If only I
Yeah.
had
level 4.
It would be that would be the dream. But speaking of like early game items to play defensively, like Carbon, he skipped up on boots straight away, went for the steel leg plates. He's like, I'm gonna lose this lane. It's expected. I just gotta live. I cannot give any more gold over to Team Flash with my life.
Yeah, you cannot do that much when you are dead. You cannot do that much. Team Flash are now zoning out the turtles. It seems pretty decent. They take the turtle safely.
Yup, Blinks. Is there a Blink X? Is there a Nico?
Hard.
Goes towards it, but Hades still secures the turtle. Very good zoning coming in from Lolzy as well as Adamir.
Yeah, very minimal interaction between both of these teams so far. Like, Burmese Ghouls recognize that they're going to need to wait until mid-game before something actually happens. And for Adamir, you need to feel his presence. He's winning out of this lane pretty hard already, so therefore, he needs to start pushing his influence into the river, up into enemy territory in their jungle.
Well, Team Flash, actually, if you look at the draft of Team Flash, you recognize that they have a really good clearance at late game. If you look at the Beatrix, also I would say the same thing about Adamir on the Khalid. So yeah, I think that the late game is not looking so bad for Flash, but it's not. Yeah, and it looks good for Team Burmese Ghouls. I would say I would choose a Bruno over a Beatrix every time.
Let's see whether they can find these combination pieces, right? Because Vanix, he still needs that goal. He's the linchpin of what makes this composition as deadly as it is. With one of those ults, here we go. Burmese Ghouls, nah. The wave gets cleared out. They can't initiate this dive.
Yeah, Lolzy has the Way of the Dragon, but it's really about trying to find the correct targets, especially going up against a Martis and a Minotaur. It's going to be pretty difficult because they can cancel out your second portion of the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah. Buying that like semi item or like a partial item from the cursed helmet, I think that Hades is actually going for a semi tank build because the third, let's say, item he's now trying to build is actually a damage output item.
Oh, it'd be fun to see whether he goes for it, but I think, okay, he shouldn't die here. Adamir still has his Quicksand Guard at the end of the day. He should be able to top himself up, but I think the worst part so far is the fact that, like, for the most part, Burmese Ghouls, nothing is really going for them, right? Especially when you are on this Martis, you're eventually going to start falling off.
But when will the fun start?
Honestly, looking at the situation, I'm a little bit surprised that Nico is not having a good time here. Hades goes in with his facial migration, and that was a lot of damage enough to take down Nico, and now Lina is the next target. Adamir drops Lina.
Beautifully done by Adamir.
Oh, and they're not done. Jay with the Minuet Fury, but Blink Axe showing the real Minuet Fury. Stitch gets a kill, but why was that final slash? Carbon gets them, but the follow-up was not there.
Every battle spell from the side of Team Flash has been expanded, and this is just before the turtle as well. Hades has to wait 13 seconds before Retribution is back up, but man, what a play. Adamir?
Adamir?
Buddy.
Just gotta get taken down, and Carbon really wants the damage. A good terrify. Stitch, if he wasn't terrified, he would have gone for it.
Nicely done.
All the spells from the side of Team Flash were just used more than perfectly. The flicker ultimate from Adamir, that was on point.
Yep, Lolzy trying to find a space to go in. Hades as well. Oh, camera! Hades got it! Oh! Where are you? Camera!
I mean,
Stitch gets taken, but looks like he was able to purify out of it, but not gonna matter. Adamir secures the kill.
Yep, so far. Oh, good shot! Good shot coming in from Lina. I mean, both sides, like the macro decision making is kind of on par, but now it's about outplaying your opponent. It's like really good stuff. Usage of the flickers at the same time. The Burmese Ghouls, as much as they want to kind of escalate situations, which is kind of what their comp wants to do, Team Flash, they find these trades back so quickly.
I really had to ask for it. I just said, when will the fun start, Lafel? And everything has been really good ever since. But ironically enough, after seeing a Guinevere playing against...
Damage. Genius one.
Yeah, I told you he's going for a semi.
Yeah.
He's going for a semi build. Some defensive items. He will also go for a genius one. So he's going that route. But I would tell you that, ironically enough, whenever I see a Guinevere going up against a Mortis, it always lands the second skill correctly, even though the Mortis have the immunity.
Yeah, and the Mortal Coil really needs good timing, but I'm a Hades fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see whether he keeps up with the damage build, right? I'm expecting Yasu to be correct about the semi build so far. Oh, okay.
Hades goes on to Blink X.
blink and you'll miss it, and he's gone. Let's go damage Guinevere.
Okay, all right. I mean, he should have known, right?
Camera, please, please.
I'm telling you, this
Oh,
entire
yeah.
combination.
Jay goes on to Lena, and Jay gets the kill. Woo! I'm sorry, Observer, but you got your work cut out for you. There's a lot of things happening all over the map. I'm sorry if I disrespected you.
When someone takes a kill and runs out like so smooth, did you call it a smooth killer, or what was the term for it?
A smooth criminal.
A smooth criminal. I think that's the word that can describe Jay after taking that kill, using the ultimate of Minotaur, using also his own ult, using his own first, second skills, and also going out with the flicker. That was smooth.
At this point, it's just like a 1v1 5-man style.
It basically is, right? At least for the side of Team Flash, they've been making some really incredible individual plays against the Burmese Ghouls, and now trying to play outside of what standard protocol is supposed to be, and it's working out well because this is the biggest lead we've seen from the side of Team Flash in a while. 4K underneath their belts.
Team Flash. Team Flash. Actually, thinking of it right now, I'm looking at the statistics. Team Burmese Ghouls are looking for a match point, but it seems like Team Flash once. And I think this is the only time so far that we see Team Flash actually in the lead in terms of the gold. I would like to see what will they do with it.
I think they're going to start increasing the tempo, right? Team Flash, whenever they have their ults up, and especially if they have Flicker up, expect them to find and look for a play.
Lena kind of revealed the map, but I don't think that Burmese Ghouls can do anything right now. They need to just wait for the farm to come in, but freezing the lanes is it sounds just right for Team Flash, because by freezing those lanes, you will make Burmese Ghouls drain out.
I think part of the reason why Burmese Ghouls couldn't do much is because I think even they didn't anticipate that much damage coming in from Hades, because it's like they're losing from the 3rd minute of the game.
And looking at Stitch, his gold actually looks promising.
I think that it really boils down to just standard protocols, right? You're expecting it to be a tank, and then you all of a sudden realize, wait, it's Genius One. I'm actually taking way more damage than I'm supposed to be, and by then, it's already too late. So I don't know whether the adjustment has been made for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Hades jumping in, unable to find the spatial migration.
They are asking, actually they are kind of demanding Team Burmese Ghouls to deliver or like to leave that second
final
phase.
slash from Carbon finds Vanix, and now Jay has to use the Minu and Fury, but Vanix gets targeted out, but Nico is going to get taken down, same as Carbon. They started the match, but Team Flash, they're ending it. Blinks goes down as well, triple kill for Vanix.
Ouch, 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 triple kill.
Dude, Jay is playing on fire, man. Carbon had no opportunity to actually flicker on out of there. Jay ensured that he was terrified and then committed with the stolen Minnow and Fury to make sure that Carbon had zero opportunity to flicker out of the way.
Yeah, for me, it's always not worth defending a full or like an almost fallen turret, and that second turret especially was not a turret to defend. So looking here, I'm looking forward to see where is the Guinevere. Yeah, it's going for a semi-tanky build. Look, I think that you get the best of both worlds. You get your damage, we get our tanky hero.
I gotta say, with this kind of build, now I'm a fan of Guinevere again. This is the Guinevere I expected to see, and I've been missing it.
Let's see how long.
Hades goes in, finds Nico. Blinks X tries to turn the tables around. And look at Vanix gets taken down, shut down. Stitch gets the kill, but Admir gets the double kill. And now Carbon tries to run away. He manages to flicker out of Hades' path.
Dude, this damage is just disgusting right now. Even though Vanix is going down, he's just like, all right, I'll give the shutdown over. Doesn't matter. The rest of my team have just stronger counter engagement.
Well, 3-1, I would take that on any day. And 6K gold lead right now. It will just we will see Team Burmese Ghouls be having that red line drawn for them. On the borders, on the lines of the inhibitor turrets. They cannot pass through that until they get the chance to get any minions in, and that's gonna be so hard because Team Flash are not gonna let them breathe.
Excuse me, is this Cheryl Yao's buff?
Apparently.
I mean, if that's the case, I need her to cheer me on.
Oh boy, I mean, with the way...
Going in, Carbon able to dodge out of it. I'm sure that was not intended, but it looked cool nonetheless.
It did look cool. I mean, great movement coming in from the side of Team Flash, but it can only go so far. Eventually, Burmese Ghouls are going to get to the point where they're going to get outscaled, but for Stitch, he needs to be able to get a little bit more space. And Team Flash continuously, like now from pickoff comp, it's now pure dive. Let's get into that backline as
Either
soon as
way,
possible.
I need a chat to spam Cheryl Yao buff because it's real.
It
Yeah,
feels
is,
real.
it is. Family buffs are real. Look at the damage received actually by all 3 damage-taking heroes from the side of Team Brim's Gold. They are just getting tortured at this point. They are taking a lot of damage, and there is nothing that they can do about it. They need to wait patiently until the far late game for Stitch to have items, for Lina to deal damage as Hun did earlier today.
Yeah.
The Marta's not having a good game, is he?
No, not at all. He's already been outscaled, and even if he does get his items, it's really not going to matter too much other than the Decimate. So he's just building full tank. He doesn't even want to finish the Hunter Strike at all. Athena's Shield already completed, already with the Dreadnought armor, and I think at this point, we're keeping our eyes on specifically Lina, right?
I can't help but to wonder why Cho is not completing items.
Who?
Cho. Look at Cho.
Yeah, I feel like this is a cost-effective way to build as a roamer because you're generally not going to have a lot of items. So just having the stats is enough. Like, the unique passives is great, but honestly, at this point, especially as a catching hero, yeah, just straight-up stats is enough.
But I wouldn't go for a partial item as just the HP. I would go for a defensive one. That's what I was wondering about.
Well, I think he knows what his
Maybe
job
he just
is
doesn't have enough gold.
Yeah, he's just poor, guys.
Yeah.
He
needs money, all right?
He needs money, and the only way he's going to do that is through finding these big plays. At the end of the day, I think that at least for the Burmese goals, they're going to have to start tightening it up, right? They need Lina to be able to kind of poke down Team Flash members and have some relevant damage, because keep in mind, every single time they fought so far, even if it looks good, Animir comes in towards the later side, Lolzy gets a really good kick in the back line, and then it turns around for the side of BG.
Honestly, right now, even the difference in level is a bit too much. Nico is level 12, Hades is level 15, Hades jumps back in, and Blink X gets 2, and the final Flash catches 3, Carbon gets J, but Adamir somehow finds Lina on the backside, and now Nico tries to get a kill for himself, but Vanix gets Carbon, and it looks like Lolzy trying to help his teammate out, but now the Lord is the focus.
Where's the
Hades
attribution?
jumps in! Hades secures it, almost stolen by Nico.
Oh, that was so close. So very close. Luckily, there's a 3-level difference between the 2 junglers, so Hades was more than confident to be able to take that Lord and secure it for themselves. But at least we're seeing at least some hope in the Burmese Ghouls as we jump into this instant replay to see how it all happens. And let me tell you, Jay, keep your eyes on him because he messed up. He was really far up here. He didn't have any opportunity to get the stolen Minoan Fury off.
That was a perfect wombo combo there, and Team Flash accepted to play with fire. That was a really risky play, and actually it would have turned a little bit, actually more than great for Team Brim's Ghouls because they had that perfect wombo combo. They might have just finished that team fight.
And right now the Lord marched in, managing to get the mid inhibitor for Team Flash. Looks like they want to try, ideally get all 3, but the defense coming in from Brim's Ghouls is good. Vanix has to be very, very careful not to get caught.
One last inhibitor to it? Oh, no, two. 2 are still standing.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going on strong. The next wave is about to start collapsing in. The mid one is already there. Top and bottom are about to collapse, and I think that Team Flash have to pick which one they actually want to break down. Ideally, it will be on the top side because they know that the Lord is spawning down bottom.
They might just take both.
Yep. Oh, do they?
Right now, Team Flash is able to take the bottom one. The top one apparently is a little bit difficult, but 7.5k goal lead. Yeah, Team Flash does not have to force it out. Yesterday we had a 2-0 day. Today looks like potentially a 2-1 day.
A 2-1 day.
Yeah, we gotta have both sides of the story. Am I right?
We need to balance it out.
We need to balance it out.
Well, look at Team Premise Ghouls. They already bought 2 room items. One of them is the conceal on the Arlet, and also the other one is the healing one with the Minotaur. So they get to use both of them. I think that time already served that both these rooms are activated, but look at the odds real-time win rate. It's 67% for the favorite Team Flash. I would actually increase that to an 80%.
80%? I mean, it's an 8k gold lead, but we're breaking into the 42k mark. Like Burmese Ghouls, their cores already have their core items. Like Stitch, for an example, in terms of damage dealt, he's keeping up with people like Jay and as well as Vanix, even though both Jay and Vanix have setup.
Look at Stitch damage. He's doing really good, even though he's on the losing side. But it's not only about damage. Look at the turrets. Actually, only one turret is down for Team Flash, which doesn't really indicate that even with a blunder or like a really huge mistake from Team Flash, Team Brim's Ghouls can win. I think it's really hard to flip this with one mistake. Needs more than one.
I mean, I think it always starts with the Lord. Every single time we expect these situations to go one way, a single Lord steal could break. Oh my god!
I think if Adamir is like, okay, relax, breathe, calm down, it's okay, I'm fine. That was a lot of damage.
That was too much.
Yeah, that man Bowles was on fire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, can't do much about it. Nico is standing nearby towards Vanix's side, but they're pulling it kind of early here. I think they're still, at least for Team Flash, they're looking for a pick.
Vanix looks like he can leash the Lord just because he can't heal back with the House Claw. And Hades is trying to find an angle, trying to punish Nico, but it's getting to the point where even Nico is getting level 15, so the level discrepancy isn't really going to be there anymore.
Actually, considering that we are now at the late game, I don't think that any levels will matter, and also no gold difference will matter. It's just about the execution. So Brim's Ghouls, if they did the same thing they did at that top lane Lord, they might take that team fight.
I mean, they're just back there holding it strong, right? This Lord dance is going to take a little bit of time, and I think that Team Flash, with the way that they actually play the game, yep, they're going to send Adamir back up to that top side to force another member, and he knows that he rotates faster because of his passive.
Jay so far haven't stolen any ultimates, which is actually quite something to admire right here, because Blink X knew that every time he's out of the bush, every time he's that's the last touch. But every time he's out of the bush, his ultimate gets stolen and his team suffers from it.
Yeah, right now the Lord again getting leashed, playing with his feelings. Brim's Ghouls right now, I'm pretty sure, like what Yasu said, Blink X wants to move forward, but Jay is there, like showing his face, sometimes being invisible, making it so that if you show your face, if you do your job, you're making a mistake.
Yeah.
It feels bad when you're doing your job, it is a mistake.
There's nothing much you can do about it, though. Like, look at Lolzy. He knows where Carbon is. He knows that he barely takes any damage. And Nico and Carbon put together still won't be able to take out Lolzy. So that's why you can see that Hades is confidently walking up to harass.
And now Jay's got it.
Yeah, actually, looking at the top lane, because I don't think I think that this Lord dance will take a little more time than it should, actually. But look at the top lane. We see that Khalid is trying to split bush over and over again, and the only one defending that is Lina, which is not the best choice possible.
But at least they've got the Khalid to kind of do the work on that top side, like really force Lina to stick back at their base. Because look, even the mid wave, like 2 waves are being dealt with by Team Flash, right? Constantly posing a threat. And Burmese Ghouls, they're running out of patience, but at the same time, there's so little they can actually do about this because of the cooldowns coming up from this Novaria. It's not the most effective way to clear up these lanes. So they send Stitch up.
Well, considering something here, taking something into account, Team Burmese Ghouls don't have that clearance at all whatsoever. So just single target for all of them. Lina can maybe do some damage, but that's not the damage you need to clear a wave. So Team Flash, actually, if they go in with a wave and just like ignore that team fight, maybe they can take the win. Actually, I know it's risky, but it's there.
All right. Things to consider. Lord's already at 50% of its HP, and if we look at the damage received, I mean, Nico has just been taking shot after shot from the Super Magic. In the meantime, look at that. Burmese Ghouls wanting to take control of the mid. Stitches.
He finds a target. Blinks X using the maneuver free, actually getting Vanix. Vanix now has to retreat from the fight, but Adamir is there getting a kill. Blink X is taken down, but Lolzy the same. Roamer for Roamer.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that that exchange. Adamir, look at Adamir.
Yeah.
He might take it.
It's a secret. Oh, Nico found him.
Oh, okay. He got sniffed out at the end of the day, but it's rather interesting considering everything that has happened so far. Burmese Ghouls were able to find a pretty good opportunity, and I think that at least one component has been taken out. But I think that
they got Nico. Nico's gonna get taken down.
Oh, why?
Oh, really?
Why?
How?
Stop!
Lina gets taken down, and now Stage wants to do the damage onto Jay. The minions at the base, but let's look here around the Lord. Adamir is going up top.
But since Stitch is coming there, probably not going to be ending the game just yet.
Believe me when I'm telling you, there are a lot of opportunities for Team Flash to finish this game. The minions are coming from every direction, and if it was any pick but that Khalid, it was a Guinevere or a Beatrix. Yeah, look. Now they want to do what I'm talking about. They want to have that Khalid in front and to finish with the Beatrix. I'm telling you from now.
All right, let's see whether that's going to be the case as they start moving back down towards the Lord to restart this Lord Tango once again. Despite, finding these picks, and Lina, in this 4v4, it is very, very Team Flash orientated, right? They still have their combo pieces. Unless Vanix is down, then I think the Burmese Ghouls are just going to keep on struggling.
I don't know, this Lord Dance is starting to feel like a fight for custody.
No, he's my kid, I swear.
Yeah. Like, he's getting pulled around quite a lot here, and now Nico has a little bit more confidence to go for this Lord, but just got to make sure that Hades can knock you up and wait.
Initiate.
Carbon's in good position. No one knows he's there.
Initiate team fight. Have Vanix on the opposite side. Finish that game.
3 people force end. 3 people force end.
They're doing it. I'm telling you from now. They will finish it from top.
He's going to do it. I mean, like, Team Flash are going to try and go for, like, an engage or something of the sorts, unless we see Lina use the Astral Echoes to reveal everybody on the top side of the map, right?
Yeah. That's the only way.
Yeah, and there's no reason to do so. They've given no indicators.
Oh, look. Yeah, found out. They found out.
Go.
Man, this has been disappointing, huh? Is this what it's like? Oh man, is this what it's like, man? You're getting Christmas cards and you're just like, oh boy, wow, exciting, whatever.
Hey, you know what? Team Flash does not want to make a mistake. Cheryl Yao is watching. Please.
Look at Carbon's position.
Yeah. Carbon's been waiting for quite a while, and again, Blink X finds Vanix. Hades secures the Lord. Adamir tries to end the game. Lina is there to make sure that does not happen. Carbon now has to exit from the fight. Hades finds Blink X, and Jay takes him down. Now Lolzy making sure that Carbon doesn't move. Final Slash not able to stop it, and now Lina is able to stop Adamir. Stitch is here, and Hades cleaning it up. Good snipe.
Okay.
Adamir taken down, but can Burmese Ghouls defend this?
They need to close. I mean, Team Flash, they should be able to close this out. They got a Luminous Lord coming out on their side, and the majority of the members from Burmese Ghouls have almost a minute timers before they come on back. 2 versus 4 doesn't seem likely.
Oh, Lolzy finds Stitch. Stitch gets taken down.
Boom, boom.
And now we're going for game number 3.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, what a Lord Dance that was. Really took their times with it, looking for the right conditions to make that happen. Singapore representatives find a game against the Burmese Ghouls to even the score up 1-1.
Shoutouts to Cheryl Yao. The buff is real.
The buff is real.
The buff is actually real. Team Flash, that was a really good performance. And as I told you guys, they could have done what I said earlier on in the game, but again, it's actually the same perspective. Continue on that team fight. They pressured the top lane. They kept Lina back, and Khalid lost his immortality. But for V5, without having any damage, only the Bruno. Yeah, it was quite obvious.
It was a multiple choice question with most of the answers being correct.
Yeah.
You want to end it there? It's probably correct. You want to win the fight? That's probably correct. You want to contest the Lord? Probably correct.
Exactly, right? And again, the entire composition was very much leaning on the linchpin on Vanix, right? As long as you're able to find that initial pick and you have one of the relevant ults from Beatrix, whether it be Bennett's Rage or Nibiru's Passion, you have more than enough damage to one-shot somebody. So it's like, it's a 4v4. It's still very much in Team Flash's favor.
Do you know, actually, there's something that I really, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but I don't want to have a break, to be honest. I want the players, and like with the momentum that they have right now, to continue performing as they are right now.
Nah, I don't think that's going to be the case, especially since we have to look at our MVP, brought to you by ROG. Let's give it up for Adamir here. Really huge plays, strong in lane, but still, that mid game really kind of set the tone for Team Flash.
He sacrificed himself in the first game, and he redeemed himself in the second one.
Yeah, he indeed did. But actually, looking at Adamir, you cannot do anything but to admire his early game. He was doing a lot of flicker ultimates, hitting the right targets every single time, and not just we are used to see like flicker ultimates to the front. You remember the mid lane? Maybe it's gonna happen in the highlights. He took like a slash to the left, which was really good. He took also Lina down at the early game. Yeah, I think this is the moment I was talking about. Yeah,
It's
look
like,
at Ademir.
I want it.
Boom,
Nope.
left.
It's like, I want Nico, but no, I'm going to double up on these kills and take out Nico as well, Lina as well. But again, it felt like the Burmese goals, especially in that early stage of the game, with how much influence Ademir had on the bottom side of the map, really staggered them from finding this momentum. And even for the side of Team Flash, right, it was all about finding these picks. Every single one of these lanes were finding good opportunities to really set themselves up and slow the game down on purpose.
And Jay actually at some points was doing a two-man's job, dealing with some people 2-1 by himself, using the ultimates coming from Blank X. And here we seen actually the gift that Beatrix has gave to the to Team Flash before she goes away. And here Carbon was just like fighting with time. Actually, at some point, yeah, this was the point where if the gold was in the favor of Team Previous Ghouls, they would have finished the game, they would have finished the fight, but here the goal difference speaks, and here Team Flash took the retribution. And actually one of those things that if I was Team Previous Ghouls, I will be worried about. The retribution execution was really bad from the side of Nico.
Oh, I mean, I can't really blame him, right? He has to worry about Lolzy's Jikundode, Way of the Dragon, Ademir stands Quicksand Guard as well. Oh wait, no, sorry. With his ultimate as well. It's just, the more I think about it, there's just so many things that actually forces out, and especially even when you do have those mortal coils, right? Keep in mind that the spatial migration coming in from Hades specifically to cut right in between it made it even harder for him to hold both charges of the mortal coil.
We saw how the game ended, but we got to talk about how the game started. Team Flash, they really had a very good momentum coming in because Hades did a very good job basically manhandling Nico, making sure that Nico as a jungler, he couldn't do much. And as a Marcus, you want a bit of a snowball going on. You want at least 2 kills getting into your second turtle, but he didn't even get 1 kill. So the build coming in from Hades and the aggression was really good.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the
There has been
influence.
a change though, right? He had a Genius Wand earlier on, so now he switched to a freeze. But looking at Nico, because you pointed out the early game, he was at some point 0-3-0, so at some point he wasn't even inside the game itself. Stitch, although his team was losing, he was doing a really good damage, and also he did the most amount of damage at a certain but the sandbag, unfortunately, is Nico, and the carry and the rich guy is Stitch. And he did deserve that rich guy and also the carry, but he didn't carry his team all the way through. Forgotten one is Jay. I don't think that anyone will actually forget Jay's performance. Who had the most team participation? I wonder. Team. Oh, it's Jay. Yeah. It should be Jay, by stealing these ultimates from the Minotaur. Even though we saw that Ademir is the MVP, but Jay was actually the one who did the most amount of damage in his team and also the most participation. But who was most effective and most annoying was definitely Ademir.
I mean, Ademir had plenty of damage. I mean, he went for a full damage build as well, right? So again, people like Stitch needs to be extremely careful when walking up to him, and
no turret damage at all.
Yeah, they weren't able to get close, right?
It's all minions.
It's all minions. Unfortunate indeed. I think that Stitch definitely had an opportunity to try and turn things around for his team, but it's just the lack of space, right?
Yeah.
There's only so much play space that you actually have. You get caught, you're instantly going to die.
You know what? Going to a 3-game series, it seems adamant. Like, the game has been very good, and I feel like the evolution in the draft as well, now you really have to respect the Guinevere, because like I said, so far it's like, oh, it's hard to hit the spatial migration, but Hades make it look easy.
He really does, especially with anti-CC on that Martis. Like, he's making sure he gets his timings just right between the mortal coils. Well, man, I don't know about you guys, but any predictions for the upcoming Game 3?
Nope.
Team Flash, split bush, win.
Wow, that was a split push
You said
win.
fast.
I mean, that's the only way that it seems to be. But for the side of Team Flash, I mean, this could be their moment to actually get some points. Burmese Ghouls, could this just be it for them? Or are they able to bring it back to make sure they're competitive in their group? With that being said, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, more MLBB action. It's time to conclude the second best of 3 series here today between Singapore's representative against Myanmar. It's going to be Team Flash once again at 1 point, looking for a second against the Burmese Ghouls, also at match point, currently tied. But man, these drafts have been adapting, and it feels like it's a continuation of the battle itself.
What?
I don't know, games is masarap, you know?
It is.
It's delicious.
It is delicious.
Masarap.
It's too good. It's too good for some of us even. But it's competitive at the very least. We did get to see a little bit more of Team Flash this time around, which I'm happy to see because, again, game number 1, we didn't get to see them express themselves as much. And Burmese Ghouls took advantage of it. Game number 2, the complete opposite, right? Where we see Team Flash winning out in a majority of their lanes, and Burmese Ghouls felt like they were kept in a box. Now, it's time to see which one of these teams are going to come on top.
Allow me to disagree with the point when you said the first game we didn't see Flash style. The first game was the split pushing game. So we did see a style there, but it didn't work out. Yeah, that's for sure. It didn't work out as Team Flash wanted it to do. But going to game 3, I gave my prediction: Team Flash, split push, fast end. You escaped the question, Lafel.
Yeah, he still thinks it's just masarap. It's just delicious. Well, I think that at the very least, as much as we want to believe, as much as I wanted to see Team Flash actually win out on that split push, at the very least we did see good responses from the side of Burmese Ghouls. Not so much in the second game, right? But now we go into the third, and maybe we might see one more evolution. I'm hoping that both of these teams instead just look, I mean, it's tough against Burmese Ghouls. If you're going for a team fight composition against the Ghouls, who are real good at team fighting, it can be quite the struggle.
I would say the good thing about a best of 3 is that you get to see quite a lot from your opponent. So I feel like the pick and ban phase right now is going to be very, very targeted. They have a rough idea of what the opposing side can do. So I do want to see if Burmese Ghouls in game number 1, they went for comfort, they did well. So I want to see if the first 3 picks, they pick up the Ruby for themselves, because it was a big factor of how they won.
Oh, is that really how it's going to boil down to? Whether this Ruby gets through or not as we start moving in towards the drafting phase between both of these teams? Or maybe there's another pick that we may have not been considering.
Yeah, maybe they're hiding it.
They could be.
Koopa Jungle. Don't knock it till you try it.
I mean, I've heard...
I've never tried it.
I mean, I've heard back at home, well, there are some people who have really pushed to the limits of what the meta could be. There's obviously some flaws in it, but maybe they have a way to build a composition around it.
Do you know what would Koopa in a jungle taste like?
What?
Masarap.
I don't think that's okay. I'm not sure how many people are going to be on board with that one, to be fair. It's going to be tough to believe it.
Oh, yeah. We've traveled a lot, Gideon.
We've traveled
a lot.
Look, we've been around to places. Sometimes it's just not okay. But now, as we think about it even deeper, right, I'm hoping to see whether Adamir is going to have a good time or a bad time. Game 1, bad time. Game 2, good time.
I see Leo, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's always like a happy place I go to when I see Leo, Myanmar. Everyone is here.
Everybody's here as we get into the drafting phase to conclude this match between Team Flash as well as the Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. And it looks like a lot of the bands are looking pretty similar here. Baxia for the side of Team Flash, Joy, Matilda for the side of the Burmese Ghouls.
Which one is the first pick again? Red or blue?
Red.
Blue?
You're colorblind anyway.
Yeah, I am
right?
colorblind. So far, the blue side has been winning.
Yep.
At least for this series. The previous series, if I'm not mistaken, it was the red side.
Yes, it was. I mean, it was, and they're winning in a very convincing fashion as well, right? As we look on over, Wan gets banned out again, very similar to game number 1.
Look, I was about to say an Arabic word actually, but look. Team Burmese Ghouls here, they can go for the
Nolan. Smelling Nolan.
I was about to talk a little bit about that Guinevere because she proved that she is effective, even like the semi-tanky one, but Team Burmese Ghouls seems to disagree with me on that. Nolan, okay, by banning the Phoebus, Nolan becomes a clear option. But where's the Faramis? Where's the Valentina that was so toxic earlier on? Where's the Outlet? A lot of picks are still open.
Take the Guinevere away. You don't want to give it over to Hades unless you have a very clear idea of how to fight against it.
It could be, well, I mean, Diggy could be the answer, right? That's why we saw Team Flash ban it out in the second phase. Farmers gets picked up. I'm expecting Team Flash. I mean, You gotta give it to Jay. He played a good, solid Valentina. There's no reason not to give it to him. And I'm guessing it's gonna be Bruno Valentina, right?
I mean, at this point, you may not have to pick up the Valentina first because you have to assume that this Fermis is going to the mid, right? Right, so you can delay it onto your third pick.
Oh, that's also true.
Right.
That's also a good point. If that's the case, we'll see in about 25
Bruno
seconds.
Guinevere?
Bruno Gwen. Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one. That's
I
a
like
good one.
that. That is a better adjustment. Here we go. It looks like it's going to be Bruno confirmed. Guinevere, you right on the dot.
Nice.
Nicely done, LaFell. As we jump on over to the Burmese Ghouls, let's see how they respond.
Huh. The Burmese Ghouls actually, they can go for that crowd control. They can go for some heroes to prevent Guinevere and also Bruno from their own movements. But actually, there's a pick that have been neglected a bit so far, which is the Yuzong. I think the Yuzong here can take the Bruno on a 1v1 and on on a rainy day even.
Yeah, show off the skin. And at this point, picking up the Claude is... Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Nico
didn't perform that well last game.
Yeah,
right?
Nico is going for that. Maybe he was like, guys, I just didn't thought he would have that much damage. this time,
I know.
I'm coming in prepared.
I swear it'll be different this time,
I swear.
Coach. Please, Lin Daddy. I need to redeem myself. Team Flash now looking for a final pick of the very first phase. So far, considering that everything that has been done, I mean, Diggy super early? No, Valentina. Thank God. They're still following through with the game plan, right? 62% overall pick and ban rate,
Ruby.
56 win rate. Ban out that Ruby, ban out that Diggy, call it a day.
Yeah, for me actually taking, and Jay especially taking, the Valentina is quite reasonable after seeing what he did last game. He made Team Burmese Ghouls experience hell. And also, you have a lot of good ultimates there. You have the, I would say mainly we'll go with the Faramis one and then the Nether Realm, but that prevents Team Burmese Ghouls from making good setup heroes or like taking good setup heroes as the Minotaur or even any others. But as you said, LaFell, by nature, Ruby out.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, if Flash wants, because Lozi has been using the Cho quite a bit.
Okay.
I was about to say Minotaur would be a pretty good pick as well because going up against a Faramis, Faramis wants to clump up. Minotaur kind of counters that. So it's a good ban.
I think they're not going to touch the Cho just yet. I mean, there's a couple of arguments that can be made, right? They could say that, all right, maybe that Burmese Ghouls could lean into the sector where it's more for, let's go for the dive, right? We might as well go for a hard dive. And now that I'm noticing it, wait, hold on, let me just double check the bans real quick. It looks like the Arlet has not been touched just yet either.
Yeah. But yet the Diggy is respected though. The Diggy is respected. One of the things that I didn't see throughout this whole series is, where is Angela?
Oh, actually, you're right, huh? Yeah, the Angela hasn't been touched throughout this entire series at all. And we see that Burmese Ghouls showing respect to Adamir this time. Hey, no Khalid this time, no Singaporean specials.
Maybe there's something Yuzong will come in, but yeah, Angela for the draft for Flash is actually not bad. It kind of gives more room for Hades to be a bit more aggressive, maybe having one additional damage item.
Are we really going to put Lolzy on?
That's true. Yeah, I think about what was I thinking?
Yeah,
I'm dumb.
He's a set tank. He wants to be that guy who makes the play, the TikTok play even.
Yeah, if he uses an Angela, he might use the Way of the Dragon.
Wait, what? How?
That's just raw belief. He manifests it.
Let me just say TikTok has influenced me.
Yeah.
The TikToks have been very creative.
You are catching up to all the MLPB, M5 content. So, Burmese Ghouls right now, what is the best option for them? Yeah, I don't think... Look, on regular basis, I would have said like area crowd control tank hero, like someone who takes damage and also gets to like make those spaces. But looking at the Valentina on the other end and seeing all that crowd control, it will just be ridiculous if you add one more crowd control to BG.
Yes, Sister Isla. The Trizla, yes.
Oh.
Trizla,
but it's gonna chose.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
I quite like this.
Wow, a lot more flank opportunities.
I agree, but I think that this should be, what, a Trizla pick and they're going to put the Arla into the support section? Or is there a jungler that's going to make a difference here, just in case they flex it about? Running through it in my head, don't think so. Yeah, okay. So there is an opportunity, right? I mean, Arla into the Paquito. Wow, I haven't seen that. If it does become that matchup, it's been a while.
Yeah,
don't bring a sword to a fist fight because Paquito is gonna punch you. Oh wait, is it?
No, it's like it's more like a spear. Spear? It's more like a spear.
Let me process it.
Is it like a... No, it's not a wooden stick, right? It's like...
It's a brew.
I don't know.
That should be the next skin.
Oh, Kufra. That's interesting.
We forgot that his Kufra was banned.
Yeah. Okay, so now that he has the Kufra in hand, at least this is starting to look pretty good for both sides, right? It's going to be dependent on whether or not Burmese ghouls are able to win out on their lanes individually to create these advantages in comparison to Team Flash, who are looking for these big set plays.
Yeah, speaking of the Kufra, actually, you guys are more experts about how does Lolzy executes that Kufra, but when it comes to me, I feel that it is the best fitting hero here because a lot of dashes can be prevented, whether you are talking about Stitch, Blink X, or even Carbon.
You know what? This game, I'm looking at Hades. Can he replicate what he did in game number 2 and shut down Nico, making it a non-factor?
Let's get into this game, whether that non-factor is going to be the extra +1 in the equation at the M5 World Championship group stage. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away with some extra points in their own individual standings. Let's find out as we come to the conclusion of our second best-of-3 series here between the Burmese Ghouls on the blue side up against the Singaporean representatives on the red side, Team Flash.
Huh.
It's a good skin.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It reminds me of Tarzan.
What? Oh yeah, it does.
Jane?
Yeah.
Is her name Jane? Yeah.
That's a really good take there. Oh, is that a kill?
Yep, Lolzy right now.
He's dead.
Not much ways for him to run away from this.
He's not gonna.
Yeah, well, he's wasting time as he should, but the first blood does go over to Carbon.
I was literally about to say, he's not going to flicker, right? Proceeds to flicker the opposite direction. Boy, what a way to start this. In less than a minute, we've already seen first blood.
Well, look, we have seen a first blood, but you have to admit the fact that Grimace goes at this point, neglecting what's on your screen right now. Look at the bigger picture. They are in desperate need for this victory because if they didn't get that point, to support them in this group, they will face hell upon the upcoming game. So that being said, let's look here at the itemization. I think that Bruno is going for his Has Claws earlier on, but while it's not the same case on the other side, Clock of Destiny earlier on for Lina. I think that Clock of Destiny is something to take care of this season.
I don't know. It's kind of weird because he does have like a leather jerkin at the same time. So it's like, are you going for the still leg plates? Are you not? But here we go. Gank on the top side. Adamir. Ooh, good game sense coming in from Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, Hades tried to engage a potential engage coming in from Burmese Ghouls, but yeah, they're taking this game step by step. They're not really trying to force things out, especially because the turtle is coming up.
Oh, nice man, Lolzy, but yeah, he knows his range. He knows his range. He goes back. But if looking here at the given inputs, Team Burmese Ghouls can actually make a really good solid team fight. But on the other hand, Lolzy, if he finds that second skill, he can make it.
Oh, speaking of which, Hades finds Blink X and Blink X gets taken down. Carbon goes in, but that's a low double kill for Jay. Jay showing up on the Valentina.
Is he continuing?
No, they're going to start pressing their advantage down in towards purple. Like,
oh, what? Well, Lina tried to protect Nico. Nico didn't really need it, but it would have been a disaster if Team Flash just continued to engage because Nico was out of range.
Yeah.
He was not in the nether realm.
He really was. And I mean, now like Team Flash are finding some significant momentum over the Burmese Ghouls. Maybe, I mean, I don't know when it comes down to stamina, but they're really grinding them down.
Yeah, speaking of grinding, Vanix is grinding that gold down in the bot lane. Every time I see a Bruno action, every time he gets that Has Claws earlier on, it's so dangerous, it's so heavy. Yeah, he already got its minute 3 and he already have the Has Claws. Stitch will face fire. He'll face that balls of fire coming from Vanix.
Hades look to engage, find Blink X, and it's gonna fully commit there. Blink X is not the target that he wanted, but Vanix gets what he wants. He wants some of that juicy HP on the turrets.
Gold plating is just so nice, especially when once you start cracking it.
Oh no, Hades finds Lina, but the flicker does save Lina.
Ooh, I don't know. Do you just take the Shadow Stampede, hold on to your spatial
Oh.
memory? Oh, whoa, whoa!
Okay, fights are happening all around, and looks like Nico
it's
is
a
here
kill.
to save Stitch, and he grabs a kill for himself. A better performance in Game 3.
Oh yeah, finally we see it, and now Adamir has to take this 1v1 against Carbon. This is not an easy matchup at all.
Sure, do this when I'm the play-by-play. Adamir and Carbon duking it out, and then Blink is just like, hey guys, I'm a fighter too. Okay, thanks, bye.
Yeah, the players coming back from the rooms, they choose violence. They choose violence everywhere, all around the map. But I would highly recommend for Vanix to go to that top lane, but let's see what's happening.
BlinkX finds Hades. Hades was
Ouch.
pulled in the range of the turret, and looks like BlinkX is going to secure the kill for the team. Jay having to use his NetherRealm very, very early on.
Yeah, they disengage once again. But again, I would recommend for the Bruno, for Vanix to go top lane after taking all the gold from the bot lane side. Oh, I think he also wants to take that lord. He wants to finish what he started.
Yep, he definitely wants to crack it open, but let's see the
finish.
finish.
BlinkX finds Vanix, but again, Vanix using the worldly, able to get away from that situation. And Lolzy with the flicker, I wonder if he's going to get taken down. Nico unable to get his target, but now his target is the turtle.
Adamir did use that final slash as well, so they're not going to have it for the upcoming turtle fight, but in the meantime, let's see how this... Whoa, okay.
Well, you know what? As long as they're damaged, he will give vengeance. Hades is here now, so it's not going to be a very clean turtle take, especially now that Nico is half HP. Adamir doing quite a lot onto Nico. Hades as well as Jay are on the turtle right now, and Adamir is not taking damage.
The man smurfing. I'm not going to lie. Look at that movement. Lolzy? Is he going to actually find somebody here? Nah.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Revenge not going to hit
Down.
onto Nico, but it's enough just to waste time. Hades secures the turtle, and Adamir, you did your job well. Now let's see if your team can help you out.
They can help him out. It's a really good thing from Adamir there, and I'm so excited to see his itemization.
Yep, and now Hades as well as Adamir finds a target, and their target is Carbon. And a pause.
I think something needed to be done there. It felt too good to be true with everything that Adamir was getting away with at some point. That was, okay, an interesting set of events, especially around the turtle of the game. And man, it really did feel like Adamir was smurfing there for a second. Manhandling 2 people at once, even 3, still getting to walk away and regroup with his team after the turtle take. Like,
I feel like during those dashes, he probably winked at opponents like, ting. So you see what I did? Ting.
I mean, he was playing well. He was dodging some really good stuff. And like you said, Master
Rap indeed.
Oh, man. This has got to be... Honestly, this has to be a little taxing for all the players, right? Because at the end of the day, this has been going on for literally 20 minutes, 30 minutes for each one of these games. And now that we're coming to a Game 3, I feel like, you know, the patience is running thin. And that's why they're getting more aggressive, wanting to find these big motions across the map.
Well, Valentina, actually looking at the statistics, she has 2 kills. I think it was a double kill. They didn't like happen separately. And Valentina is one of those heroes. If she got a good early game, it's so hard to stand against her in the lane.
Yeah.
So far, I think Jay is kind of the strength point or maybe the center of all the events.
I would say Claude will have a difficult time going into the fray because the damage from Bruno is already a lot. You can use your Wind of Nature to kind of like survive that kind of damage, but you can't really use the Wind of Nature against Valentina.
Oh, wait, hold on. It looks like I'm seeing thumbs up coming from the side of the Burmese goals. Let's see what the Marshals have to say about this, going for their double checks before we start sending it back off in towards the game. Also, to know, interesting that the Burmese goals like to sit towards the right side. Well, it's reversed for us. Right side, all in one train, rather than having their elbows right up onto the table. I don't know if that makes a difference for them, but the only person who does so is sitting right at the end.
Let me just say it doesn't matter to me. I don't know my left and right.
Do you play elbows on table? Not on table. Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Something to think about, huh? Yeah.
I don't know. I usually play when I'm lying down.
When you're lying down? Wait, what about the times where we were at like the, what was it called again? Small little competitions we have after the tournament.
I put my heels on the table.
You put your heels on the table?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that does not sound right at all. You play with your feet?
That sounds arrogant.
Bruh.
Even though I don't know what are you guys talking about, I also think that it's not sound right.
All right, let's get back into this. Thank you to our Marshals for handling it. We didn't even need the full 2 minutes as we jump right back into the action.
Huh. Vanix, yeah, it is reasonable that he has the most amount of gold because he took that bot lane totally on himself without needing any help from Team Flash whatsoever. But Team Grimace goes on the opposite side. They haven't took anything in return. Turtles, it's for Flash. Turrets, is for Flash. So far, I think Team Flash are in the lead, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
Yep, 3.4. Biggest lead we've seen so far 6 minutes into the game, and hopefully we get to see this start to snowball out of control with Vanix being able to do so much for the team. Like, oh wait, he's still moving down bot side.
Yep, Blix is there looking for a possible opportunity to get onto Vanix, but Lolzy making sure that Vanix is pretty safe.
Yeah, almost all the way through, he made it. Before even the items are gone, the Berserk Fury comes here, and on the other side, Cold hasn't even got close to get his golden staff. So in terms of lane phasing, Vanix is smashing it.
I mean, it's not just him, right? Hades 2 levels ahead against Nico. We're seeing that Jay even is developing a 2-level lead against Lina. So it looks like it's across the board for the side of Team Flash, winning out in their lanes.
Now Hades unable to get Blink X, but so far I would say Hades isn't as aggressive
as the last game.
Yeah, as the last game, but I kind of feel like it's because you don't have a Khalid to really win out your lane, so that's why it's kind of taking it a bit slow.
Look, I'm not gonna like follow up on that take. I actually want to speak about something else right now, which is if you get the defensive items for the physical attack, it should be more than enough for a team Flash to win that game.
Lolzy finds Nico, but Nico able to Mortal Coil out of there, and now Carbon. Hades jumps back in with a Violet Requiem. Vanix gets a double kill, getting Blinks as well as Lina. Lina's gonna respawn very soon. But looks like a good fight for Flash, and they got a turtle as well.
Yep, just nice lockdown coming out for the side of Team Flash as they focus a majority of their burst onto Lina as well as Blink X, and they did it so quick that Lina had no opportunity to be able to channel down on the Netherrealm. So, instant punish, 5k lead for the side of Team Flash, the biggest lead we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Hades right now is just so annoying that no one can actually deal damage to him. He took that blue buff of the that purple buff, sorry, for Mortis, and he went back to go for his own jungle. So far, Team Flash are in control of everything. This is a really high gold lead, 6k in 8 minutes. That's remarkable.
Yeah, right now, Team Flash, they're staring in the eyes of Hermes Ghouls, and they're gonna take the mid lane turret. Carmen looks like he's trying to figure out how to play this macro-wise, trying to put a little bit of pressure on the top lane.
Hard, so hard.
I mean, let's look at the items, right? Let's see how far they truly are. I'm seeing that at least for the time being, Hades is still going for the semi-damage build, right? He's got the Genius Wand, he's got the Guardian's Helm already completed, but more importantly, look at Vanix. Third item, he's already got the Malefic Roar. It's tough. He does so much damage at this point.
Yeah, I would say also if you looked at Nico, he's 4k gold, while there are people with 8k gold on the other side. So Nico odds are not looking quite well. So I want to see a first flicker. Am I greedy from Kupra?
Oh, Hades already jumping in, finds Blink X, and now Hades onto Stitch. Looks like Stitch got the kill onto Hades. I was like, I'm speechless.
But why? Yeah, but what? But why? Why did he have to go back in like that? There was no need to. He could have.
Lolzy finds Nico, but Mortal Coil able to immune himself with the crowd control. Carpet goes in, and Lolzy tries to secure someone close to the wall. It looks like Lolzy is able to survive this engaged killing spree for Vanix. Vanix has a kill, and Lolzy with the flicker gives a double kill onto Vanix, and now Adamir! Ooh, clutch flicker.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh my
Lolzy with the flicker first.
I can't. Adamir, he is really smurfing right now. Look at him. The man is really showing the depths of his mechanics. He's dodged everything. He's making sure that Stitch doesn't get in on these fights. He is doing it single-handedly while the rest of Team Flash are just cutting down his teammates.
Do you think that he made it up for that first game frustration?
Oh yeah, I feel like he accumulated all of his emotions into Game 2 and Game 3. He's the kind of guy that takes it all. It's like, you know how you don't challenge nice guys? Nice guys has a limit on their patience. You don't push them far enough, all right? You push them enough that they're like, okay, I'm upset, but it's okay. They push Adamir too far.
He's just petty like that.
No, yeah, he's just petty.
But now with the Lord pushing in, right, this is starting to look like a really good checkmate position for the side of Team Flash, right? 8K lead, 36 to 27. No item, third item power spike for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Wolsey now charging the Tyrant's Revenge, and Blink X coming from behind finds Hades, but no follow-up just yet. Blink X is almost getting taken down, but Lina was able to protect him, but at this point, I feel like the NetherRealm not being up is more of a big deal.
I actually like Carbon's way to move in the map. He wants to cut the lanes. Really smooth.
Yeah, now Wolsey almost making a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so clever.
So
you can't
smart.
push with no minions.
Yep, can't push with no minions, but they still be able to get one more inhibitor. It's a small save, but let's see how much of an impact. Oh, it's going to have. Oh, Nico.
Yep, they find Nico, but Nico is still, nope, never mind. Unstoppable for Vanix. Vanix is on fire for this guy. No way! No! Okay, he died. Thank goodness. he survived. Carbon now comes from behind. He's going to get taken down. Killing spree by Jay.
Is it done?
That needs an instant replay.
I can't. I'm so lost for words. He's smurfing so hard right now as they're looking to close this out, and they try backdoor protection of minions, and that's Team Flash taking the win. 2-1 against the Burmese Ghouls. What was that?
The story is between Singapore and Myanmar. Myanmar has been taking them down over and over again in internationals, and this time, new representatives from Singapore is like, we got your number.
We got your number indeed. Lolzy is happy. Adamir has a slight smile, and you know what that means. He's like, I smurfed this game, boys. He played out of his mind.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, having that second deserved victory. Team Flash do deserve that victory, coming all the way from Singapore just to take the Premier Schools on their first challenge down. Team Premier Schools odds are bad at this moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good, right? They need every single one of these wins in the upcoming matches if they want to at least try and qualify or force a tiebreaker against another team in the same group. It's good stuff coming in from Team Flash.
Fountain.
He's still, and he nearly survived.
He was pulled back into the fountain. What?
I mean, I can't wait to see the highlights coming up in a little bit, but man, considering how Game 1 and Game 2, how long they dragged out, the fact that Team Flash was able to snowball that out of control, it's good to see that they're able to play every aspect of the game.
Let me just say he did die, but that's a cool way to die.
That is a cool way to die.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's almost as the Kyrie escape yesterday if he managed to pull that off.
Oh, that would have been close. That would have been very, very close. But that being said, I think it's time. We got to have a look at our MVP. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers.
Adamir, right?
I mean, come on. Let's give it over to Jay. Big time Valentina, making sure that no matter what mistake you make, he's got you covered.
Oh, wait, it's not Adamir?
Nah. Jay has a perfect score. Adamir died,
If he did not die, yeah. If he did not die, yeah.
I'm talking about the person who's been consistent throughout all three of these games. I'm talking about the man who plays in the mid lane and is dangerous. Look at that jawline. He's going to be cutting diamonds with that. 3-0-6. It's Jay on this Valentina.
Yeah, KDA speaks. And speaking of KDA, he had a lot of damage applied. We want to see that in the upcoming statistics, but let's look at the highlights. The highlights shows us that Team Flash, since the first second were in control with that double kill, also every team fight and every turret, every objective, they were nailing it one by one. Nico was just trying to prevent the inevitable, and at some point Carbon as well wanted to do some clever moves, but look at the execution here from Lolzy. He managed one time after another to do really good ultimates, and not just that. We'll look at this. Yeah, I was just about to mention it. A first flicker over and over again, dealing really, I would say not dealing, but making. Yeah, that was the. I will leave it to you, Lafel. I will leave it to you.
I don't know. Throughout this highlight, all I can say is Jay is dangerous.
Yes, he truly is. The disruption that he brings with these terrifies, and at the same time, in Jairus we trust. It's just a dangerous game coming in from Team Flash.
Then Jairus.
Then Jairus.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Jairus.
I actually like. I want to look at someday and find the one that fits so much. Like when you put a name that's for someone and also like let's leave it let's leave it that way.
Sure.
Dangerous, right? Let's make it like that.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
5-11 is the final score of game number 3. 12 minutes 28. So drastically different for game 1 as well as game 2. And we're looking at the items like Vanix had the time of his life. Not only did he win out his lane, broke that turret, he was able to snowball that lead out of control with the coverage of the rest of his team.
What actually is quite devastating for Nico is that he was almost doubled by in terms of the form on the other side on Team Flash, because if you look at Vanix 11k, if you look also at Hades, he was far ahead from Nico, so he didn't have the best time at jungling. He didn't have the best time for sure at the early game itself. Rich guy, also the carry. Vanix, he should be look, actually the gold per minute, I think this is one of the highest, if not the highest by far. 931 gold per minute, taking turrets down, taking their gold before they even leave before the 5th minute. Yeah, Vanix was all around and was all about the objectives.
Absolutely. He was taking jungle camps just for fun at that point, as he's moving across the map. And yes, I would say that the rotations from Team Flash, I would have expected him to instantly move to the top side as soon as they broke bot tier 1. But no, he decided to put a bigger brass tax on the Burmese ghouls, taking away beetles, taking away river crabs, taking away lethal wanderers, even absorbing mid waves before he got to that top side.
Honestly, in this game, all the Singaporeans that didn't believe in Team Flash, in your face.
Your face! I mean, most people would have believed that the Burmese ghouls were going to take it away.
I got it wrong again?
Oh, how convenient.
What? I voted for Burmese ghouls and they lost?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You'd rather to be what than what? Right, but
I'd rather be lucky than
right.
No,
I'd rather be lucky than good.
Than good. Okay.
It makes me so mad that he gets away with it every single time.
Fun fact, my name means lucky.
Yeah, that I know at the very least. But man, it has been quite a battle between these two times. Once again, M5 is powered by Montage, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to all of our sponsors for making this happen, because guys, the next best of 3 is going to be just as exciting, if not even better, because we are seeing teams try and scrape up as many points as possible to qualify.
I just thought of something.
What you think?
My name is Lucky, but it didn't specify good luck. Look,
why haven't we seen this all this time?
Don't ask me to predict. The proof is out there. It's been 4 years.
It's been 4 years and we've never noticed it this entire time. But that being said, coming up next is the champions of MPL Cambodia. See you soon, going up against the runner-ups, Liga Latam, Bigatron Sun. So don't go anywhere. M5 World Championship group stage. We'll be right back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is higher, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got.
I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I never get your inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I know, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency. You'll see, I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
Hi, Monina. Alam kong nag-iisip ka ngayon if you're going to let go of your BPO work. You know what? Take the risk. Pumasok ka sa mundo ng esports and tanggapin mo yung hamon and opportunity na maging team manager. It's gonna be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, masakit din para sa'yo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo, mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the Hero Challenge.
Lapu-Lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
I welcome you to the M5 World Championship!
You can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I do. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I do. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
From opposite ends of the earth, there's unfinished business between these two teams as they face off in the pursuit of becoming better than great. Welcome back to the MLBBM 5 World Championships. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and LaFell as we bring you, unbelievably, today's third best of 3. What time is it? It's time to see you soon go up against Bigatron Suns.
Man, and before that, we also have to just give a quick shout out, of course, to our sponsors, because without them, this would not be possible. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Kadea and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Yeah. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
And a special shout out to our global presenting partner, Kadea. Kadea is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It's the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Kadea, they aim to change the world of gaming and esports. Don't forget to give them a follow on all social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, at Kadea Gaming. Stay tuned for their social media. They have a ton of giveaways for you guys at home.
That's right. Also, we don't stop at providing the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach Mythic, Mythic Honor, Mythic Glory, Immortal via the help of our Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chairs, outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop, match, win in comfort, and keep yourself at the top of your game now. Let's talk about this matchup, gentlemen. It's Cambodia's champion, See You Soon, going up against a representative from Brazil, reppin' Latam. It's Bigatron Suns. For those of you who don't know, the unfinished business I was referring to was an M3 matchup that's shared amongst 4 players from both sides.
Yeah, not only that, but we're trying to recall it. I think it was a clean sweep, right? It was
It
a
was.
2-0 that they had. Yeah, and so That's one thing that's great so far about this. There's so many narratives happening here, right? And this is one of them. It's a grudge match in a way. Now, this time around, it's been a while, you know, since M3 and everything. So really, where did things fall into place? Obviously, you have some changes with the rosters, the teams in general, but, you know, obviously that rivalry is still there.
Yeah, the rivalry is still there, but again, like you said, there's been some swaps because some of the players here, it is going to be their first time on the world stage. So we do have to see how do they adapt, how do they step up?
Yeah, but the players that were around when they first met in Singapore in late 2021 for the M3 World Championships was Boxy and Felix, the Kamai, and of course the Brazilians, Upa and Luna. Here they are once more repping, respectively, See You Soon, and now this time around, Bigatron Sons. They were formerly with the Red Canids, and here's what their stats look like.
I gotta say, looking at his stats as well, the only thing that really popped up for me is the heroes for Upa, because Clint and Farsa isn't really, I would say, the meta right now, especially the Farsa. The Clint, perhaps, in certain matchups, but other than that, Boxy, Matilda, still relevant now. Felix with the Lapu-Lapu as well as Xborg. Xborg maybe a little bit dependent on the draft if you're going up against a Terizla, against like a Fedrin, sure. And Luna as well, we saw yesterday, just because there's an Akai pick, it doesn't have to go to the jungle.
That's right. He's known to have that hero as a favorite, which he pays homage to one of his best friends, if you know what I'm saying. So with that said, we also have to give a highlight to the players not in the picture right now, those who are attending their very first World Championships. I'm talking about Ra from See You Soon. I'm talking about Syndra. I almost said Syndra, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
it works.
They're both star players in mid.
Yeah, and not only that, but you know, just even seeing some of these members from See You Soon over the course of the last year, now even before we're talking about the M Series and everything else, their performance has been great, right? And they've just kind of refined it now over these months, over even the year, if you will. Now, that matchup alone, there's so much to compare here, right? The roam, the mid lane, even the gold lane. And I think now that we're, I guess the current meta is currently, I like how much flexibility there is. You guys already mentioned the roams, right? Even for Luna, the fact that you see the Lolita there, the Ruby, those could technically still work currently in M5. It's just, yeah, a lot of the times there are some teams that like to opt for, you know, the healing kind of options there. We even see a lot of the Matilda. You see, I heard you guys ask this earlier, where's the Angela been? You know, this is another hero that pops up time and time again. So really, when you match both these teams up, regardless of what happened even in M3, there's so much here that they've obviously adjusted from. And then the question is, again, how do they apply it here starting on day number 2 of M5?
I definitely want to see some adaptations because yesterday, Bigatron Suns going up against Onyx, it was a very tough matchup. So going up against See You Soon, I'm hoping whatever happened yesterday, dude, can apply going up against See You Soon because that's not an easy opponent.
That's right. No, you went into the deep end. Why not? That's the tournament favorite, looking at the internal rankings, looking at the grapevine, looking at just the timeline, what the media is saying. Onyx is set up for success, and that's Bigatron Suns' first opponents last night. But here, now, they're facing off against See You Soon, and let's get the action afoot. Introducing our marshals to officiate the M5 World Championships. We have them here, making sure that there is fairness and integrity in all of our games. Let's acknowledge them here. 4 gentlemen working behind the scenes and with our players on stage to help them have the best battles, the best matches that they could. Now, let's welcome the Kamai making their way into the stage. It's the pride of Cambodia. After missing last year's culmination, they managed to return the soonest that they can. Don't let their names fool you because they're here and they're now. They are See You Soon.
Again, a team that has a lot to prove once again, and they have done so much already leading up to this. Can't wait to see what they bring to the table this time, finally, and against a team like this.
Going up against them are the Brazilian bots. With a tough challenge out of the way, they return with a rebooted mindset, and they are programmed to win. Give it up for Bigatron Suns!
I have to say they have a lot to prove in this match series because, again, yesterday's performance, I would say, should build a fire underneath them.
And now making their way on stage, their leaders, their brains, their coaches. It's Coach Cat God and Jin, and Coach Darkness, and their analyst, Valeria. Interesting to see. I'm wondering if we're going to see some spicy picks. Now a show of showmanship between the Cambodians and the Brazilians.
Yeah, not only that, but I know we'll talk more in depth about this later on, but the play styles here, right? The play styles of both these regions kind of clashing out. That's what's so great about the M series, right? And that's what we've been comparing even so. So with this, let's take a look at the roster here for See You Soon. We've got Kusei, MP the King, Siren Felix, or Felix Ra, and also Boxy the King, or Boxy.
Where are my manners? It's not just the Cambodians. We have some Filipinos here repping the Kingdom of Cambodia, repping the Khmer. We also have Kusei and MP.
Yeah, honestly, MP the King, a lot of pressure will be on him because so far we've seen the entire world stage. It's all about those junglers.
And he's owning the map. Again, they're very aggressive and they're leaning hard, and that's going to be key to them defeating Bigatron Suns. They reset, and it's looking like Super Upa, Buzizio, Black, Syndra, and Luna are ready to go. What do you think, LaFell?
Honestly, what I think right now is they have to find a decisive playstyle, because yesterday it does seem like they're trying out a little bit too much. I feel like in this game, figure out what target do you want. Do you want to control the side lanes? Do you want to control the river? Do you want to make sure that all the neutral objectives is on your side? And then just go for it.
Well, we're mere minutes away from the draft starting up, and let's go down a trip onto memory lane. Joseph, you'll remember you were watching very, very closely.
Yep.
LaFell, you and I were on the ground right then and there in lovely Singapore City. Suntech, you know what happened between the Red Canids and everyone they faced. Luna, Upa, the rest of that lineup. You said just now they have to be decisive. They have to have conviction, confidence. If you remember their performance then, they did not know how to attack certain things. They were very hesitant. And here tonight, is this deja vu? Are they going to not reset as well as we thought they would from last night? Maybe even have ghosts of the performances in late 2021, because we're all for the Khmer.
What's wrong with your predictions, man? I've been following you and I've been incorrect.
Muhammad Amirul Ayman, don't do this to me.
Hey, Mr. Daniel, please. Joseph, help me out here, because right now, I feel like I'm a Malaysian side dish. You guys are too maserap.
We're too maserap. Hey, that's fine.
Sedap in your language.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Even as taking a look at the audience predictions here, I feel like everybody has had their own predictions even today. And surprisingly, we've gone the distance so far. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually go the 3 games here and we're all wrong on the desk. It's not going to be a sweep.
To have 3 games.
You want it.
Why are you saying this out loud?
I want it.
It's at least
Saya mahukan.
It's at least something to see that those from the West actually support Bigatron Suns, all right? Looking at NA, USA to be specific, are a majority for Bigatron Suns, so they know, they see something. I'm wondering if Mr. Herbert Wagner, Mr. Trex himself, watching, about to get on his flight very soon.
Oh, what's that?
Coming over to the M5 World Championships, all right. I'm guessing that's a tattoo. It's not very clear, not as intelligible.
I'm
but
dyslexic. I could read.
I'm assuming, we can confirm later, that this match is dedicated to his daughter, Luna's family.
Oh, yeah.
Driving force for this young man, this former footballer from Brazil, now leading his team once more in the World Championships.
And I think that's something to point out here as we wait for the draft, right, is what lanes or roles do we really want to focus on for both of these teams? I feel like even when you look at See You Soon, and if you've been watching them, you know, throughout their time, and especially this year, there isn't actually a single lane you can really focus on for See You Soon, for the most part, right? Because it's one of those teams where every single one of their games, they usually have someone shining in a different way, right? Now, for BTR, on the other hand, I feel like a lot of eyes are on Luna.
Well, number 1, he's a huge guy. Number 2, he's the roamer. He's the shot caller. So that's how it should be.
I would say, based on what happened yesterday, he was good at protecting his teammates. But at one point, you got to engage. You got to start something. You got to make sure that you catch someone and go in for the kill. In the second game of the series, Luna was able to do that. In the first one, it looked like he needed a little bit more time.
Well, he had about 24 hours to get things set straight, as now we go into the draft. It's game 1. See You Soon on the play. BTR answering back. Cat God and Darkness playing a chess game of their own. 1-1 banned out. The swing back from the Brazilians is the Angela. We were looking for the Angela. There it is.
Well, here's the thing. So far, Nolan, Brody, Faramis, as well as Guinevere has been the face of M5 so far.
Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno.
Did you say Bruno? You maybe did. You said Brody.
He did say Bruno.
Oh, he did?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you know what? You know what? I feel like you guys are bullying me here.
That's from Frozen, right?
Excuse me, Joseph. I've been doing 3 games.
That's true.
Right?
But you want 3 games.
I'm older than you.
And you asked for 3 more.
Yes. Listen, man. Moonton, if you're listening, I love Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
They are always listening.
Oh yeah, they are. More diamonds, please. Thank you.
Back to what you were saying.
What was I saying?
You were talking about
the
the faces of M5.
Yeah. So I was talking about Nolan, Guinevere, Bruno.
Yeah, there you go.
Bruno. All right. What was the other hero?
Brody.
No.
I thought you mentioned
Faramis.
Faramis. There you go.
There you go.
Already.
He's
Faramis is out. Joy as well has been dancing here and there, but definitely all these 4 heroes. Bruno just dropped his 100% win rate, but it's still a very strong hero.
With the sample size, yeah, no, that's still impressive.
Can I just say, I want to see a Tigreal again. After seeing it yesterday.
Debuted by Keyboy.
Yeah.
But we have to think about the situation, right? You're trying to bait out a Hilda, trying to stop your jungler, your assassin jungler from doing something, then the Tigreal looks amazing.
Remember how many times we saw it in the wild card?
Yeah.
Right? And it had an abysmal win rate. And then it just comes out tomorrow, day 1. Boom, win.
It's like the win rate isn't great, but the plays were good.
Yeah.
The implosions was impressive.
On point.
To be fair, it's a hero with a kit that's very specific. It's been a while since we've seen Tigreal in circulation. So, again, negative synergy, anti-positioning. We'll see if it comes into play this time around because, again, BTR have very fresh memories from last night. There goes the Bruno.
Nolan and Guinevere are open.
Could be in the play. Yeah, as well as a Valentina, if you want to play like that.
I would say this is a very good thing coming in from BTR. They understand that both heroes are heavily contested, so just we'll see which one Seiyusun prefers.
That's right. Big trades coming up. Also, be on the lookout for Upa, the Destroyer. He's known to just wreck turrets. So check out what he might pick here, but it's going to be hard to be a gold laner under Bigatron Suns because there's always a Nolan afoot.
I'm wondering, you know, maybe you have a way to break this down, LaFell, because
Maybe
I like
I
to ask
don't.
this. I'm assuming you do. Nolan's in the play.
Yes.
How do you play against this pick alone?
Phoveus.
There it is.
Phoveus is going to be a big impact play. It's going to shut down quite a lot, especially if the opposing side has too many dashes going around, because we've seen Phoveus getting banned time and time again just because not only do you just follow wherever the Nolan is going, if the Nolan wants to run away, he has to dash. He doesn't really have much of a choice.
All right. Still no Phoveus afoot. I think they're just waiting for more dashes. Maybe an Arlot, because again, you can pick the Arlot, you can let the Arlot through to the other side and then get the Phoveus, because BTR Suns picking up the Guinevere and the Valentina. Again, very high contest picks already aforementioned in this draft. Looking to close up their first phase. See you soon. I'd say invest in the gold laner right here, right now.
The question is what? Brody is good as well. I said it before. I meant it. I didn't misspoke. The Claude as well might be pretty good just because the Bruno isn't there.
Yeah. Also, Claude is right there. Wow. It's as if we understand what's going on.
Oh my lord.
And the Arlot. All right, so here now, do we Phoveus?
Phoveus or Terizla. Both is actually quite good against this kind of matchup because the Terizla can win the lane, the Phoveus can win the team fight.
Man, Terizla's been, you know, for a while now has been just a constant pickup.
Almost 6 months now.
Yeah, and I like that we've actually seen it flex as well. You know, it has gone
in the mid.
It has gone in the mid.
100% in the mid.
100% in the mid.
Thanks,
we have
Rosa.
seen it. We've also seen it in the Rome, right? I mean, I think the wild cards even. We saw it in the Rome. So if they decide to go with that now, the one
Do you
thing
want
we
it in the
did-
jungle?
I personally do not.
Same.
I don't
want I don't
know
as
what
well.
that. I don't know what that speed
We're
is.
local, but we're not that local.
Don't try this at home, man. Of course, there it is.
It's like we know the game.
Sort of.
It's like we do. Folks, don't try this at home. Do not send Terizla into the jungle, but yes, do pick up the Phoveus where it matters. And look at this, Coach Darkness, their analyst Valeria, just covering their bases. We got a lot of shields right now going, so protect them. Respect it, yes, even if Esmeralda is not in the meta.
I think do you ban out the Diggy eventually as well? Like, we saw this earlier today and how much damage. How much damage that can do, but
that
also
was so much damage.
I love it.
So much damage.
So damage. So much.
So much
So
damage.
much damage.
Oh, it's funny because it sounds like so much damage.
Yes.
Wow.
You're catching on.
I love it. Going into the second phase, Darkness here on the last ban. Cat God going to be responding soon. Something to note, marksmen are what the Khmer are attacking. Do note, Upa has a 100% win rate over 5 games with the Iksha. We haven't really seen much Iksha.
I would say the Iksha is really picked to go up against the Brody just because it has a winning matchup, and we don't see a lot of Yuzongs. It's kind of not great going up against Yuzong, against the Khalid. As long as those aren't in the picture, then you can go for the Ixia.
So is this safe to say that this Arlot is going to the XP lane? If it does, then you're fine. Then most likely the Ixia can show through. Maybe save it for the last pick.
Yeah. Honestly, Arlot can go on to Ixia, but just because you have the Phoveus, it's not that big of a problem.
Not only that, but we've seen so many times where even if Ixia is, because like the downside of Ixia, right, is the fact that really defensively you have Flicker. That's mostly about it, you know? So you're a glass cannon for a reason. If the Arlot chases you, Nolan as well, that's also a concern. But if you can peel enough for your Ixia, then it works. Now, do they take it this pick? Not sure. Maybe it's better to save it for that last pick because you could still flex into something else. We have even seen, you know, other gold laners. We saw the Clint, you know, on the stats earlier, right? Yeah. Yeehaw.
Yeah, Super Upa can use the Clint, and in this kind of matchup is honestly pretty good. Having a lot of burst damage. If the Nolan finds you, you just use your first skill, and then you can just reveal him and then just shoot him down.
Yeah. Now, in hindsight, there is a Nolan, so any non-mobile marksman is dangerous. Here we see a Baksha roam Guinevere, I'm saying.
Yeah, Luna on the Guinevere.
All right.
I'm all for it.
Lunavere.
Luna on Bota has hair with the Guinevere. Bota means ball, by the way.
Om is uncle.
Om is uncle. Luna is just Luna.
Luna in some languages, mainly those of Spanish influence, is moon.
Lunar is moon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So are we
Spanish,
like,
or
is it a cryptic message?
Listen, I understand all languages, but I wonder what hero they're going to pick up. Huh? See you soon?
Yeah.
Right?
They still need a roamer unless the Arlot's going into the
Novaria?
Roman jungle.
Novaria or
mid.
Lilia?
You need a solid mid too.
Oh, Kadita.
There's the aforementioned Kadita. Ra has a solid, respectful run with this.
Okay, XP lane Arlot. We've got the Kaja now in the roam. And, you know,
so
left
fast.
up. Yeah, they're left up to this. No matter what is thrown in the gold lane,
Beatrix,
you're going to have to protect this gold laner, man. There's so much burst potential. And it looked like, okay, it's Irithyll.
This is
all right. I was
risky.
about to get real loco and just say, send the Phoveus to the gold. Go fight her sides. Go fight her sides.
Hey, if you want to go that route, might as well just put in a Leomord.
No. In your world.
Not against it. But that's not the reality we live in. We have this draft right here, right now. We'll get one more look at it before we head into the Land of Dawn. LaFell, your thoughts? We're going to see the counter index as well. We're going to see what the lineup rating is like. Slightly favoring BTR, the numbers.
I would say in terms of timing, BTR can go there a little bit faster because Super Upa needs 2 items and then you can go in. For See You Soon, you're looking at the Nolan because if you're hoping for the Claude, it's going to take a while.
Claude always takes a while, I feel like. But Irithyll, in a way, too.
Not as slow, but here's the thing. Everyone else from See You Soon goes as fast, right? So it's an extreme complemented by another. As we go into the game, we'll see how fast these two teams want to go, how they plan to expedite their core's power spikes. This is game 1 between See You Soon and Bigatron Suns. Let's check out these early rotations.
Yeah, right now, looking at how the teams are playing, I feel like going in for jungle invades is going to be very risky, but it's something that both junglers have the capability of doing because the ability of Abaxia is that you can bully people out of their jungle, but Nolan just clears the jungle so fast, so you can steal it before they even notice it's gone.
Yeah, clearing the jungle, I mean, speed-wise early on is, you know, important, especially leading to that first turtle. And even exchanges like this, right? Early skirmishes can sometimes already get that snowball, that momentum going for what a lot of these teams look for.
Yep, and uncharacteristically, it looks like See You Soon is actually just waiting to get their kit. And the Bigatron Suns, they making the most of this time that they're actually winning. Looking at the emblem set, see you soon. Wow, a relative lack of Wilderness Blessing.
Yeah, honestly, see you soon having 2 Rupture Shears, meaning that they want to find ways to get kills very early, but Bigatron Suns here having a lot of vitality, making sure that they understand that they are prone to getting killed in the early game, so don't. Just have more HP.
They respect the fundamentals.
Yeah.
All right, here in mid, MP the King already at 4. Boxy and Luna playing footsies. Up top, what's this matchup like? The Phoveus and the Arlet.
I would say Black can have a very good laning phase going up against the Arlet, especially post level 4.
Uh-oh.
And now Boxy the King there is just trying to give a bad time to Black, because again, I kind of feel like Phoveus has a pretty good laning phase against the Arlet.
Oh, this could go in the favor of MP the King, but good thing Buzizio was there. Super Upa really low, he's gonna have to back off, but Turtle now spawns.
The Enforcer protecting their gold laner. That could have been close. That could have been a clear win for Kosei when you're talking about that gold lane race. Oh, Felix almost stopped the recall on to Luna. It's see you soon. First to the scene. Syndra.
Actually going to use that final slash already. Syndra backs off there. Turtle, once again, is the priority for both of these teams. So we'll see Syndra go back, heal up. Will he be here for this fight? Maybe. Maybe so if they can stall it out. It is going to be that turtle dance that goes through, but also Boxy having his Divine Judgment available. They could actually win this fight if they decide to pick the right target. Luna waiting as well for that level 4. Buzizio going to jump in. There's the response. MP the King's going to be able to grab the turtle. Now going to battle it out. Black could be in trouble. He's quite low. Demonic Force has the shields. He's got his target, but can't get the kill here. Now Buzizio has to pop the ultimate as well. Now MP the King with a response, gets the first blood, goes in the hands of See You Soon for Felix. And they're going to be happy about that because they got the turtle as well.
That's a trademark double lane Claude. Already I can say, despite the win coming in from the turtle lane into mid, See You Soon way ahead. Kosei way ahead of even Super Upa, now 5-4.
I would say the last trade just now, Bigatron Sans, they kind of understand that going up against the draft coming in from See You Soon, if they engage, they're going to get punished. But I like how Black handled that entire situation. He understands that if they want to engage, a lot of dashes are coming in. So the Demonic Force gave them a lot of time, gave them a lot of space, making sure that no one really went down. So it looks like Bigatron Sans, they know it's a disadvantage, but they just bite the bullet.
Well, I guess there is the bottom lane as their alternative. If you lose the first turtle, that's fine. We already accepted the fact that See You Soon should be going faster. The rest of the lineup has that going for them. Item game, check it out. Oh, 600 gold between Kosei and Upa. How's he going to start destroying things?
Right now, it looks like Super Upa is not taking the boots first because, like I said, for an Immortal, once you have the House Claw as well as the Berserker Fury, you're all good.
Luna good jump in with that spatial migration. Boxy getting taken out right away. Now MP the King with a response. Luna could be in trouble, has to flicker out. Still on the hunt though. MP the King with a fracture. Won't be able to clean up the kill. Still want to go for Syndra. Blazing duet from Kosei, but nothing more they can get. See You Soon trying to bite back.
All right, that was a close call. Obviously, See You Soon had the XP, had the gold advantage. But the fact that Bigatron Suns were able to play themselves out of that losing situation.
Yeah, I would say based on the draft that they have, I kind of feel like for both teams, they always have options. So which option you want to go for? They can always have the option to fight, but they also have a very good situation where they can kite it out. It looks like See You Soon, they want to kite it out. Bigatron Suns, they want to go in.
Oh, flicker used. Luna going to jump in, but Turtle already going to be secured by MP the King. Now the fight's going to break out. Final slash going to be used. Luna's going to fall. There's another body as well. Still going. Syndra, though, falls. It's the response. Now the 1-for-2, still looking for more. See You Soon on the hunt, but they're quite tanky here. They won't be able to continue, but they got themselves the second turtle. Still in the mid lane. They're going to back off.
100% total take rate for See You Soon. This time around, 2,000 gold ahead, just above 5 minutes. Of course, the Destroyer doing his thing. LaFell, I got a question for you. What's going on with Bigatron Suns? When you're down this much in the early game, don't you just decide to not fight? Why are they still forcing it? Why are they still contesting?
I would say it's because their draft allows it for you to happen like that, but the damage is just not there. That's the problem.
Oh, is that okay? The damage looks like it's there for See You Soon as they continue on. Black going to be in trouble this time. Going in with a Demonic Force, but will fall. Boxy gets the kill. And as you were saying, LaFell, you know, it looks like they want to just kind of fight here.
Yeah, the damage isn't there just yet. Syndra alone is not going to be enough unless See You Soon makes a critical mistake.
Whoa! Kosei trying to get out. Has to use that Purify, but Buzizio wants this kill. Should be able to get it unless he's stopped. He's stopped. Can't get the kill that he was looking for. See You Soon again coming out with a minor win there.
All right. A majority of the See You Soon's lineup doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. If anything, it's just going to get better and better, right? Bigatron Suns, when can they get their power spike? Because I'm looking at Syndra, right? I'm already thinking, what ult do I take? What's the best decision here over the past 2 or 3 team fights, especially since See You Soon are now starting to live in my jungle. Look at this. Concealed play from Boxy.
Oh, he is going to pull him Divine Judgment and everything being thrown at Buzizio. He's supposed to be tanky.
That was clean and dirty at the same time.
Yeah.
Because, okay, again, the reason why See You Soon they can start whatever they want is a good engage. Luna on bota for now has not been fighting those good engages. If he can, that's going to be the difference maker.
All right, you know what? I think the best thing that Bigatron Suns can do right now is plan for a turn. That's it. Their lineup is so good on the turn, but wait, down bottom!
Black. Bonk. Is he going to get just taken out here? He's trying to buy time, but it's MP the King, and he's on a killing spree now. Meanwhile, on the top side, Felix could be in trouble here, Luna and Upa, but Ra now here as well. Unless Syndra, once again, the question of what ultimate do you take? There's so many options here for him.
Okay, Super Upa, do you have your second item? If you do, everyone play for him. Because if you want to turn, you need the damage. They have the setup, they have the crowd control, they need the damage, and Super Upa can give it.
Felix is going to jump in with that final slash again. The focus here, this mid-turret, they want to fight it out. Luna going to jump in. There's the rough waves. Luna will fall, and no one can do anything but watch him die.
All right, I agree with everything you said, LaFell. What's the turn without damage? It's basically having a lot of cardio, but no punching power. You're just going to stay in 12 rounds, not even a single hit. You'll lose a unanimous decision. So right now, that's what See You Soon are working with. They're looking for that knockout punch. Bigatron Suns, they're looking for the window. They're looking to counter punch. At what minute can we expect that? It's 8 minutes in now.
I would say 9, because at any point, Super Upa will have the Berserker Fury. If Syndra can get the Divine Judgment, that's their go, buddy. Just get 1, 1, 1. You don't need to get... Oh!
This is... I don't know if they're going to have time. Again, they're trying to save him, but he's going to go ahead and get bonked like that. Black going to be able to fall. Still, Super Upa making his way. He just got the Berserker's Fury, trying to turn the tide of the fight. He fires down, but they can't get a kill. Boxy did fall, but it's 2 down for Bigatron Suns and this mid-turret. All falling before that first Lord.
No!
MP the King will find Luna on top of it. Now still looking for more. Final slash going to be used. But the sights might be set on these buffs. MP the King wants another kill. He'll go in and find Syndra. Now Super Upa in trouble. Ra gonna go in. They want more and they get another kill against Bigatron Suns.
The Sooners are relentless.
Nolan is the face of M5, man. 6-0 and 3. He went in, and he's like a magician. He makes you disappear.
Prestige. Excuse me?
That's the sound that he makes?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta check on that. I really haven't really been playing much Nolan, but look at this. In our episode of Shenanigans, See You Soon just went up and took the Lord right before our eyes, folks. They melted that major objective, now spawning in mid as they turn the map blue.
MP the King has more gold than Kusei. He's talking to Kusei. He's like, dude, you gotta farm. Don't you know, minions give you gold?
Come on, Clarence, you gotta catch up. Felix, I know, Michael, I'm catching up.
Felix as well, though. Like, looking on the charts there, he's number 3 on this R-Lock.
Come on. It's not that difficult. Just use your alt, clear the minions, and now conceal.
What are they looking for?
Gonna use that conceal, but again, the salt on the base here. MP the King going in towards the base. Gonna be just fine, though. Can work around it again. They should be able to make quick work. And Lord with the final slash. The flicker in with the blazing duet. Super Upa gonna go down. Kusei finally goes back with the BMI. Now Felix there as well. Luna's gonna fall. That's 3 bodies down for Bigatron Suns. And this could already be the game. Game number 1. As much as they try, Bigatron Suns will fall to See You Soon in game 1.
Textbook aggression, conviction, and a vision of how the game could end. Wow. See You Soon. What a dominant start.
See You Soon, the moment they have all the cooldowns, They went for it. Is the Divine Judgment up? It is. Where Bigatron Suns is going down.
This was a very pick-off-eccentric lineup that is meant for pure momentum. You know, they started off early on, and that was a very quick game because you saw it. Even Buzizio, who's on a Baksha, if everything is thrown at him and he gets picked off, he's gone in an instant. So you can't even contest these early turtles. We didn't get to see that. And just the power that you have in, let's get this target, take him out, that has such a, basically a powerful impact throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, no. Constantly, as soon as we saw See You Soon, all puns intended, get a stranglehold onto the early game, they never really let go. As soon as a conceal was off of cooldown, let's go. As soon as a key ult was up, let's go. Let's not wait for Syndra to pick off a good ultimate off of us, which again was a question a majority of us were asking for the better half of that match. And speaking of the duration, is this the fastest game in M5 so far?
I don't know, but that was so one-sided. Bigatron Suns, they're the Suns. See You Soon looks like the daddy.
Yeah.
They were disciplining.
There it is.
Disciplining them.
Proud of you.
Thank you very much, Daddy.
No, it's true though. Like, this was
He's
a one-sided
the
game. He is. He's
Bota.
Yeah.
It works. But again, this is you said it well. You know, the fact that you're able to just kind of give it a go, and it gets very one-sided early on. But we're gonna have to take a look at the game MVP here.
Hey, of course. It's the homecoming of Michael Indino. MP the King with his 705 Nolan. This young man never stopped. As soon as he got hold of his buffs, he was looking at either heroes or Buzizio's buffs.
And again, he was already stating this is going to be a 2-0. But we got to talk about how he played the game. Because Nolan clears the jungle very fast. And like you said, the jungle is gone. It's like, I have 2 jobs.
Yeah.
Clear jungle, get kills. And my jungle is empty.
And that looks like a lot of kills.
And that was a lot of kills. And again, looking at how they play their draft, just like you said, it is pick-off centric. It's like the moment you see anyone, even Buzizio, you're a Boxia. In the game, you're categorized as a tank. Not in our eyes. He gets bursted down.
And what's scary is now in hindsight, we really didn't see much of this while it was happening because again, it happened in the blink of an eye. They were pulling their own version of a Cambodian ube. You see that?
Yeah.
They were always together. They were so aggressive. The only times that they were ever really split up was they were trying to find the flanks like this. But it's just sheer dominance. It's just we know how strong we are. We know how ahead we are. And oh, Lord, 4-man final slash.
You know, I'm trying to think of a better ultimate that looks so flashy than Final Slash. Or is it probably one of the flashiest, coolest looking ultimates?
Final Flash.
No, right? No. Is that an ability?
Anime lovers will know the reference there, the Final Flash. But either way, looking at this game, it really does seem like See You Soon in terms of their plan. What do we need? Do we need level 4? Do we need our first item? Because whatever the go button was, whatever the go sign was, once they achieved it, it really does seem like farm is an afterthought. I mean, even Kusei wasn't the highest farm. He's just like, wait, do we have enough damage? Then what are we doing? Let's end the game. It's 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah. It really might be the fastest game.
There you go. Again, I don't have the exact numbers because, again, yesterday
we can lie, it's fine.
All the well then. Yesterday went by so fast. Today is going at a snail's pace. Every single series has been 3 games straight. So this being a breath of fresh air today shows that the metagame is still yet to evolve, but it did not evolve to BTR's direction, not to their identity. It's been tough being BTR from yesterday to today.
And what happened here, LaFell? Because again, you mentioned the Phoveus pick against the Nolan because that was priority. That wasn't enough here. Was it also because the Irithel takes too much time and there was too many pick-off potential?
He takes time, to be honest. The Phoveus actually takes time.
Yeah. Phoveus does take time, but I will have to say, one person can't do it all. Everyone has to do well.
Yep.
But the thing is, it's not Bigatron Sun's fault. It's like, what can you do in the face of a divine judgment, a fracture coming in from the Nolan? So this is one of those situations where See You Soon, they just understand, you guys need time. We're not going to give you guys time. We're going to pick you guys off one by one.
Yeah.
And the problem with having a lineup that has a good front line, if the front line can't do his job, no one can do their job.
That's the most analytical I've heard LaFell today.
Oh, sorry.
it just comes out.
I'm sorry.
There are episodes, there are bouts of it.
Yeah.
Bouts of brilliance.
Yep, we can expect it again in a couple of days. But here we are, looking at the damage, looking at the team fights, which is again a stickling point for me. I'd say if you're going up against a team like See You Soon, history would show, try your best to hide. That's why early on, about 4 or 5 minutes in, was it not better for BTR to just say, you know what, we're not fighting, we're gonna hide. We're gonna plant ourselves behind our turrets, you come get us. Could they not have done that?
They couldn't, because 60% of the map was controlled by See You Soon. And at that point, there's no way for you to hide, because we saw Buzizio trying to run away from the Kaja. But again, it was not enough. There was not enough ground for him to run away to.
I'd say you're right, because starting the 7-8 minute mark, they were going way behind tier 2.
Yes.
They were going in flickering under turrets still standing. They were concealing, and yeah, no, Big Trust were just put in a position wherein any response was suboptimal, because See You Soon was willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like there was an option for them, you know, at one point, because, and that's where you kind of have to really look on the early game here, because once things got scaled out of control, it was much harder, because when you have so many ultimates like that, Divine Judgment, Rough Waves, anything like that, even the Nolan, right, with the Fracture, if you try to just hug the turret, even with, you know, the reduction of damage and everything, you can't.
Listen, right? You're in the turret. If the Divine Judgment is on cooldown, final slash out of the turret.
Yeah.
There's so many ways for them to start the fight. It's kind of unfair, and I kind of do feel like the Kadita was a nice cherry on top of this very nice cake, because the Kadita can go in alone and just kill anyone.
You know what the cherry on top was for me personally?
What?
The Claude.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Again, it could have been any other gold laner in Super Upa's lane, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
I agree.
See You Soon would have still ended up with this same
Could have been an Harith.
direction. Could have been a Beatrix.
Could have
been a guard.
You say Gord?
Yes, I say the guard.
I was going to say the Phoveus.
He'll allow it.
Earlier, you know?
Yeah, no,
allow it.
what if it was a 1-3-1? What if it was a fighter setup? But that's neither here nor there. Hindsight is 2020, and now all we can do is wish that BTR the best. Hope that they have something in their back pocket, a reset protocol, if you will, because now they are at the threat of losing their second series once more. See you soon at match point. Gentlemen, what do we suggest the Brazilian robots do? Yes.
A simple draft. Because I feel like in that draft, you need a lot of things to go right. And if you look at the draft coming from See You Soon, it's almost like a one-button team.
It's just tunnel vision, kill, convert, kill, convert.
Just find one. That's all they had to do.
You could autopilot and be fine.
Yeah.
Right? So I kind of feel like they have... This is the first time I'm on the analyst side. Maybe that's why this time I'm smarter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, you were doing the play-by-play.
I feel weird saying smart things.
You should get that checked. But I agree. I concur 100%. I reckon that maybe what BTR should do is play more proactive. Because again, we saw that Luna Ombotak is capable of leading his team to great heights. But when he's down to protecting them, or again, playing a lineup or a team comp that is based on the turn, especially against a team that's so aggressive like See You Soon, might be a losing strategy altogether.
Yeah, it's not only that, but also the fact that you had, well, I'm assuming they're going to be on the blue side, right? Let's say they get the priority this time. You can start with the draft there. You kind of have things fall into place that way. But even if you put the Guinevere in the hands of Luna there to, you know, find those pickoffs, that's a downside of a roam Guinevere, because a lot of these teams kind of, we even highlighted Luna going into the game, you know, finding these picks for the team, finding the setups. If you don't land the spatial migrations, you know, on the targets that you want to or anything like that, and then you're kind of just a sitting duck. You know, you can't really follow up if you miss it out, and your team is kind of left in the whims as well, unlike, again, when you're up against just a stacked team of buttons, if you will, ultimates that can turn the tides or initiate and even peel. Like, for example, the fact that you have a Divine Judgment to usually start fights, you can actually use it to peel as well, but then you have all these other options. Whereas again, I feel like, you know, for Bigatron Suns, they relied so much on that Guinevere to set those things up.
Well, this is something else that See You Soon has in their back pocket. Hidden is Boxy's 100% win rate as a Kufra. 6 games across MPL, KH's autumn 2023 season. He had options, man. He had so much left in the tank. And this is what Bigatron Sons are looking at. They're looking at the barrel of a very loaded gun, cocked and loaded, and what
Boxy
is
looks
going
proud.
on? Of course, no, he knows. He knows he did a good job as that Kaja. He set up Michael and, MP the King for an MVP performance. So now my question, what's going on in Coach Darkness and their analyst Valeria's minds? Because they actually took maybe a minute longer to discuss. There were some last-minute discussions before they went into their seats just now.
If they're going to get the Guinevere again, Hades just convinced me that you need a Genius Wand on this Guinevere.
Whoa. Are we talking about the magic damage Gwyn?
Exactly, because looking at the potential of the Guinevere is that you can get a good catch, but at some point you're going to be alone.
Yeah.
You want to be able to get someone down by yourself. And I feel like even just a Genius Wand is going to be enough. So having a Guinevere in the roam position, I completely understand the logic behind it, but at the same time, it feels limiting.
We've seen it debuted in the MPLI just recently, about a couple weeks ago. It worked in the hands of other teams, but here, you're right. I have to agree. The knockups and the CCs really did not
Damage is king.
Convert to much. Hey, let's not jump the gun.
I will jump the gun. Don't tell me what to do.
Ayman.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry,
to the first
damage Guinevere, especially in the jungle, is maybe a Hades specific thing. We cannot confirm that this is what people should do. People watching at home.
No, do it. For all of you watching, you're playing rank, do it. Just go straight for their marksmen, for their mages. Don't trust your team. What can they do?
It's so simple, right?
It's all about you. You want those points? You want the star? You gotta carry your team, man.
All right.
Now I know what kind of player Lefel is.
Hey, I play Grok Execute.
It's been a while since I played with Lefel, and we won our own fair share of MCLs. But tonight, it's all about See You Soon. It's all about Bigatron Sons. They're looking to make a comeback as we go into the draft. It's game 2. And here we see You Soon still on the play.
Interesting.
They ban out the 1-1 and the Faramis, while the Brazilian bots go up, taking out the Joy and the Nolan. Those are MP the King specials.
Good that they... Okay, I like the fact that... Thank you. I was kind of expecting BTR to be on the blue, right? But it's nice the fact that you take out the Nolan. At least you take that out of the picture. Maybe they want to go ahead and, for example, pick one of those heroes that See You Soon used the previous one. If it's the Kaja, if it's, the Arlot, something that gives them that initiation, that peel where, again, you don't have to completely rely on a Guinevere, for example.
I would say this kind of shows a little bit of the character of the teams, because See You Soon, they're the aggressors.
Yeah.
They're the predators. They're the ones that want to start things off, while Bigatron Sons, they want to see what's going to happen, and they're going to respond. Again, it's going to be a very interesting tactic here, trying to respond to what See You Soon is doing, but I don't know, man.
Essentially, the proactive versus the reactive types of competitors. Now closing it up, we have the Matilda and the Angela taken out as last picks. What's left open for See You Soon?
Bruno,
even a Guinevere if they want. And they do want it. So, but this means that Bigatron Sons, they can have the Bruno.
We can win the race against time.
There it is.
Probably the best option, at least.
At this
for
point,
now.
I wanted Dinky. But no, they're picking out DeMartis. And we've seen this matchup quite a few times.
Yeah.
Like, people prefer DeMartis to go up against the Guinevere.
Yeah, it's a solid pickup because, again, the Martis has a lot of mobility, has iframes, can snowball. So, yeah, I'm guessing once the Suns find that one window where they counterpunch hard enough, they can go just as fast.
The Kaja?
See, this is where I was worrying, man, because it's going back to everything we talked about, which went in favor for See You Soon, but this time they have the Guinevere, which just kind of adds
Terizla.
to this, the Kaja and the Kadira.
Honestly, now, even a Terizla mid, I wouldn't be upset, because what's not great about using a Kaja, if any option you pick up is bad. Because imagine me, Kaja. Imagine you, a Gord. I pull you, the Gord. But then, the Terizla comes in with the penalty zone. I, as the Kaja, inside the penalty zone, I'd be like, ooh, I'm sad.
Yeah, but I'm probably dead.
No, you're not if you have friends. if you have friends, you will survive. And they pick up the Arlet, which same, different, but still same.
So that's like a Trizla.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm a Kaja, right? And you are the Bruno. And I pull you. And then the Arlet is like, you're not pulling him, I'm pulling you. So now he's pulling the Bruno towards his own team. Do you see what's going on?
All right, technically speaking, Arlet does not have a pull. Arlet has a displacement effect, but I do understand what you're trying to say. I understand
posh,
that
potato, tomato,
same,
bread.
same.
Yeah, same.
But different.
Yeah,
But
still same.
what's going on is the fact that at least now, the fact that we have this argument means BTR Suns are actually drafting much better. This is a better set lineup for them to actually maybe fight for Game 3.
Yeah, this is already better than, I feel like the previous game, like you mentioned, Leo, but also I still want to see how they're going to deal with the Conjure the Kadita burst damage because, like we saw, regardless of, this whole thing that LaFell walked us through, they're still going to have trouble if they're picked off. Again, just these 3 heroes alone from See You Soon are going to be troublesome.
I'm not going to lie, I already forgot this scenario I put out.
Exactly.
Okay. It's all right.
You just know you were sad.
Yeah.
Wait. Tigro might be okay.
Wait. Which side? BTR Suns?
Yeah.
You think they can afford to mess around with a Tigreal right now?
Okay. Fair point.
Because I have to be honest with you.
Ruby?
Okay, maybe Ruby's okay. Maybe
right,
Ruby's okay, yes.
Right.
Because, folks, for all of those watching right now, especially if you're from Latam or if you're Brazilian, this is for you. It's not a good look for BTR right now.
Yeah.
If you owe two of your matches in the groups, that's a very high chance you're not making it to knockouts. So they need to play their best right here, right now. Coach Darkness is making sure that is what happens, that they at least score 1 now so they can worry about Game 3 later.
I do feel Ruby's probably the best because you can cancel out the rough waves and just like the Arlet. Okay, imagine this. The Kaja goes in.
Right, another imagination.
Using the Divine Judgment.
Yeah.
And then the Ruby gets offended.
Why do you
pulls the Kaja back.
So now I agree. There's a pull for the pull. All right.
Right?
Okay. It looks like displacement is the key, though, because Coach CatGod bans out the Akai this time around, respecting Luna Ombotak's potential. He knows that he's an Akai specialist. Now, what's BTR Suns to pick up? Again, they still do not have a set roamer. No mid laner. Wow. Something tells me See You Soon knows that they have to attack Syndra. They've watched a lot of MPL Brazil. They've watched a lot of Liga Latam.
Could he go the Novaria, maybe? I mean, maybe the one there it is, right? Go that way.
That's safe.
Gives you vision.
LaFell, are they likely to find the Novaria to burst her down?
Can I imagine it? Can you?
Yeah, paint that picture for us.
Oh, yeah, they can.
All right.
Simple.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you guys are smart. Analyst Naisu, predicting the draft, the Novaria.
Oh, that's all I said, Novaria.
I kind of feel like all my IQ is going towards you.
It's not.
What's going on?
Yeah. Ever since Wildcard, this is the second time we work.
Yeah.
And I just feel like by proxy, you're smarter than me. You're the play-by-play.
I'm sorry to make you feel that way, man.
I'm insecure.
Try to make up for it, LaFell. There's still a couple of picks left.
Oh, right. Clint, why not? I don't know.
Yeah, no, solid
Quad is still fine.
gold laner.
Now carry.
Whoa. Is it looking good for Upa the Destroyer? Because it looks like he's the one who's about to get destroyed by this Yuzhong.
I was thinking of this carry. It's very risky going up against Bruno.
Yeah.
But carry Kaja is terrifying. This is the kind of heroes you use during Halloween.
It's true damage, it's true danger.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. You know what? I'm
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
For all those who
I have things in my head I know I should not say.
For all those who understand, that's between you and LaFell. Now, going to the last pick. What is gonna be for BTR?
I still think Ruby.
Florid.
They lean hard on their inspirations. They're pulling one out deep. They're going back to the support utility meta.
I'm just gonna say if someone snaps, I'm not feeling good. Nice.
I feel like I like the Florian pick here.
I don't.
You don't?
0% win rate, man. Hips don't lie, numbers don't lie.
These boots are made for walking.
Yep.
And they'll walk all over you, probably. You're tall, not really. Do you guys know that Naisu is 7 foot tall?
7'4" to be
7'4"?
That's
Yeah.
right. Last I checked, and that was yesterday. Looking at the team comps this time around, See you soon again, still down on the numbers, but for them it's all about execution. It's all about speed. They don't want no water. They don't want no bread. Just meat.
And again, not a lot of protection against this Kaja.
Or this Yuzong.
Or the Yuzong.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
I feel like they're going to go brr.
Well, it's on like a bowl of neck bones as we go into game 2. It's match point for See You Soon. And we see some early rotations. Look at this, man. Oh, Lord. Boxy just living in Boozy's jungle. What's going on?
Again, I want to see MP the King with a Genius Wand. I feel like he can pull it off. And now, looking at the situation, they're just going in.
Yeah, this is very early aggression. Black going to be in trouble.
Whoa.
Flickers out, has the regen. Now Boxy going to flicker in himself. He wants the kill, and he'll get it. The first blood. But now he's going to bob and weave. Try to live the longest he can. Ow. But Luna gets the payback, the 1-for-1.
I'm going to see that's worth it. I'll do that 10 times over.
I'll agree.
Right?
It's an explainer for a roamer.
And the thing is, that's one cannon off. This is going to be a very big difference when it comes to the EXP.
Got delayed. And already Bigatron Suns are off tempo.
Oh, no.
But the good news is Season still need to capitalize. Super Upa!
Okay, he's already going to flicker, but the rest of the members coming up on the top side. Buzizio there, trying to help him out. Does have the Desmond, will get the kill. Kusei going to fall. Still, again, a lot better here this time around for Bigatron Suns.
All right, so
maybe I should doubt them.
That trade got neutralized. Now it's more equal because Kusei dying this early on, not a good look.
One of the things that I do want to say, I hope Super Upa doesn't build a lot of armor because Kusei deals true damage. MP the King does magic damage. Ra does magic damage. So I hope he doesn't continue building armor, I mean.
That's right. He has to be very careful. Has to make the right calls. Hopefully one of his teammates remind him. Looking at the damage being dealt, this is odd because now Bigatron Suns, compared to game 1, they can actually clap back. This is actually a lineup that should be fighting early to mid.
Yeah, and with this, Boxy trying to get that level 4 for this fight.
Whoa!
They're still going to go. So Dragon Form going to be used, keeping Buzizio at bay. There's the Divine Judgment as well. The knockoff from that setup will get him. Buzizio going to fall. Now Felix still keeping him at bay. Turtle going to be secured up by MP the King. So See You Soon finding their own wins here. Again, the strength for them.
Right now, See You Soon is winning the lanes. EXP, mid, jungle, gold. They're denying cannons from the laners of Bigatron Suns. And it makes a very big impact transitioning into the mid game.
And because of that, all 3 lanes, well 4 technically with the jungle, they're all the fast lane now. It's as if we're back into game 1. It's like they just looped us back in. Like it's Groundhog Day. And as a BTR fan, as a Brazilian, as a fan of Latam, from Latam, how must we feel? Because especially early on, especially when they clap back on Kusei, how does BTR Suns reset? Where do they find it?
Let me just say, that should be, based on the range, Bruno favored. But I feel like Kusei was able to use the bushes to his own advantage to kind of like reset the auto attack targeting so that he doesn't get attacked that much, and then dashing forward and getting all of those true damage procs. That's how he's been winning the trade. So a very good usage of the resources you have in the lane. Using all the bushes to your advantage.
And with that, again,
I don't feel good, Smart.
It's
I need an idiot sandwich.
It's uncanny. I honestly also am uncomfortable. Haven't worked with LaFell for years now.
Yeah.
These bouts of unanticipated intelligence is
I have different personalities.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on, especially since I'm also trying to figure out what BTR Suns can do to equalize here.
Well, I think, again, this time around, you're going to see...
I should stop asking LaFell.
I'll try to answer.
Please do,
All
Joseph.
right,
Analysts. Yeah, nice.
Since some of that IQ rubbed off. But, you know, like, I think a big question mark here is how well is the Florin going to work throughout the course of the game as we jump back in? You know, because so far there was a point in time when the healer meta and the healer, options for these heroes proved to be a force to be reckoned with for a lot of these teams. So now that you see Florin pop up, yeah, she doesn't have that great of a win rate or anything, but it could end up working here once we get to that mid to late game.
the good and the bad. Flask of the Oasis. It's going to help out quite a lot. The bad, it has been nerfed in the early to mid. Eventually, it will still get, as strong as it was before, but getting to that point, if the game ends before 15 minutes, the Flask of the Oasis isn't going to look good.
Already with Divine Judgment, Luna trying to heal through it, won't be able to stay alive as he is going to fall. Now the rest of the team going to back off. See you soon. Do they still want more? Upa now in the bottom side. Black and Felix just going to go duke it out. 1 versus 1. It's just going to be them going back and forth. Meanwhile, on the top side, Super Upa left to his own. 1 hit away. The flicker goes in. Kusei gets the kill top side.
The Cambodians' aggression, no end. They are relentless, and they continue their assault. Just under 2.5 minutes in. They continue down bottom, though. Felix!
Man, that Dragon form wasn't even enough to get away. Good response, though, from BTR to find something.
Boozy is still on.
The fact that they're trading is good. Because there is a cooldown between every single Divine Judgment. Every single time it's used, I'm glad that they're taking the proactive plays like, it's down. It's going to be down for, say, 40 to 50 seconds. You have that time frame to do whatever you want.
It's your window of opportunity. And now, in the turtle.
Again with the final slash. Let's see if they can win this fight out. Still going to be going. Felix going to hold him up. Zizio gets taken down. A great spatial migration. Still going to be working for the turtle here. And it's See You Soon's once again. 2 on the board for the turtles.
100% turtle take rate for See You Soon. And now MP the King all alone. Going ahead, committing Grand Theft Purple.
He saved his retribution for that purple. And okay, even though Buzizio doesn't really need a purple, but it's still gonna hurt.
It's salt in the wound.
Black. Now, look at this, Black. 4 members here. Boxy, gonna keep them at bay. Not gonna use the Divine Judgment though. They just wanna go ahead and focus down on what they can find. And notice how they're just rolling around, like you guys mentioned earlier. See You Soon in their own version of this ultimate bonding experience.
It's a kill squad. It's a death ball.
Yeah, this is a situation where, again, they have a timer, whatever the timer is, where you say, the minions can wait, let's move forward.
Oh, looking at the items. Let's see.
They're going to commit. Super Upo going to be in trouble here. Has the heal from Luna, but the rest of the team going to crash down. He's all left to his own. Can't get away. Divine Judgment going to be able to find another one. It's Buzizio to fall again. One after another. See You Soon finding the targets.
Already, Kusei picked up his golden staff. As I was saying, I think, you know what? Maybe the Genius one has its place, but only if you're winning. MP the King now just built his Thunder Belt.
Again. Is that winning? I think
that looks winning.
There it is. There's a TP. There's a TP.
There it is.
That looks winning squared.
Winning cubed.
Cubed, yeah.
It's difficult to be BTR Suns right now. 6 minutes in, 5K down. See You Soon. They're just calling fights everywhere. Black misses.
Yeah, it did. Luckily,
I would say they dodged. Like, they moved forward and then moved slightly to the side.
Or they stopped.
Yeah.
They saw the prompt of the skill and just stopped.
They have hockey. They saw the future.
That's right. They were doing the mannequin challenge from about 2015.
Yeah.
Was that 2015?
It's been a while.
I feel like yours are a myth.
Time is relative.
Yes, exactly. It's subjective.
That's right. Last hurdle up already, just under 7 minutes. See You Soon. No contest in sight. Bigatron Suns, they are cordoned off down bottom. That's the only thing they can do now. Much like in Game 2, they're trapped. This is a huge lead that See You Soon has. Now they have to play defensive.
Boxy the King has his ult. He has the Divine Judgment. So I feel like now he's just waiting for the conceal. Once the conceal is there, one of the members of Bigatron Suns is going down.
This is tough because...
You're tough.
Again, this lineup here, tough picks in the beginning. Dealing with it again. Bigatron Suns, they let this happen. So I feel like this is very reminiscent of Game 1.
I agree with you, Joseph Charles. It takes 2 to tango. This is a 5v5. Decisions were made prior to the game, and when you go to execute, they are affected by the draft that you start with. And looking at the items this time around, of course, a clear lead across the board. The largest lead, of course, you'll see is between the gold laners. It's hard. Where does Super Upa go from here? Does he try to bum rush the Wind Talker?
Luna looks like he wants
Wait,
to get
Major?
that Flash of the Oasis, but it's going to take too long. I kind of doubt that he can finish it.
Yeah, no, this game is bound to end again, especially after this first Lord. Oh, no.
Okay, still. They're just trying to keep them at bay. You saw Boxy even flicker in. Not going to commit just yet, though. Still might look for more. Luna going to have to flicker himself. Here's the fight out, though. Trying to keep him at bay. They might have a response. They get the rough waves out. Still, MP the King and Felix will be able to find the kill on Buzizio. So Bigatron's Sons continuing to lose space on the map.
Hold up, that's interesting. You see that? They saved the conceal for the disengage.
Honestly, at this point, Season could kind of do anything that they want, and they can get away with it. Because remember the scenario I was talking about with the Arlet? It hasn't come true just yet. For now, it stays in my imagination. I want the viewers at home to see how my mind works. But the opportunity isn't there. No, Joseph.
It's only going to stay in your mind.
Yeah.
Stop. Joseph.
Gentlemen, it's only going to stay in your mind. But yeah, so far it's safe to say Boxy is not Sadhu.
He's not Sadhu.
He's so happy. Oh yeah, he's so happy.
He's so happy, woo.
All right, look at this.
I want to take off my headset.
See you soon, just straight up ruining this Lord, melting it into the ground. And it's Kusei who scores it. Everywhere, anywhere, anytime. They can make the call. 10K ahead, under 10 minutes.
Well, pause comes in. Flask of the Oasis completed. Finally.
Okay.
It's completed.
It is completed. So that's like one part of the puzzle. Where am I going with this?
I was here. Let me help you. The biggest part of this puzzle is that they're down nearly 10K again.
Okay, numbers is relative.
Is the flask
no,
of the Oasis?
Numbers are actually absolute.
I mean,
what are you talking about?
Come on, you're the analyst.
Look, like my dad told me.
Yes.
Being 10,000 gold down isn't as bad as 11,000. And I hold that in my heart. But by the time it gets 11,000, then it gets very bad.
But we'll talk then when that happens.
Yeah. At that point, my confidence goes back to Malaysia. It's no longer in the Philippines.
Malaysia is neither
Look,
here
it's
nor
been a
there.
long day.
Where are we connecting your confidence with here?
It's a long day for me, Joseph. I haven't eaten.
Yeah.
There's not a single Malaysian player, nor coach, nor team staff present. You're here.
Hey, shut up. I'm representing, okay? I'm the Malaysian side dish.
I'll allow it.
Because you asked me what are they going to do.
Yes.
If I don't know what they're going to do, what are they going to do? I have limits, Leo.
Lineups have limits.
Lineups have limits. The only thing in my imagination is for the Arlet to just sweep everyone under the rug.
Your imagination has peaked.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's peaked now, and all he can see that happens is the Arlot gets an amazing final.
So it's
slash.
all on black. Safe to say it's all on black.
It's all on black. My imagination has 30-30 vision.
It's not so bad, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Joseph has a way worse vision.
Oh, really? No, I got my eyes corrected.
Before.
40-40?
Now I have 20/20.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
2020 is in the past, Joseph. Don't live in the past. Live in the present. It's 2024.
We're in better times now.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have
M5
2020.
is the biggest it's ever been.
It's humongous.
Colossal.
Astronomical.
Gigantic.
Gigantic +1.
Yeah.
You're waiting for it, right? You're waiting for that, right? Yeah.
I was just gonna say you don't want to go into a word bank battle against Leo.
It's not fair. Numbers don't count here. This is not algebra, son.
Marsical. It's the size of Mars. Is Mars the big one?
No.
Oh, it's not?
Mars is far from the largest planet.
I was so proud of you until this moment.
Look. I'm not good in space. Even though my head's in space.
I think it's called astronomy.
Astronomy. Thank you very much. Hey, listen, right?
Everybody's listening right now.
Look, I don't need good English to do my job. Oh, wait. Look.
You need at least okay
Hey, I memorize 10 pages of the vocabulary.
You mean the dictionary?
The dictionary.
Oh, wait. Isn't it the same? Isn't it the same? Oh, wait, no. Vocabulary is...
All right, folks, we got about 45 seconds until the game resumes.
It's a noun.
And I'd like to circle this back to the fact that maybe this is a sign of hope. Maybe there is a silver lining to BTR Sun's performance here in Game 2. The fact that the photo has been developed and built up by Luna Ombotak. Yes, you're right. It's one piece of this huge puzzle that they have to build. But there is this gaping hole right in the center of this 5,000-piece puzzle.
It's a donut.
One could say yes. What do they do if they can only really heal Hop and not deal enough damage back to end and stops See You Soon's relentless assault?
Man, while you were...
Where do you go? Again, I'll go back to the analogy of having great cardio and no punching power.
Again, you can only heal so much.
Exactly.
Right? Even with, what do you call it, the photo? I was thinking about that, the acronym.
The Flask of the Oasis.
Flask of the Oasis.
Yeah. Honestly,
the photo.
Even if everyone on the team has Oracle, it might not be enough.
Exactly.
To maximize the heal, yeah, not enough.
You're just going to make the team fight last 5-6 minutes long, still no kills.
At this point, they're hoping for See You Soon to make a mistake.
That's one way to look at it.
But that's not a good place to be in, is it?
Exactly, no. In Game 1, it was the equivalent of a jiu-jitsu guy just going straight to the ground, 5 seconds into the fight, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
At a very reasonable pace. That's Game 1, right? Game 2, they're coming in, I've been practicing for a marathon, oh wait, it's an MMA fight.
Right now, See You Soon, their draft is like a monster truck.
That's true. Huge, huge rims.
Big wheels.
Not gonna lie, I didn't have a thought to finish that line.
Have you ever been to a monster truck show?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever seen a monster truck?
No.
In person?
No.
You just know it's very big.
I assume it's very big. It's a monster and a truck. I've never seen a small one.
There's actually
truck,
mini,
I mean.
There's actually mini monster trucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet even that's huge.
Relatively.
I bet it's 7 feet tall. Are you a monster truck?
I am.
He's
Yeah.
7
I'm a
foot
monster building.
4.
7'6" the last time I checked.
What?
He keeps growing every single time a buff has been taken. That's the lore. Naisu grows with every buff taken.
It's a lot of buffs. Folks, we would like to call your attention to the troubleshooting timer. We have extended just a wee bit more just to make sure that See You Soon actually gets the best competitive experience. I'd like to think BTR Suns are ready to go. So do stay with us. Just about a minute left before we go back into the Land of Dawn. To be fair, the ball is in BTR's court. It's up to them to actually figure this situation out because See You Soon, they have no business switching up their tempo. They can just keep going.
And the part of it, too, if you're really going to kind of theorize how BTR can turn this game around and get to a Game 3, right? Right now, at the current state of things, it kind of has to be a miracle. It has to be a big mistake as well from See You Soon.
It's a twofold situation, yes.
And that's kind of the reality here,
A mistake and a miracle.
Yes, both combined.
By JC Rezabek.
And
That's
Black
a great tile.
has to do what he needs to do.
He has to do what's in your imagination.
Get 5 men.
Whoa,
Final
whoa.
slash.
Okay, that's a little too
Listen,
much.
5 men final slash into a worldie and 5 men decimate. That's
and then just to be safe, you heal.
Exactly. No. They're about to die.
And then you heal.
And then you heal.
The decimates.
And then decimate.
Okay, so
you have a couple more minutes, by the way.
After this grocery list.
Why do you guys not trust me? That can happen.
After this grocery list of actual things happening in-game, that's the only time BTR has to go, pop, 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 we win, let's go to Game 3.
It's not that hard.
It's 4 or 5 things happening in consecutive
unison.
order, yes.
If you put your mind to it, you can start the game.
All right, here we go. Our Marshal, JC Sumandal, has put his hand down and said, you know what? Let's get back into the game. See You Soon once more. Real quick recap. Owning the map. It's all blue, folks. Top and mid are crashing in. Lord has spawned. They popped the Holy Shield in mid, and Bigatron Suns, we left them. We saw them, and this is the same spot they've been trapped inside their base.
When I said 5-man final slash, I forgot there was a use on. That makes it a bit more difficult.
It could still happen before he turns into the dragon.
One more item, yes. He has to have used the ult already.
Yeah. We'll see if they can pull it off. They got to defend here. Again, it is only that first Lord of the game, so we'll see if they can make it happen. But Felix already going to go in with the dragon form, keeping them at bay. They want to be able to get this turret top side as they do. Now Syed's on this mid. BTR, though, they're finally going to work through this Lord and hold it down. They got to wait, though, and expect an initiation from See You Soon if they want to with Boxy.
Black, a 5-man. You know what? 3. I'll take 3.
Okay.
3. Okay, now we're just negotiating.
Oh! There it is. Boxy goes in, gets the Divine Judgment. Black taken out of the picture. Now MP the King keeping him at bay. Still, the double kill going to the hands of Kusei. Picks up the Malefic Roar, looking to cap out the game here in a sweep. They have a massive lead. Bigatron Suns down 2 members. Can they extend it further? Crystal going to be worked on. It looks like they can't even contest it. And that's going to be See You Soon to push it in.
Oh.
They still wait for minions. MP will finally go down. But it's another kill in Kusei, and they're confident to end it. He takes the hit. They take the sweep against Bigatron Suns.
Congratulations to See You Soon, because again, they have a plan and they don't stop. You got the Kaja, you got the Divine Judgment, you got the W.
It's the same pace, the same sheer execution from game 1, and that's just the consistency that the Cambodian champions present here at the world stage. Our hearts go out to BTR Suns, who after last night's defeat at the hands of Onyx Indonesia, face once more an MPL champion's wrath. Show sportsmanship between these 2 teams, and it's up in the air what's going to be happening to the Brazilians. But here we're celebrating the Cambodians' success, an amazing performance, a collective 25 minutes underneath that between game 1 and 2 for See You Soon.
It's very scary to kind of see what See You Soon brought to the table here today, you know? And I think there was a lot of people that currently already had an idea of how strong and how competitive they would be. And this speaks volumes, right? Exactly what they were able to pull off. Again, very quick games here, very decisive in their strategy and how they wanted to play around that. So again, against a team like BTR, they honestly, they didn't have a chance to breathe against the lineup. And I think, you know, teams will take note of, especially the fact that the Kaja and the Kadira, you know, something that See You Soon wants to go with.
Let me just say, they see the losing condition on Black. So they're like, take him out first.
Yeah. As soon as you were saying that's what they needed to do, they took him out in an instant.
They know a 5-man final slash could happen.
3-man.
Well, we start negotiating lower, right?
Yep. And again, that's just one step to have BTR come back, but it was quelled by See You Soon with this player at the lead. Our MVP for game number 2, the key to victory. Run
the king. Forever sub, 0% win rate. Oh my goodness.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it. This young man, he believed in the 2-0, and here he's looking at the victory. The Kaja, Boxy, the king, 1-1-9. Oh, you want to see how he puts on a showcase, a seminar, a workshop on playing a very aggressive Kaja? Watch game 2.
Dude, he is the king, because we're going to look at the highlights, and it's all going to be on him because he starts the fight.
Yep.
And everyone else just ends it. And again, it's not that much different from game number 1. Find an opportunity, and again, that was a very good trade. Trading a roamer for an EXP, take that all day. And that draft here, you said it, all the teams should take note. It moves very fast. You don't need time to ramp up. You need level 4, and that's all you need.
Yeah, again, even just looking at the highlights here, you can see the way that See You Soon likes to move around the map, even with the picks they have, right? They like to sandwich their opponents in these situations where then, again, they're getting pick after pick after pick, and eventually it just turns into a one big snowball effect so far for See You Soon. And so, you know, teams have to take note of this because they execute this game plan so well. It's so, like, all the timings that they have on the ultimates, the overlaying of their even just the skills alone, aside from the ultimates, is what makes it so deadly, right? So the execution there, obviously, in favor of See You Soon this time around. And again, look at the game time, right? Just a minute, what, 2 minutes? Actually, a minute more. It was 10:40 the first game.
I would say the playstyle, they're sharpshooters.
Yeah.
Because, okay, here's the thing. Catching with a Divine Judgment, pulling them back, and then every single member hitting their skill shots. They don't miss. They're sharpshooters.
Full auto sharpshooters.
Yeah.
Straight up tactical. With conviction
I see that.
And they acquire targets, and they know that their mission has a time limit. Wow, they're playing underneath 12 minutes here. Looking at the gold lead, they ended at 12K up.
I mean, honestly, it almost looked unfair. Like, this is one of those drafts that I feel like we would have seen in a few patches ago. But then everyone shifted to a different playstyle, but they're like, now we're keeping this.
All right, something to note, folks. MP the King built Guinevere right. In my opinion, in my very limited and humble opinion, you still build Guinevere tank.
My cocky opinion, build damage.
I don't have opinion.
If you're Hades.
I'll let you guys have that one.
I mean,
tank, damage.
I'll use Guinevere roam damage. First item BOD, why not? Okay, don't do that. I mean, like, I give very, very bad suggestions.
You're gonna get reported.
That's one of those things that you do not do. All right? Obviously, you build the lightning truncheon first.
I don't know if we're talking about the same hero, but looking at the damage dealt, of course, team fight participation. Early on, it looked like Bigatron's sons could actually trade. Early on, it looked like Boozy was getting on a straight-up streak because he was killing here and there, especially when Siusun was actually crossing the river a little too aggressive, but it was quelled almost immediately, especially with Boxy at the forefront. The Vanguard, 83% kill participation. Very few kills happen without him being a part of it.
It makes me wonder, too, again, you know, Florin now has even a worse of a win rate currently.
0%.
0%. And, you know, it begs the question, like, where is the meta shifting now, right, for M5 and things falling into place? Again, so far, I feel like maybe Angela has been the most useful in multiple strategies, right, with what teams want to go, and that's why she's typically banned out. This time, again, you're left to question.
Minotaur.
Minotaur as well. He's got great heal.
Gets banned very often,
He gets banned, too. So a lot left up kind of to question. Now we are only on day number 2 of the group stages, so things could fall into place from there.
Speaking of which, today's very first sweep has been served up, series number 3. We're about to go into the final series of the day, another best of 3. Before we get to that, any final thoughts, gentlemen?
No.
Understood. LaFell, JC?
For me, that was a very quick series compared to what we had earlier today. So who knows what's left in our last series for the day.
Let's get it. We're about to witness RRQ Akira go up against the hometown heroes of Blacklist International. That's happening in just a bit. Once again, M5 is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. The final best of 3 of tonight's broadcast will be coming up once more. That's Blacklist International going up against the Brazilian champions, RRQ Akira. They're undisputed and on our home court. That's right, the M5 World Championships will be right back. Be better than great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like it's so inside, but the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my kind good to grace, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I'll
Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Send it all and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Send it all and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing. Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Boing, 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 boing.
Hi, Monina. Alam kong nag-iisip ka ngayon if you're going to let go of your BPO work. You know what? Take the risk. Pumasok ka sa mundo ng esports and tanggapin mo yung hamon and opportunity na maging team manager. It's gonna be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, masakit din para sa iyo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo, mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
Hi Kel, alam ko tuwing tinatanong ka nila kung anong gusto mo maging, wala ka pang masabi kasi hindi mo pa naiisip yung mga ganun. Hindi mo pa alam kung anong pangarap mo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala kasi darating din yung laro na magbabago ng buhay mo. Matututo kang mag-Mobile Legends, gagaling kang mag-ML at magiging passion mo to. Darating yung time na tatakas ka sa Tarlac pa Manila para lang masunod ang gusto mo. Magsasorry ka na lang pag nasa bootcamp ka na. Galingan mo lang dun kasi magpo-pro ka. Makakahanap ka ng team na alagaan ka. Oh, baka kala mo puro saya lang yun ha. Magkakamali ka, may issue ka, pero okay lang yun kasi doon ka matututo. Huwag ka matakot magkamali kasi kasama yung pagiging makulit mo sa journey mo towards World Championships. Lahat ng puyat, pagod at pag-argue mo hanggang makatulog, magiging sulit yan. Magiging champion ka sa M3 at sobrang saya nun. Damin mo lang kasi bilog ang mundo. Pwedeng panalo ka ngayon, tapos talo ka na bukas. Pag dumating pala yung oras na parang nawawalan ka ng gana sa ML o sa buhay, huwag kang titigil. Pwede kang magpahinga, pero ipagpatuloy mo pa rin ang pagpitik. Huwag mo hayaan na may dumang araw na hindi ka pipindot. Kasi malaking bagay yun. Hanggat kaya mo pa, huwag mo sayangin yung panahon. Isa pa, huwag mong kalimutan maging mabuting teammate. Kasi hindi lang talent ang puhunan sa esports, kundi teamwork at respeto sa isa't isa. Maniwala ka man o hindi, yung ikaw na walang pangarap noon, ginagawa ang lahat ngayon para matupad ang pangarap ng iba. Ng mga teammates mo na sabik at deserving na makapag-world champion.
Jay, kamusta ka? Kamusta yung pagbebenta mo sa palengke ng prutas tsaka pagtatrabaho mo sa babuyan? Para makapagpa-load ka at makalaro ka ng ML. Kahit pa 2 oras yung biyahe papuntang Bagak para maghatid ng baboy sa palengke, hanga ako sa'yo kasi kaya mo magtiyaga. Huwag kang mag-alala. Lahat ng sinakripisyo mo, magiging worth it. Dahil sa Mobile Legends, magbabago ang takbo ng buhay mo at ng pamilya mo. Oo nga pala, huwag mo kalimutan magpasalamat sa ate mo kasi pinahiram ka niya ng cellphone para makalaro ka. Mag-thank you ka rin sa mga pinsan and kuya mo kasi sila yung mga unang nakasama magbatak sa ML. Darating din yung panahon na makakabawi ka rin sa kanila. Sa atin lang dahil gigil ka sa kaka-RG, magiging top 1 ka sa stars at diyan ka madidiscover ni Boss D. Simula dito, marirealize mo na iba pala ang pagiging pro sa pagiging RG boy. Na kailangan mo pala mag-isip at kailangan mo matuto sa mga macro plays. Diyan ka rin magiging content creator. Enjoy mo lang yung pagbablog and pagko-content mo kasi yan yung makakatulong sa pamilya mo. May purpose lahat na nangyayari kaya huwag kang mawawalan ng pag-asa. Darating yung time na kakailanganin mong lumipat ng team para pagbigyan naman ang gusto mo at yun yung makapag-focus sa pagiging pro. Don't get me wrong magiging thankful pa rin tayo sa content creator na Renny J kasi dahil sa kanya may abilidad ka na para sundin yung puso mo. Since natulungan mo na yung family mo, pwede mo nang tuparin yung sarili mong pangarap. Dahil dito, marami kang may sasakripisyo. Vlogging, projects, oras sa pamilya. Pero huwag kang mag-alala. Worth it lahat yan. Kasi mas magbubunga yung hirap mo at magiging M5 representative kayo ng blacklist. Ito na yung chance mo para patunayan sa buong mundo na may bubuga ka. Yung respeto na hinahanap mo, makakamit mo yun. Dahil simula pa lang, alam mo na mas matimbang ang bagay na pinaghihirapan.
Carl, alam kong mabigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man nakapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para mapadpad ka sa esports. Dahil sa support ni Mama at Lola, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, Huwag kang matakot mag-risk sa mga bagay talagang gusto mo. Kahit na mukhang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman ang mga kaya mong gawin hanggat hindi ka umaakbang. Balang araw, mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na maging kasama ng Blacklist International sa SEA Games. Mai-intimidate ka sa una pero okay lang yan. Huwag mong baguhin kung sino ka. Oo, hindi ka man pala imik at madalas kang nabubuli dati dahil dito. Pero isang araw, makikita mo na ang pagiging soft-spoken mo pala yung kakailanganin ng magiging team mo. Huwag ka basta-basta sa suko. Ipagpatuloy mo lang ang ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag gusto mo talaga ang isang bagay at pinaghihirapan mo, makukuha mo yan. Maging positive ka lang. Kakailanganin yan ng mga kakampi mo. Marami kayong pagdadaanan. Kapag mahirap at malabo na, maging liwanag ka. Tignan mo, yung dating injured Carl na hindi pinalad maging pro sa volleyball, handa nang tumuntong sa M5 World Championship ngayon.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-Lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Go! Best dressed team! Best dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
I welcome you to the M5 World Championship!
M5 Group Stage Day 1 was a showcase for the carries. Where we are entering a new era, it is finally time for the junglers to shine again. AP Brand, the Filipino champions, are determined to rile up the home fans with a win against their old rival, Burmese Ghouls. The dreadful Nolan was left open by Burmese Ghouls in both games for Kyle Teasy to take advantage.
It's stressful to see. Oh! AP Brand coming in with the Lord, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
The home team achieved the opener that they'd hoped. Next, Team SMG tapped on family buffs in a quest to take down the Turkish champions. Fireflux rallied on with a great display from TNZ in both games.
The base! Fireflux takes game 1.
With that, the rulers from Turkey are off to a great start in the group of death. Led by two veteran roamers,
Managed to take that Lord down. He's now dancing with Nail.
the match then turned into a back-and-forth contest between Nile and Chibi. Ultimately, it was the Malaysian carry that stood on top. The last match of the day, it was all Onyx from the get-go.
Onyx, they just have that Tiger.
Even luck was on their side.
He died! Will he die?
Oh!
No way!
No way!
No way!
The Sky Kings were way too dominant for the Brazilian robots to overcome. We saw plenty of spectacular jungler plays during day 1 of the M5 group stage. For day 2, what else would you like to witness that is better than great? Let's find out.
Yeah. Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, nah, nah. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing don't change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold yeah. Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, nah, nah. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing don't change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Trans
This has got to be fate. This has got to be destiny. Over and over again, across different years of the M Series, these teams, royalty in their own right, keep bumping to each other in the group stage, in the knockouts, and we're closing off tonight's broadcast with just that. Welcome back to the M5 World Championships. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and Gideon, and we're about to witness a best of three between Blacklist International, the hometown heroes, going up against the indomitable champions of Brazil, RRQ Akira.
Now before that, we also have to thank our sponsors, of course. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without your support.
It's been a long day here at the M5 World Championships. We are live broadcasting from the EVM Convention Center, and we are in a packed house. Everyone came on through despite the day running a little longer than we expected, given the 3-game series that we started with. Yet, we're all still here. Thank you so much for making time in your day, in your weekend, to spend with us here to celebrate MLBB Esports at its highest level. Speaking of which, if you don't already know, the ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
It also comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 mAh battery, life to power you through your gaming needs.
Dude, check out RRQ Akira doing their ping checks with the ROG Phone 6 in their hands. Silky, smooth gameplay, and of course, I'm pretty sure the RRQ Akira boys are ready to game.
I have sworn by the ROG phone for years now, year after year. Never look back. This is the phone to get. This is the phone to use. And that's what we're on here tonight, all throughout the M5 World Championships.
You know, I'm glad, Leo, that, after watching you use the ROG phone for so long, I finally got my hands on it. And I can say it's a beauty to play on. And, as we take a closer look at this, you have to appreciate the fact that you get to play on a phone like that with a game like this, in a tournament like this. It's just amazing.
It's what the champions use. Folks, let's reel back into the action, the topic at hand. Once again, if you don't know, back to back now, Blacklist International keeps bumping into RRQ Akira. This same, in spirit, 5-man squad, even with their coach, Coach Cabral, seems to never catch a break. They always find a way to match up.
Yep, I mean, these groups have always been tough, but especially this particular matchup, they never seem to leave away from it. Especially now that we are seeing a different iteration of Blacklist International compared to a couple previous years. The Hitman, once again, against Luis, the GOAT, coming in for South America.
Yeah, I love that, because that's where our eyes are going to be on. But really, any lane that you look, there's a story to tell there, right? But of course, even getting a chance to have, Luis on our podcast that we did back with Manjin, if you guys caught that, it was great to kind of hear from, his point of view, how things were going and everything like that, because again, this is a team that has been doing so great and dominating so much, and going against a familiar foe like Blacklist International, despite it being a different iteration here, who knows what's going to be in store for us?
I have to be honest, it's actually bittersweet. I'm Filipino, I'm for Blacklist, but this team, RRQ Akira, Luis specifically, Tekash, very close to my heart. So to help us unravel and understand, digest this matchup, we have on the line a friend of ours from all the way in Brazil, analyst for MPL Brazil and Liga Latam. It's Enrique. Enrique! Hello!
Hello!
Mi irmão, how are you?
Hello, guys. You're fine? Listening?
You got us.
Ken, by the way, Enrique, Leo here. Yes!
Hey, my bro, what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Here with Naisu
Big fan here.
and Gideon. Naisu, you got a question for Enrique?
Yeah, so Enrique, I got to ask you, man, because I know we don't have too much time here, but specifically these regions, these teams, they've been going against each other. They have a history. How do you think this time it's different for M5? Is it going to be a different result? How do you think you guys over there in Brazil will fare here with RRQ Akira?
So guys, well, different M4 to now M5 to RQ Akira is because now they have more Brazilians with them, so they do not feel so alone. And now they just got good food because that's some injuries of them. And I think now they are just okay, just fine, more, how can I say, chill.
Oh, I mean, chill is one way to put it.
Yeah.
From analyst to analyst, I'm curious, Enrique. Tell me, what's the secret sauce of RRQ Akira? What's their style? What's their identity?
I think it is synergy because they love to work together. And what we have about Big Transons, what do you all see? They are more like individuals, so it's different about that.
All right, I guess it's about putting it together. And for years now, RRQ Akira have dominated their region. South America is never going to be the same. How is that like for your scene? Talk to me about what MPL Brazil is looking like, about Liga Latam. Is it always going to be RRQ Akira?
Man, I'm searching for what will be the newest team to beat RRQ because it's something like it's getting tired of because I need to know about other teams to win RRQ because I see a lot, okay, we will now go to MPL Season 6 in Brazil, but we all know RRQ will win again. This is bad. It's sad for me as an analyst, as a guy who just worked with the game. So I don't know. Until I need some more things. I know like the region is going to more and more because of them. I appreciate all the work of these boys, but I need more exciting. Be more excited about them.
I agree. Again, flavor is the spice of life, and we put up a graphic that talks about what Brazilian MLBB is like. And do you agree? In the past year, 2023, you guys have picked up more Indonesian and Filipino gameplay styles. Is that something you've observed?
Yes, because we know a lot about Cabral because he have a lineup conversation with RRQ. So I know that he just watch about a lot of games and know he chat a lot with have a lot of conversation with other region. So I think you know.
All right. Before we wrap up, do you have a last message for all the fans watching here in EVM Convention Center, live in the studio? What's your message for all the for the fans here at M5?
Really, I like to appreciate it all because I love too much work with all you guys. It's an honor to be here with you. Big fan here for all your castings, okay? Be good, have a good life, that's it.
All right, Enrique, thank you so much. Mirmao, thank you, good night, and enjoy the match, all right? Good luck to both teams, RRQ Akira and Blacklist International. Hope to see you soon. Not the team, but like there, literally.
I would love to go there.
Yeah, hopefully maybe one of these big international tournaments happen somewhere in Brazil or in South America.
Yeah, it would be a good time, honestly. Honestly, the more that I think about it, the more I look at the scene growing over there in South America, at least I know who's going to be taking my seat one day.
Hey, it's still our chair. Henry loves the game so much, he's been working in the league for at least the past couple of years, and he's shared a good amount of insights, which helps us understand where RRQ Akira are coming from. It's no secret, everyone here in the studio, most people around the world, knows about Blacklist. So, is it safe to say this is a David versus Goliath matchup or a Goliath versus Goliath matchup?
Oh, I think it's Goliath versus Goliath. That's what I'll say, because both powerhouse organizations and teams here.
All right. Gideon silence, I'll take as a yes. To which, it's up to you. Let's welcome our marshals officiating this matchup as we go into this best of three. We have them on stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and of course everyone else coming through. That guy who also puts his hand down when it's time to fight. You know what it is. Making their way, their third M-Series straight in attendance after securing their 5th straight Grand Finals appearance. The Code Breakers are locked and recoded. They are truly top tier Blacklist International.
Man, oh man, you can hear the crowd here in support for them. But across from them is a formidable force against them. We'll see how they turn it out.
With 6 championship titles under their belt, the Brazilian Kings of Kings look to break the code to open their campaign towards being better than great. Vamos, RRQ Akira!
They've been adopted by a huge organization in Indonesia, but more so, they're undisputed champions in South America.
Look at them in their eyes. They've done this matchup multiple times, yet some things never change. Expect to see greatness, a showcase from these athletes and leading them into the battlefield, their coaches and their analysts. For Blacklist, it's Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar, RRQ, Coach Cabral, assisted by Mariana in the back.
Again, these teams here, we know so much about them already. But I feel like this is the stage. This is where we see possibly a different flavor of them.
Exactly. This is one of those few rivalries that we're hoping is not just one-sided, that finally one day the South Americans are going to be able to reply back, and this might just be it, a small taste here in the group stage.
This could be the start, and Blacklist are fielding their starting 5. It's the Filipino sniper Oheb, Sensui, Agent Zero, UN, the Hitman, Renegade.
Oh man, I know how you're gonna feel about this matchup here, Leo. You know,
no secret.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, right? Because again, we have seen this form, this code, if you will, of Blacklist International really develop, you know, just in the recent months. And I gotta say, they've been phenomenal. You know, they had their own struggles, they've recalibrated, and now they have earned their spot here. We'll really see what they bring to the table this time around.
They'll be going up against Gusta Lagusta, King, Astro Thunder, Tekash, Saigon, and the Brazilian GOAT, the Heartbreaker, Luis.
I mean, this team has been growing over a good period of time. They've been maturing like fine wine, and we're hopefully when we crack that bottle open, it's going to be glory, because this team has that chemistry that Henrique's been talking about. The question is, do they have that level of execution and polish that we've been looking for all this time?
I'll tell you all a story. I saw them at Gala Night, and they were at the steps, at the base of the staircase, and I tried to say hi to one of them, right?
Yeah.
All of them were there, all 5. They stick together even in non-game situations.
That's how they're so well connected, right? That's what you want to see in a team of this caliber. And more importantly so, as we start moving in towards that draft, hopefully, especially, obviously, one of my favorite coaches, Coach Cabral, is going to be able to break that code. Unfortunately, not every team or not every coach can do just that.
Not only that, gentlemen, but we have to talk about the fact, too, that, you know, I feel like this time around, the M-Series, as our talent predictions come up here, hey, RQ Akira flew to Indonesia, like a month before M5, I think, you know, and to prep. Now, a lot of teams did that. I feel like this time around, a lot of these teams here on the M5 stage had a ton of time to prepare for this, to prep for this. And, you know, now it's time to see exactly what that preparation was for.
It's that month they spent to prepare that makes me think maybe 2-1 won't do this justice.
Personally, for me,
maybe it's more than that.
That's the thing. That's why I'm leaning in towards it's either 2-0, and unfortunately, I can't have double the predictions, right?
You can't 2-0-2-0.
You can't 2-0-2-0 either ways. That's the thing. I'm guessing that if RQ Akira are able to take game 1, the sweep is going to happen. If Blacklist take game number 1, the adjustments, there's just not enough time in a best of 3. Maybe in a BO5, but a best of 3, there's just not enough.
All right, to be honest, Joseph here brought up the fact that there have been teams, coaches, who have figured out how to break the code, so to say, right? In recent history, it was Coach Ducky and Coach Vren right here in this very stage, in this very arena, where they beat Blacklist. Earlier this year, it was Tic Tac and Treb, so it's not impossible. So with that said, looking at the stats, I think the world understands that, hey, say for maybe a few parts of the world, it's likely still Blacklist.
There's a lot of, you know, agents around the world. And rightfully so, because just looking at the history, right, of the organization speaks for itself. But even just looking at RRQ Akira, we heard what Enrique had to say about them. And even back, if we look back at the wild card, right, with Imperio representing League of the Tam, there's a lot of potential growing in that region there, right? Yes, we've seen RRQ Akira so often, so much. We heard from Enrique himself. He would love to see some of these teams, you know, kind of contest that dominance. And I feel like it is happening. But with RRQ Akira here, I think this could be a big statement if they're able to take the series.
You know who else I know would love to see these teams in action? RRQ Akira and Blacklist. All of the fans near EVM Convention Center. Folks, I'm talking to you, all of you who are nearby. I've gotten word that admission is free right now tonight, so we're trying to fill up the already jam-packed EVM Convention Center. You see just a few seats. So our producers here have given me word that, hey, maybe there's a few more seats in the back. I'm looking at a dozen more. Come on down. Just tell me you want to see tonight's marquee main event as we prep up going into the draft.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how this is going to be broken down from the side of RRQ Akira. They've made a lot of good attempts. And, you know, watching their leagues itself, you can see that they are clearly above and beyond everybody in South America. But once you come over to Southeast Asia, that's where the reality starts to hit you, right? That's where you see the level of polish that we've been talking about all this time and why we're so used to it. Look at that. We're seeing the Arlet, the Faramis, the Wanwan immediately banned out for Blacklist International playing on the blue side, and RRQ, Joy, Nolan, a lot of dashing assassins on the red side.
Again, just to put things into perspective, it's a chess battle right now with these generals at the helm. Coach Master the Basics, Coach Dexter, going up against Coach Cabral, former XP laner of the lineup that Luis once was part of. Going into the first picks, what's left open? I'm looking at a Matilda still out there, Angela, couple of key pickups. Guinevere, oh!
It's all up. It really is all up. A lot of power picks often, but this varies amongst teams, right? So far, in terms of success rate, blue side, pretty good. And there it is, the Guinevere.
Solid choice, first pick. Again, you know, this is still flexible, at least from what we've seen up to this point. Could even go in the roam, could obviously go in the jungle here. We saw so much, I would say, improvement from Sensui alone over the course of these months here. And also, the fact that, again, they didn't send this group, over to MPLI, right? Because the whole purpose of that was to expand their hero pool. That's kind of what they talked about. They really wanted to prepare for this. Now, begs the question, what's going to happen here with their draft? But on the flip side, RQ Akira already going to lock in the Claude here and that Baksha pick.
I don't know, especially for RQ Akira. As much as I like to believe that Gusta Lagusta, he is a beast when he gets his hands on that Claude. I want him to have a more lane-dominant matchup. I was expecting something along the lines of maybe holding up that Bruno instead of banning it to pick it up for themselves.
Well, in today's metagame, again, we're about 2 days straight into broadcast and the competition. Claude has seen some modicum of success, so it's all about execution, and with the Baksha by his side, they can own parts of the map. Blacklist claps back, putting the Brody into Ohem's hands and the Lilia in Uez. This doesn't confirm anything, though, where the Guinevere goes.
Yeah, still up in the air, you know, and I think that's the strength here, the strength play. But these picks coming out really quickly, and, you know, I got to say, it's mostly just how confident they're going to work around showing these picks right now, flexing the Guinevere possibly, depending when we get to that second phase.
Yeah, I think for now, at least hiding it is a very good idea to stay flexible. The Valentina gets locked in for the side of RRQ Akira, just to kind of agree with the same sentiment, right? If you're going to hide your picks, at the very least I know that I have escape mechanisms and tools to finish you off if you are below a certain percentage of health. But as we go into the second phase, right, this is where it gets dangerous. RRQ making sure that, Agent Zero might just get pinched here.
Yeah, no, that's likely the angle. But just the same, is it worth it to attack Edward? Because Tekash also has no hero just yet. I mean, we don't know if that's going to be an XP Baksha, so to say. But at least they have first names. I get it. I see where Cabral's going.
I don't know. It's a little scary to think of throwing this Baxia over into the EXP, because that begs the question, what's so important in the jungle that the EXP must take the bullet for the team? And I don't think there needs to be, it doesn't need to go into that red zone just yet. We see the next man going into the Yuzong, and even Blacklist has started to pick up on the idea of what the EXP lane's matchup is going to start looking like.
Yeah, you want to play hardball? I'm game. So now Cabral has to step on the clutch. I think he's talking to Luis. Hey, man, is this a good idea? What else do we do? Do we choke it out? What's going to be left for the young Takash?
I'm really hoping that Benedetta gets slipped through the fingers of both of these teams. Either side will be extremely exciting.
They're both Benedetta specialists.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I'm throwing back to Jakarta. And Takash, that was his breakout hero.
Oh, man, there's the, again, focusing on that XP lane, right? Focusing on that, I think that's the right play here, especially for game number 1. It is that best of 3, and you know they want to start the foot off right, because like you said, Gideon, whichever team here gets that momentum from game 1 is possibly going to bring them to a sweep if they can get there, right? Now, one thing, too, is we know how just impactful XP lane can be right now in the current meta and how it shapes out, especially with such a focus on objectives. Now, one thing we pointed out from the wild card when we were there is that teams, there it is, again, Terizla taken out. What is left for the XP lane? Oh, right away!
We're in for a treat!
Right away. The classics, they're whipping out the classics so quick. Honestly, when I was thinking of classics for this matchup, I'm like, come on. We got to see a Benedetta at some point. We also got to see a Beatrix at some point. But hey, you know, it's still a best of 3. There's plenty of games to be played.
You know what? It's not impossible that we see a Cho from Renegade. Also, a Kaja from Luis. These are key pickups for either team and neither athlete. Both I very love so much on a very deep level, but instead, they pull the trigger. There's the Matilda. We were looking forward to start. And of course, the Edith. All right, you know what? I'm still confused. Nope. Never mind. I know where that Edith's going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's looking real good here, at least for Blacklist International. To me, I think they're the more flexible team, right? It's all about execution at the end of the day and overall team play that really define Blacklist International. So far, I think a lot of weight is put on both Oheb and as well as UA to kind of not only create that space, but be very careful with their positioning. That Benedetta could be deadly, especially with a quick follow-up from a Kufra.
Another. I would say like this is like a signature pick, right? You mentioned earlier what could go in the hands of Luis. This is perfect for the lineup that they're bringing here for game 1.
That's the third in his trinity. The Kaja, the Cho, and the Kufra. Here we go. In just a bit, we're about to get the numbers and the lowdown on these two lineups between Blacklist International and RRQ Akira going into game 1. Gideon, how do you reckon?
The quick breakdown is going to look like RRQ trying to slow down the overall snowball that could be developed by Blacklist International. Keep your eyes on Sensui because he's going to be the big linchpin for this team as they start moving into the mid-games. Those neutral objectives from third turtle onwards is going to be highly contested by RRQ Akira. Hopefully, that's going to be enough for Luis to find that pick.
Here we go. Game number 1. We're loading into the land of Dawn. Joseph, Gideon, the rest of the world, welcome. Join us here for game number 1 between RRQ Akira and Blacklist. Let's notice the early rotations. Which of these teams actually might want to go fast?
Well, personally for me, I think it's going to be Blacklist International. There's so much snowball potential with a hero like Guinevere as well as the Brody, both of which can be enablers to start hitting bigger structures rather than playing for neutral objectives. Because keep in mind, that mid lane, UA has to have a good lock on it, and maybe it could be a potential for Luis to punish, but in most situations, especially when you have Purify, it's going to be a little harder than it looks.
Not only that, but, you know, so far from what we've seen, I feel like we've been focusing so much, even on the roam potential, Luis, even in the jungle. Again, gold lane in this factor with these two teams is going to be huge, right? We already know signature pick, Gusta Lagusta loves this Claude. We've seen it shine, not only in the way that it can turn the tide of some of these team fights, but even the split push potential later on.
I could hear everybody just get a little nervous there, like, oh, Gusta Lagusta, you can't be given first blood like that so early on. But keep in mind that a lot of the EXP lane bans were targeted towards Edward, and Blacklist International replied. So that's why King is up here to make sure that Edward feels that pressure, and smart decision by Edward to freeze that lane as quickly as he can.
All right, so pressure down bottom from Blacklist, up top it's RRQ. Here they catch him in mid.
We go for Sensui here, but gets out easily with a guiding wind. Again, I'm expecting somewhat of a stalemate until that first turtle comes up here.
Yeah, and even when the first turtle comes up, right, keep your eyes on both the supports. They have a very important role. Like, Renegade not only has to somewhat give information, but also save the team members who won't have their ult in time for the fight or are a little too far deep. And based on what we are seeing from at least the Emblem sector, Yue is making sure that he has the cooldowns to maintain that mid control.
Turtles already spawned. Both teams going for the pull. Blacklist wins. Gonna go for the reset. Looking at the back lines, RQ Akira reinforcing that. Stolen ult is the Primal Wrath. What's gonna happen? RQ gets the pull.
See how they play around it. Sensui gonna jump in already with a spatial migration into the Requiem on the backside. They're gonna go. Edward somehow gets the turtle. Still, are they gonna fight for it? Renegade gonna go in with that circle eel. Takashi falls into the jungle. Flicker out from Edward. Renegade one hit away and he'll get out just fine.
That's a little upsetting. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Our RQ Akira made all the right decisions, but we're unable to finish off the two low members of Renegade as well as Edward. And now Gusta Logusta is just taking damage as Oheb is having the time of his life down by gold lane. This was one of the few things that RQ Akira actually needed so they can start pressing advantages in the side lane.
I hate to say it, but in the 3 minutes that have elapsed, it's clear Blacks International have a mechanical advantage. Every little inch, the little decisions that you make in the fraction of a second makes a difference. It adds up to about 1,000 gold ahead now, even in the gold lane. That's far isolated from what happened in the turtle pit. You can see that Oheb is giving Gusta Lagusta hell.
Oh man, I mean, I think as long as Blacklist International kind of maintain this pace and not give RRQ Akira that initial burst, then it should be fine, right? Because Oheb's already doing a very good job.
Oh, even there, once again, the focus in this gold lane. Blacklist International knows if they're able to get a kill here, even in the hands of Oheb, it's going to give them a big advantage, and that's exactly what they want to do with this momentum play here.
Gentlemen, they're cracking down on Gusta Lagusta. Luis has to play babysitter. This is not how you want to see the Heartbreaker play. He's so mechanically gifted. He was once in the gold lane, so he knows the little inches that make up a mile. It's just not how he plays to protect his gold laner. This is tough.
Yeah, playing defensively is not ideal, especially when you're on Kufro. There's so much that you could be doing, but at the end of the day, it's still dependent on your teammates. And let's not forget, it's not only affecting Luis, it's also affecting Sagan. The way that he paths, he's fine. He's all right. Thank goodness.
Still on the black shoes, right? Yep. And he's also rocking Purify. Actually, there's a couple over here. You're going to have to really play around that because even on the other side, RQ Akira has their Purifies as well to deal with a lot of the CC going to be thrown at them. So you can see it. Everybody except these gold laners getting ready for this. Renegade going to go ahead and use that Circle Eagle. Edward jumps in with a flicker. Right on Saigon, gets that black shoes out himself. There's a spatial migration. Takashi's going to fall again. Luis tries to follow up, but he's got no backup as it's a double for Edward. And that's also going to be the turtle secured for Blacklist International.
Deja vu, they're still not done.
Still going to be going, putting the pressure in the mid lane. They don't want to let up here.
Beautiful stuff. Honestly, really beautiful stuff coming in for the side of Blacklist International. The way that they actually look to punish our RQ Akira is very simple, right? They're looking for Sagan specifically, and even for Edward, he has got his guns out. Gusta is fine.
Oh, no! Okay, jumps in with a spatial migration, though. Luis, thankfully there in time. But it looks like there might want to be a response.
You're seeing here how precise and how exact Blacklist International's movements are. Was this not just a replay of what happened in the first turtle fight? A big win up top, a kill, and then a rotate down bottom, and eventually they convert into a turret up top. They're trying to turn on Edward. Is this the right call?
I think at this point, RRQ Akira need to find anything that they possibly can. Look, Edward, he's trying to protect this turret.
Wow, he does. Keeps it alive. Utilizing that Primal Wrath against the two members of RQ Akira.
Like a Chad. He won't let it go. This is like one of those ego challenge moments, right? First item, he decides to go, you know what, I'm going to get Blade Armor. I'm still playing for the team, and it's clear in these team fights that he knows his role. On the opposite side, RRQ Akira, they start to feel this snowball actually piling up. But the real question is, how do you actually approach these situations, especially since Blacklist International, they're not wasting movement. They're very efficient!
They're going to be able to find their target here. Sensui could be in trouble. He's going to fall. RQ Akira grabbing their first kill here. No, wait, second. First kill for Saigon.
Yep, it's their first kill. And they spot out the jungler, Sensui, who, by the way, I just got a note, man. What's going on? his first item after the casual Molten Essence is the Brute Force Breastplate. Is there no better sign of success than excess? You usually don't build Brute Force Breastplate. Like, what was he thinking? Is it because of the damage coverage that RQ Akira has?
Well, that also, as well as the fact that he might be looking for opportunities to actually out-farm his opponent, right? Especially you're up against a Boxio. Let's keep that in mind. The movement speed is going to be useful.
Well, they could use it here for this turtle. They're going to go for it. They jump in, but Sensui somehow steals the turtle away. The Retri on point. Takashi falls again. That's the third now. Blacklist International finding the punishes where they can.
Notorious for having some of the sharpest retributions, dare I say, the best of the best from all of the Philippines, Southeast Asia, the world. Sensui's retribution is notorious. It's world class.
Oh, that's why he's on Blacklist. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
Still going to be going for it again, trying to hold down this mid lane. They're going to force him back, but that's just the objective for Blacklist International.
Really good moves coming out from specifically the Hitman, right? He is sniffing out where Luis is. He understands what Kufra wants to do, and if he's able to smother it really early on...
No,
he's fine. Look, it's Edward, right? Agent Zero, he's not a prime target for RRQ. Oheb, however, that's where the target is on.
Yeah, no, Oheb's just been silently working. And it's the same, you can say, for Takash. He's just finding these little windows, sneaking through some value, keeping this gold lead under 5K, 8 minutes in. RQ Akira, their map, their real estate, it's shrinking. Where are you going to find farm to put on Gusta La Gusta?
I mean, even with this, like, when they try to find their own moments, that's where the Guiding Wind plays such a integral part of this. Blacklist International is able to just pull someone to safety. And RQ Akira, they're trying to just kind of catch up right now. Just struggle a little bit here. They're 5K behind nearly the 9-minute mark.
Gideon, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Oheb is a world away from Gusta La Gusta. That's almost 2,000 gold.
It's almost 2,000 gold here, right? And if we're talking about like questionable things that are being built right now, I'm already looking at Benedetta. He's going for the Blade of Heptases. It's like a semi-damage, but you're not going for Hunter Strike, which is generally the more efficient item because you need the movement speed to get in and out of these fights rather than the burst. And then he's building full tank after. So I don't know about Takashi right now, but I think he recognizes that his moves are too telegraphed, so he might as well get the stats to buff him up to make sure, even though his opponents know it's going to happen, that he will protect himself.
That's true. Again, we can only really theorize and wonder what's going on in these odd builds. Look at the damage. Look at Yue. Wow.
He is damage.
I mean, that's the best that we can actually put it, right? 12. Well, again, he is so far ahead of the curve. Yue is that important when it comes down to these to the peel from RQ Akira, especially when they find that initial engage, and that's when we see the snowball actually happen, right? It's all part of the checklist. Unlock the Oheb, get into their jungle, start taking them down on neutral objectives, and from third turtle onwards, it's Blacklist International control.
I'm just wondering at this point too, you know, as that is literally a free lord for Blacklist to take here as they march in, where can RQ Akira find these wins, right? Because normally you would think, well, maybe split push would be an answer, but even at that situation, it's too tough to pull off right now.
Yeah, I think one thing for sure is that Sagan is really going to struggle in this match, right? The big game changer is going to be Takashi and Luis. They really need to communicate on the way they actually attack.
All right, luckily enough, RQ Akira has respectable wave clear. They are going to successfully defend in mid. And I'd like to think you're right. And from very different angles, Gideon, Takash off the fight. He has to be very far away to try and, again, control that gold lead, control the map. For Luis, man, you got to get some defensive jumps in.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Again, they're going to lose this mid-turret. Sensui just going to jump in, finding the mark. Luis going to fall, and now King to follow. They just get obliterated in the base. Now Blacklist International with the lead. They're going to go ahead and continue to assault down the base turrets of RRQ Akira. Do they cap it out? Edward going to jump in. Takashi falls. Gusta La Gusta trying to keep the game going, using the blazing duet, but it's not enough as Blacklist International decisively takes game one.
Blacklist welcomes RRQ Akira into Manila with a dominant victory. Game one going over to Black.
Whew. Blacklist International feeling comfortable in their own skin, man. This is why the new iteration of Blacklist International is so exciting to watch. They're efficient, they sometimes can be aggressive, but more importantly so, like the Hitman himself, he is precise.
Not only with that, but again, if you look at just from start to finish of this game, the execution, every roll, every lane, just played the part, right? There, if you really look at it, it started early on, even into that first hurdle. Things were at a stalemate, like we mentioned, into that first hurdle. And then, very quickly, you know, this is kind of the risk that you take, too, when you lock in that Benedetta. We wanted to see it in the draft. We got that, but unfortunately for Takashi here and for RRQ Akira, it just did not perform the way that they wanted it to, right? And maybe, again, it was a little bit too much risk with the draft that they had here.
We're going to have a moment here to break down exactly what happened in Game 1. We can start with the draft. How about that? It was looking good, actually, because there were some signature picks coming up from RRQ Akira, but Blacklist International, the way that they drafted, with Coach Master the Basics at the lead, he enabled each and every one of them and made them all more than just comfortable. He made all of them do more in the larger scale, in the big picture sense, that adds up to more than the sum of their parts.
I agree. I think that, you know, at least for the side of Master of the Basics, he's going to arm his team with the best weapons possible that he deems worthy. But I think the players really went above and beyond. Like, for an example, we look at Edward. He is playing one of those heroes that is just known to sandbag. This Edith is, you can't do much against it, right? Look at him, MVP for a reason. He shouldn't be winning that lane. He shouldn't be protecting those turrets like that, and yet he does.
Abun Jingjing scores a 503 KDA. Legend Zero, he's known responsible for about 100% of those kills in Game 1. He just knows whenever he comes in, whether by hook or by crook, his ult will deal damage, he will displace with his CCs, and he will win fights for Blacklist International.
I mean, we can see these moments in the highlights itself, right? Right at the very beginning of it all, the overall composition just denies Sagan from getting any valuable ults. And when you look at these moments, the telegraphed motions coming in from Takashi specifically, it allows a template for Blacklist International to look for these big punishes. Because again, nobody's going to be taking care of Sagan in these moments. Gusta Lagusta is looking for opportunities to jump in, but it's only on condition that Sensui or even Renegade don't have their CC. And in most of these cases, it's too late. Why go in with a Blazing Duet when they've already lost 2 or 3 of their members?
Oh, not only that, but as you're seeing here unfold, again, Edward, yes, MVP on that Edith performance, but even Sensui, there's just so many options for them to initiate these fights. And then again, you have this fallback with the Hitman, the Renegade here with that Matilda pick. A lot of the times, even early on, they were just baiting out kind of mistake aggression from RRQ Akira, able to pull them away with that guiding wind alone.
I think for a lot of people, the easiest way to kind of explain this is feints, right? They're throwing out fake jabs. They don't know whether this is an actual engagement or not. And sometimes they catch RRQ Akira slacking because of it, because they're expecting one line of play, but there's multiple angles for Blacklist to initiate an attack. I think RRQ Akira's problem is everything felt a little too telegraphed, right? You go up to a turtle, what do you expect? I know for a fact that Takashi is going to come on in with the Electo final blow, and he, again, Blacklist communicates with everybody, we can punish this. Oheb just stun him immediately afterwards before he gets the eye for an eye, and we get a free kill.
Yep, looking at the item builds, there is the aforementioned Blade of Heptases built on Takashi's Benedetta, and then eventually building Tank. Something to note as well, Sensui with the Brute Force Breastplate. So yeah, I'm guessing he's also playing a game of inches, right? You proc those stacks, you move a little faster, you get a little bit more tankiness, and that's what you need in the early game to expedite your finish 11 minutes in. Looking at the damage taken, of course, there's a good bunch of it on King, the sandbag. Yue, we're not really talking about Yue much. He put Saigen in such an odd position, which I want to talk about now. Saigen, in both mental, mechanical, and technical senses, was struggling. What's this Valentina to do?
Well, there's nothing much he could do, right? And it's highly dependent on Louise specifically. So we can't just talk about like, oh, it's just the mid laners. No. It's a 2v2 in that mid lane, that this dance that's going on between Renegade as well as Yue, who are doing a phenomenal job. Because think about it this way, as Yue is clearing out these waves, what exactly is Renegade doing? He's not just moving to the opposite side of the map. He's clearing specific bushes that you expect Louise to be in to create the space necessary for Blacklist to have that overwhelming push on the opposite side.
And that's the role Renegade played in Game 1. He was the hitman and the wheelman. He was making sure that, all right, the coast is clear. All right, guys, we're getting on out of here. Guiding wind.
I can imagine. Yep. Sunglasses, sends the signal, the squad rolls up.
Baka Renegade to. That's it.
Hey, they made it work. And again, the synergy with this whole lineup, if you guys remember, that first phase of the draft went by super fast because they exactly knew how they wanted to approach this game, and I feel like it was perfectly executed here, right? So when you look at that and how that unfolded, you gotta ask, how does RQ Akira adjust from that alone? And obviously it starts in the draft, probably a flip of sides, but really, like, what is that priority? Because earlier, Gideon, you even said maybe they had let that Bruno go through and then they took it, right, for themselves or something like that, because again, Claude is great, Benedetta is great, but sometimes, too, you take a little bit too long to build up here with some of these hero picks.
Well, actually, personally for me, I have a differing opinion because I think in terms of like overall draft, this is actually as good as it gets for the side of RRQ Akira. I think it was clear that they wanted to actually eventually start attacking the EXP lane, but you got to give it over to the heads, the brains coming in from Blacklist International. They kind of sniffed that out pretty quick to make sure, hey, Edward, you're going to get a sandbag hero, but it's most important that we're able to kind of punish our opponents in the same way for neutral fights. So you be ready, and you better have your ult ready in time to do so. And they played it perfectly, right? So what I think the big change is going to be is the change of mindset of approaching the game. It feels too static for the side of RRQ Akira. There's not enough creativity. They're not loose enough, right? Everything feels so structured.
Well, as we mull over how the draft could change, here's a quick look at how RRQ is breaking their own code. RRQ Hoshi and RRQ Akira have never won a match against Blacklist at the M Series. It's a mountain they have yet to conquer. At M3, Blacklist swept RRQ Hoshi. At M4, Blacklist beat Akira after Akira took one game. At M4 again, in the playoffs this time, Blacklist beat RRQ Hoshi. They went all the way.
So if you're just looking at history here, right, and going with what Gideon mentioned, I guess it is just this mindset, right? Because when you're approaching this, and you know that this is the history, you've been through, RQ, Hoshi, and Akira here, you kind of have to change the mindset. Because regardless of the draft, regardless of the meta that we're in, there's something that's not working against Blacklist International, right? And that's kind of the thing about the code, right? It constantly adapts, it constantly changes. It's tweaked a little bit here and there, but essentially at the end of it all, it's the execution factor from Blacklist International is the biggest component to what's working for them and what's so difficult for other teams to handle.
And let me emphasize that even more, right? History time, everybody. M3, the time where everybody was thinking that Ube was the way to go, the healing meta to kind of stop everybody. But keep in mind that in terms of the overall scaling, it becomes very difficult towards the later stages where you actually have to hold out against your opponent, right? And that's where the big proprietors come in. You not only need stable laners, you need impact laners. That's why Edward is #1 when it comes down to the EXP lane role rankings.
Yep, he's an impact player, and he didn't have to tell you twice. You just see how he plays, you watch his career, you look at the records, the timeline that have been written into MLBB esports history, and it will show you that Agent Zero owns the EXP lane.
I was just going to say, there's a reason why this guy has multiple monikers.
All of them.
Multiple names, right? And even when you're watching him play the Edith, you're thinking like, man, what fits there, right? Because you have Agent Zero, you have Edward Balboa, you have all these things, but really, essentially, that's the thing. And even when we were talking about the draft, the XP lane itself, this is why I love the evolution of the XP lane, because for a while, it was kind of this stagnant lane, for the most part. And then eventually, something happened where XP lane just got a much more impactful role, right? You have these players, you have these heroes now that fit really well into the game, and they are actually able to change the course of even a losing game, right? We've seen XP laners do that before, and Edward there is one of them. So when you look at Takashi across from him, you know that he probably has a little bit of inspiration there, but of course, he's set his own standard, and now when I'm looking at game 2, that's where I'm looking, right? How does Takashi himself adjust with that mindset, with the draft that they lead into? And then how do they pull it off?
Hey, Takashi's on the upper half. He's in the upper half of all XP laners within M5. So there has to be some respect there, and he is at least performing at a level wherein he's not starstruck when he plays up against Edward. Edward is a Hall of Famer, in case you didn't know, a multi-time MPL champion and a multi-time M-Series competitor. And when you watch Game 1 alone, as we reel back into the discussion, Takashi did not show any signs of weakness. He held his own.
That's why he has all of the monikers. Not only is he just Agent Zero, some people, well, it depends on how you look at it. Some might even say he's a sacrificial lamb sometimes, that somehow has a holy hand grenade inbuilt into him for some reason. He is an absolute menace at times. But that's not all, right? That's just the EXP lane. As we start moving towards the rest of the team, the new additions even, I feel like Yue has really found his place with this Blacklist roster. And more importantly, so what makes me most nervous is the entire team smiling on stage. That doesn't feel like a normal thing based on the Blacklist International that I knew back in M3.
They've changed.
They've changed so much.
That's what I was saying, before we went to this. I was like, hey, a couple months that we've seen this development of this iteration of Blacklist International. They are different, right? But essentially, I feel like what made them Blacklist International, like you mentioned, even the Ube has developed in its own way. They have multiple strategies they like to pull out because of the people behind them doing the draft, master the basics, and Coach Dexter, analyst Coach Dexter there. And that's what makes it work. So even when you look at that, again, really thinking RQ Akira, right? They have their own identity, strategy, and flavor to them. Again, this is a region that is very vibrant in their playstyle, their personalities, right? So when you're looking at them, and even what's across from them, right, and the history and all, again, where do you start to make these changes? Because we always talk about these check boxes you have to check off to get to where you need to do to get to a Game 3, to win a series. And, that's the thing is for RQ Akira, again, I think you can start simple, right? Have a good draft, and then compete against Sensui himself, because the jungle, man, the objectives alone. If we're talking about teams, even from what we saw in the wild card, Gideon, I said this over there too, over in Malaysia.
Yep.
These teams have to be able to win those turtle dances, the Lord dances later on, right? We can talk so much about these other lanes, but really, let's be honest. MLBB, objective, gameplay, team oriented and everything else, but you can't just give up these turtles. You can't just give up these lords. And that's what I want to see here also from RQ Akira in adjustment wise.
It's a very fast game we played in Game 1, by the way. Not a single turtle going over to RQ Akira. So where can they start?
Well, I think the way that they can start, one or the other, is either give up the turtle entirely, focus on the lanes, or disrespect them, have all the aggression.
We'll find out how RQ Akira does just that. As we go onto the stage, let's hear from our hosts. They're talking to someone real quick. You're going to want to listen.
EVM Convention Center, welcome members of the Blacklist organization. We've got Indo, Dom, and Kimpoy! Alright, mabilisan lang. Pa-intro niya nga ang sarili niyo para sa ating international viewers at saka ano ang posisyon na nilalaro niyo.
Hi, ako si Kimpoy, roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako si Dom, explainer ng Blacklist.
Hello, I'm Rindo, jungler of Blacklist International.
Alright, so mabilisan lang guys kasi malapit na mag-umpisa ang draft. Rindo, ano ang pakiramdam na umabot ang Blacklist International dito sa world stage for the third straight time? Ano ang pakiramdam mo?
Siyempre sobrang saya po kasi goal po namin talagang lahat makapagpasok ng M5 tas sana mag-champion ulit kami sa M-Series.
Dom, thank you Rindo. Dom, I'm sure nakita mo naman or narinig mo yung mga preparation ginagawa ng Blacklist International. Gaano kahirap magtrabaho ang Blacklist International para maghanda para sa M5?
Pulidong mag-prep yung Blacklist kaya alam ko mananalo sila.
Blacklist has been prepping hard, so he's confident they're going to win. And of course, Rindo said earlier that Blacklist International, of course, all of them are very happy because the goal has always been for the World Championship. Kimpoy, fearless forecast. Ano ang final placement ng Blacklist International pagkatapos ng M5?
Siyempre, champion.
There you have it. Rindo, Dom, and Kimpoy. Maraming salamat sa inyong tatlo. Okay, sabay-sabay natin, sabay. Blacklist! All right, let's go, casters.
Thank you so much, Renmar, hanging out with the three who competed on behalf of Blacklist International, part of their lineup from MPLI, now supporting these five on stage as we load back into this best of three. We're going to game 2. It's match point for Blacklist International, and the question remains, how does RRQ Akira adjust? What's going on in the minds of these young athletes? And of course, at the helm, Coach Cabral, he has to wonder, what was wrong? What could I have done better in that draft?
I think a lot of it, it's hard to say that it's one person to blame for it, because it's not only the draft, it's about the execution as well. But if we're going with the checklist, I think first things first, we've got to predetermine what style and what level that they want to be playing at. Because number one, RRQ Akira, they were not able to kind of keep up with the tempo of Blacklist International. Maybe for the first couple of minutes, but then you saw the overall mechanical prowess of Blacklist International. So that only leaves you with two options. Either A, you don't interact with them at all, and you play for the lanes, play for your gold laner, and get that snowball running. Or B, you are looking to play pure disruption, off-tempo plays, tempo breakers even, times where you can slow down, but instantly speed up.
Here we go. We'll see what kind of equipment and heroes these teams will be picking up on their way to game number 2. The draft is upon us.
Interesting. So we're going to have Blacklist International again. On this blue side, we've got RQ Akira there on the red. First band's already pretty much coming through, right? So there's the Guinevere band this time around. They go with that. Let's see what Blacklist International wants to prioritize here. Again, still a lot open that they can go ahead and go with.
Yeah, I like this a lot already. Again, just small adjustments of what is necessary for RRQ Akira. With the first pick going over to Blacklist International, they have so much to think about, right? Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's been a while since we've seen this picked up.
Yeah, I mean,
first pick.
I mean, earlier today we did see a Boxia opener as well, right? But coming from Blacklist International, it does kind of tell us a story of what they want to do.
Technically, RRQ did a first pick Baksha as well, alongside a Claude.
Okay,
but this is so much more of a statement. This is more of a message sent.
Yeah.
We're going to do it in just the Baksha. Even while Matilda is out there, even while Angela is out there. And how does RRQ answer? They pick up their own Matilda.
And I think it's a good idea, right? At the very least, if something goes wrong, you have the guiding winds to save them from these problems. And again, it's not like one of those mechanical skill issues. It's all about timing. One button for timing. They take the Brody as well, and it feels like RRQ Akira, it is clear they're not looking for these objectives anymore. It's about the laners.
And it's going to come from very aggressive rotations from the Brazilian GOAT. He's rocking the Matilda this time around, a better hero that can step on the clutch compared to the Kufra, who needs to be very aggressive with those catches. He is the only South American player with 4 M-Series appearances, only missing out on the very first one. He was at M2, believe it or not, at M3, at M4, and now here in Manila for M5.
What's crazy is that his appearance has barely changed. He's still as good looking at M2 as it is now.
He never ages.
I don't know what they do over there, but they're doing it right.
It's probably in their diet, you know? I think they have a pretty healthy diet, Gideon.
It can't just be that. It can't just be that. I saw the trailers. I saw them doing physical activities. I saw them running up their monuments. Come on, it's gotta be a combination of things, as we do see the Bruno as well as the Lilia once again picked up for the side of Blacklist International, and it feels like they've sniffed this out. So if RRQ Akira is gonna be playing for the lanes and trying to break tempo, well, guess what? We're gonna maintain priority in all areas.
Was that the M3 video you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, here we go. That's RRQ Akira closing up their draft here, the first phase with the Akai. I'm liking it already. There's nowhere else this Akai could go. It just has to be in the hands of King.
I like it. A lot of disengage, a lot of ways to re-engage. It's clear where they want to invest their resources into Gusta Lugusta down by that gold lane. Now the question is supplementary. Like, again, we are facing off against UA's Lilia, and that's a lot of control, right? And I think that RRQ Akira are taking a very good approach at locking down. Okay, let's take away team fight, Minotaur. That's one issue out of the way. Second thing, something that can actually supplement the mid lane and zone out the rest. I'm thinking along the lines of maybe even a potential Kufra. I'm thinking along the lines of maybe an opportunity for Angela even. Dinky is pretty... oh boy, everybody's sour-pilled at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like today taught us a lot, right? And with that, I think that's the right choice for them to go with, right? They want to deal with that. They want to be able to set things up themselves and not have to worry about getting these initiations that they're looking for, or even if they have to disengage. Again, this is the strength of Matilda. You can... what you called earlier, the feint, right? The feint, is that right? The feint?
Yes.
To deal with that, to bait out some of these ultimates, bait out some of these engages, and kind of keep them on their feet if they can. So, you know, with that, There's the Terizla ban as well. XP lane being focused on here.
Yeah, man, Blacklist International, they're really testing Takashi at this point of time. They're like, okay, if you want to play structured again, go for that Benedetta. Just one more time.
We dare you. How about it?
He hate turret.
He just does. Oheb and turret don't really go well. Oheb has the highest turret damage in a game in the M series. Homie's dealt about 42,790 with Brody versus RRQ Hoshi in M4.
This is gonna be someone's IGN after today.
He hates turrets.
He hates turret.
He just does.
Oheb don't like turret. Oheb like big damage, break turret, move fast.
Make snipes.
Make snipes, big damn.
There it is. We go. The Novaria picked up by Coach Cabral on behalf of RRQ Akira. That's a lot of range. That's a lot of engagement range and variety for the Brazilians here.
I agree, but it still can get smothered. It's not necessarily a free win just yet, but one of the few picks that I would love to see here would be the Lolita.
No!
Darn it!
No!
Darn it!
No!
The classics! They're bringing you back!
Renegade!
The double!
Mr. Bacarse!
There was cheers for that and the Benedetta.
Hitman! Come on! Oh, for both? Oh, I closed my eyes as soon as I heard the Estes, but what?
Yeah.
This is too much, you guys.
He better be wearing that Blacklist skin. If it's
You
anything
guys.
else, it's disappointment.
All right, we're in for a treat, folks. If y'all don't know, Blacklist is known for these heroes. That's it. They're going for the throat, Gideon.
They are going for the throat. I don't know. In most situations, like, you already have the Akai, but it starts to make sense now, right? Why they're getting rid of the Yuzong, why they're getting rid of the Terizla. You want to group together? Let's look for a punish. And now we're going on a subpar EXP laner in the Grok to try to make sure. You stick together, wild charge.
When was the last time we saw Grok XP?
I do recall seeing it in M4. Right? I remember seeing it there, but it's been a while.
It's a year ago, Joseph.
It's been a year ago?
That's a year ago.
What the?
A year? Thousands of miles away from here. That's a year ago, but all right. The numbers will show very, very soon. Help us make sense of these two lineups. RRQ wins on the counter index, though.
Yes, it looks like they win on the counter index, but keep in mind, early and mid game goes over to Blacklist International, and even late game potential can be very scary. Right now, RRQ Akira want to play towards that goal lane, and if they have the options to play around neutrals, they will try, but it's not their main focus.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Match point for the Code Breakers as they execute Endgame protocol, picking up some signature heroes, paying homage to the Queen. Renegade with the Estes. Who would have thought on day 2 we would have seen this? Let's get into the Land of Dawn. Check out these early rotations. It's a purple start for Sensui, the opposite for King.
Interesting. So they want to end up on the opposite sides of the map at the very least, and, well, sorry, the same sides of the map. But at the very least, we need to understand a couple of things, right? Number one, if we are expecting the... say it? Hello? Say it!
Okay.
Buddy.
As you were saying. Very similar as first game.
Yeah.
Heart stopping.
Heart stopping, truly. I think at the very least we're expecting, in terms of the quote-unquote the EXP laners, Edward is always going to be able to make it to the neutrals faster than Takashi. It's just a matter-of-fact sort of situation, right? So RRQ Akira needs to add that into their calculations and really protect the gold lane.
It is the skin, by the way, right? So.
Oh, there it is, yes!
Yeah, there it is. And it's funny, too, because as you talk about the gold lane here, Gideon, you know, you also mentioned even the Ube back in what it was M3 you mentioned. So now still Ube going to be the play here for this game. And even looking at the emblems, you can see they mean business.
They mean a lot of business as well. Fighter emblems coming from Benedetta, Atypical, Impure Rages coming all around for the side of Blacklist International, and Takashi having, I mean, he's on the Grok. He needs this Weapon Master to really kind of step up and maintain control over that wave, or at the very least minimize the time he stays in it.
What I'm excited for is eventually what items these two teams build. If the Benedetta will be very different from the way Tekash built it, what kind of Grok we're going to be seeing in the hands of Astro Thunder, and how they're prepping up for this first turtle, by the way. About 5 seconds from now, Blacks International, small lead, 2 minutes in.
In case anybody was wondering when Blacklist International skin came out, quickly post that on screen. Every single time it happens, I'm going to mention it. But for now, at least, Takashi, he's going to hit level 4, which is great, but Sagan isn't level 4.
They're exactly where they want to be here. Again, going to force just King out. even with the Electro final blow, Luis gonna jump in with the guiding wind. Takashi looking for his own entry point, holding on to that wild charge.
Whoa!
King, though, will get the turtle. A good choice of positioning there for RQ Akira.
Oh!
Almost, but it was Edward that also went down in that exchange.
Okay. Battle spells are already coming out here. Things are looking much better for RRQ Akira at the very least. I mean, Renegades here to top him back up so that Oheb can stay in lane, but here comes Sagan and Luis.
The flank!
They're here. Oheb gonna dodge that shot, so he should be fine. Gonna have the heal as well.
Bang!
Okay, torn apart memory, not gonna find the mark.
Tether's going to keep him topped up, but even Renegade is running out of mana at this point. So again, Blacklist International, as the mid lane is under control, RQ Akira putting a lot of focus down and reinforcing the gold. But even so, these neutral objectives, right, it should have fallen into the hands of Blacklist International, but unfortunately they weren't able to fully reset this turtle. Small mistakes. Not that big of a deal. At the end of the day, Blacklist International, with or without the turtle, really makes no difference.
That's interesting. Looking at the gold earned, Takash on top. That means he hasn't missed a single wave, and he's been hitting on cue. Wow. Hasn't really moved. Now Sensui playing footsies with King. Renegade going to be healing him up. Oh, it's not going to break out into a full-on fight.
Yeah, just making their way up here. You can see a lot of the focus, though, once again, where they want to on that gold lane, like Gideon mentioned earlier. This is crucial for both teams here. So certainly going to be used by Luis, but they just pull back for now. Once again, we're still 30 seconds away from that turtle.
But why, though? But why would you want to go for the Circling Eagle in moments like this? Like, I guess it's just to open up the map, and I think Takashi, at the very least, yes, proxy that wave. Keep Edward stuck in that lane for as long as possible. Get that information about how many jungle creeps are still available down on that bottom side. Relay it back to your jungle and keep control over this top. 6 more seconds until that turtle. And I think this time, our RQ Akira, wow, okay.
Well, the whole team here for this one right now. Once again, both gold laners going to this other side of the map, so they're going to try to work around it. But if RQ Akira can secure themselves to the second turtle, they're going to be on their way to a better position than they were in the previous game, and right now they're after it. So Blacklist International, how do they answer? King's going to be able to secure the turtle, and they disengage after it. They make the right choice. RQ Akira now gets the next objective.
Okay, it's RQ Akira this time around playing a game of inches. They're not going to force the issue, not going to go for big wins. Instead, they'll take turtle after turtle, win these lanes, and then eventually, when are we looking for them to get the payoff? Oh, wait, Gusta.
Gusta going to be in trouble here. Whittled down and taken down easily for Yue. Putting him on the board. So caught, again, this is kind of what we expect here with this lineup from Blacklist.
There's your answer, Leo. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Catch him off that rotation and make sure that once Oheb gets his very first item, then he's ready to rumble. More importantly so, right? Keep in mind that at least with King, he does have an inbuilt cleanse. So every time you see Edward trying to go for that, you know, Electro Final Blow into Petrify, it's not necessarily effective, but it does force out the heavy spin.
I mean, in a combat situation, yes. But look at the map. Blacks International finding these windows, finding their angles, pushing bottom lane in. So already the King of Kings' map, very small. Oheb farming up, using that real estate. Look at that. 4K at 6.
Yeah, they're doing well at taking some of well, not really no man's lands POIs like River Crab, but also getting small invades, taking away Kobolds, taking away Beetles at the same time. And I think a lot of it is just well done. Oheb is just very efficient at what he does, and Yue is doing a good job at making sure that Sagan is a little late on that rotate, and even if he does rotate late, he's losing out on EXP. Thus why we see the EXP difference between Yue and Sagan.
Oh, KL1 is eating good. Look at that, almost 1,000 ahead. Sensui catches a face full of CC from these two chunky boys up top. Sensui wants to engage.
So Takashi, quite tanky himself, should be just fine. Waiting for the rest of the team. He gets whittled down quite a bit though, but Sagan has an answer of his own. But that's the thing. Renegade there to heal him up, and now a third turtle of the game for the takings. Luis gonna go in, circling Yue already taking the brunt of damage, gonna get shot down by Sagan. Still gonna fight it down, heavy spin used, King gets the third turtle. Still gonna fight it out, the wild charge comes through. Edward has to get out of there, but Oheb to answer, finds the kill on Takashi.
Nicely played by RRQ Akira. They force Yue to use the Purify as well as the Black Shoes to pull him out of position, but Takashi, he's so greedy. It's like one power in nature. Just give me that kill over Edward. Let me hold it above his head.
All right, say what you will about that, biting him in the behind, but something tells me RRQ Akira have to go that fast, have to be just a little greedy, because come the mid-game, and we're fast approaching, by the way, folks, despite being a 0-3 on Turtles, I think Blacks International has a great future in them. And when I say future, I'm saying maybe 2 minutes in, because looking at that last engagement for that last Turtle fight, you have to admit, mana is life and life is mana. As long as Renegade has mana and his skills are on cooldown, RRQ Akira have to think about how to use their kit very, very specifically.
And that's why Sagan feels like he's so neutered in this game. It's like, oh yeah, I hit the nastiest skill shot from the longest range possible. Renegade is like, what? Feel that.
That did what?
That did what? Did it happen? Nah, don't worry, it's just a scratch. It's just a flesh wound.
That's one of the strengths, though, here and now. The focus, once again, the landing shot, but Yue going to be healed back up. Gusta Lagusta also picking up that Malefic Roar, so they hold it together here. But RRQ Akira needs to be able to go toe-to-toe in a lot of these team fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, and so far still, you see RRQ Akira getting big wins, but it's not converting into real estate. Nothing on the map is going their way.
Oh. King trying to pull something off of there. Already using the heavy spin. Now he's going to be the focus. RRQ Akira trying to hold on to this tier 1 in the top lane.
This is actually kind of interesting. I feel like RRQ Akira are getting a little creative with this, right? There is a possible angle where they're able to use the Circling Eagle Guiding Winds to pull King into a back position and use the heavy spin to push them outside of the turret range. It's a radical idea, but I don't know. It's going to need a little bit of testing from RRQ Akira to find the moment to do so.
Yep. Here we see 9 minutes in. Lord spawning in the lower quarter. Looking at the item game, still Oheb 1,000 gold ahead. Takash fails to cancel the recall. What's the item game looking like here? Heptases, Malefic Roar, House Claws, the Fury already onto Oheb. Oh yeah, and again, key pickup here for Yue. The Queen's Wand.
Oh man, I've missed seeing Oheb on an international stage. Just to see him, you blink 1 second and he's already 1,000 gold up, man. And he maintains it somehow.
Let's see if they can once again play around this objective. RRQ Akira knew what they had to do going to game 2. They've done an outstanding job still. Can they pull this one off? Louise going to use that Circling Eagle. They're trying to lure Blacklist International towards this side of the map. They got to watch out for Edward as well, looking for his own angle.
Everyone is visible. Save for Oheb. All right, he shows himself. All right, everyone is still visible. The statement still stands. I don't know where this dance is going, by the way. Both of them are willing to crack, I think.
I think both sides actually want to team fight pretty hard, but Renegade is being protected from all angles, and I think RRQ want to force out his ult.
Oh, they don't know where Abunjinjing is. The Echo spots out 3, make that 4. They don't know where Edward is.
Yeah, they got to watch out for Edward. He's hugging this side here, looking for his own entry point. He's going to force him back. Edward trying to focus him down, already using the Electro Final Blow. Gusta Lagusta, though, wants to kill. The heals are there. King gets the Lord, and they're going to run for the base. Gusta Lagusta is going to fall, but RRQ Akira gets the objective.
Whew, okay. All right. Oh boy, a lot of things are going on in that particular fight, and I think at the end of the day, just well done to King. Despite the chaos and madness, was still able to secure the Lord for themselves. But keep in mind, Oheb, look at him just chunk out these turrets.
All right, they're gonna get the defense on tier 1 in mid, but I gotta say again, Blacklist International is so good on the turn. Something tells me they don't mind losing out on the level 1 Lord.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's not Luminous. It doesn't have the added charge to guaranteed structures, and still, even without the charge, Edward is still finding places on the map to squeeze himself in to milk the gold out of RRQ Akira's structure.
Oh,
no, he should be okay, right?
Yeah, he should be fine. Yeah, he's quite tanky himself, but they're going to throw a lot here, trying to get that mid turret down. But still, Edward doing his own work. This is what he loves to do.
Come on.
Thumbs up, gives it to him, gets the turret. An Electo final blows to safety. He's just fine.
Abun Jinjing wails away, cracks that tier 2 up top with impunity. No one could tell him anything.
Yeah, Mr. Papadopoulos was able to find RRQ Akira slacking. All these motions and movements is starting to get to RRQ Akira's head, right? They got to calm down. They really have to assess the situation. They start overcommitting. That's when Blacklist finds the holes to get that gold in their pockets. Because before this, it was 2-2, dead even. 500 gold difference. Now it's 1.7k only because they were caught slacking.
Yep. Something tells me RRQ Akira is holding out for one more big ticket moment. The clutch that they're looking for, that ramp up, they'll get more aggressive when Takashi says yes, when Takashi says go. Takashi has to hide in these bushes way better. He has to get that flicker while charge more consistently.
Oh, this could be his moment. He's actually looking for it here. They're going to press the go. But they're going to get whittled down here already. King being stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, Edward pushing the top side. RRQ Akira, they've got to go answer to this.
Okay, they at least respect the fact that they know the purifiers are up. If they pulled the trigger and forced it, they would have just bumped into Blacks International, they would have healed and then punished. So at least they know that.
I mean, the most that they would get is probably Oheb, since he's the only one without the Purify. He's just confident that he can get out of every situation regardless. But I think that at least for the side of RRQ Akira, it's starting to get a bit uncomfortable for them because they need their entire composition to be together to actually make something happen. Blacklist International are totally fine playing 4-1 here because remember, Benedetta is just so much faster on the rotation compared to Takashi's Grok.
Dare I say, it can be 3-1-1. It's Renegade and the other two elsewhere splitting up. It's just Renegade plus. Doesn't matter. He's the heel man.
He's now the heel man, from hitman to heel man, and working for this Lord now. Once again, like we saw previously, Blacklist International, they were fine even losing that first Lord, but this one they're going to want to fight. They're going to want to force RRQ Akira to dance here, and that's exactly what they do. Multiple anti-heal items also for RRQ Akira could help turn the tide of the fight.
Lord Dance already initiated. Blacklist with a slight advantage. Sensui with the pull and the hard reset by Takashi.
Nicely done coming in from Takashi. Keep in mind, King is a level ahead of Sensui, so generally it's in his advantage, but they gotta be careful, right? They gotta make sure that they're cleaning up these waves because Blacklist International are gonna keep pulling them apart. Look, Edward on the bottom side. Oh, whoa, hey.
They're gonna try to sandwich them off here in the mid lane. Yue gets the heal through.
Whoa!
King gonna use the heavy spin. He's gonna lock down Renegade, but where's the follow-up? They couldn't get it in time. Now Takashi goes in with wild charge, but he's gonna get cut off from the team. Has to flicker out. Everything thrown here, and Blacklist International has the go for the Lord.
All right, good news for RRQ Akira. Louise and Sai can still have their flicker, but bad news is Blacklist International makes a beeline for the Lord. They're blitzing this.
That right there is just gonna be a free Lord here for Blacklist International at this point, and we'll see how they march into the base of RRQ Akira. Again, they have work to do. RRQ Akira trying to hold down as much as they can in the mid lane. But what can they do with this pressure from Blacklist International?
I think that RRQ Akira, they need to, I mean, besides the fact that they need to clean up some of their wave management overall, I'm actually quite proud of them. The fact that they've been able to hold on this long in this particular manner against Blacklist International, of all teams out there, their big plateau that they've been trying to take over since M3. But in the meantime, I think the only way that they're going to be able to get ahead is if they can bait out that ult coming in from Renegade, force him to use it like they did just now. I mean, everything was going well for them. They were getting everything except they were getting stat checked, and the waves weren't in their favor. If we revert back time, if we had cleaner waves and we had the exact same execution, maybe RRQ Akira might have been able to bounce back.
We're looking at 16 minutes game time. Blacks International about 5,000 gold ahead. All waves crashing in, synchronized, orchestrated masterfully by the House of Black. They pulled through up top. Louise very low.
Edward already using that Electro final blow. They still have to deal with the Lord here in the base of RRQ Akira. Most likely will lose the second turret as they do in the bottom side, holding on to that mid lane base turret.
Oh, the only one left. The main artery that RRQ Akira have to protect. Long lane, dead lane. Blacks International is going to have the Lord dances of their lives. It's so much easier for them to get this Lord coming up in a minute and a half, but something tells me I reckon, gentlemen, might not even get there because Blacklist, they want to push in.
They're going to push it into the base. RRQ Akira trying to hold it down. They're trying their best. They keep them at bay. And with that, they stay in this game a little bit longer.
That was very, very nice coming in from RQ Akira. Very, very nice indeed. Just nice movement coming in from Gusta Lagusta, getting out of the way from especially from the Electro Final Blow, right? Which is the main engage tool for Blacklist International at the end of the day, other than Sensui. But for the most part, you don't want Sensui to be that far forward, and more so that he gets split off. You don't want your front line to get split up from your back line, which is what King has been trying to do this entire game. He's gotten close, but not there. Not almost there, you know, not there just yet.
Okay, the fact that we're looking at 3-2 at about 17.5 minutes means RQ Akira aren't forcing anything. They're letting these battle spells and these ults do the work for them, and they're paying the price on map real estate, on space, partly on farm. You know, 6K is a pretty hefty gap between you and your opponents, but at least you're not losing immediately. You're still in this. You've extended the game to a point wherein you can learn, you can adjust, and you can force out these engages. And to be fair, I think this Lord, it's not as 100% the Blacklist as it could be. But wait, they're engaging.
Luis gonna go with that circling eagle. Sensui was looking for his own entry point. Has to respect the damage though. Coming out from Gusta Lagusta, now Lord gonna spawn here as they get us situated. Still Edward putting the pressure on the bottom side.
No, RQ Akira have to get ahead of the game right now. They need to start proxying these waves as soon as possible. All these waves are going to be coming in from every single side, and if they don't get a solid grip on the management, it's going to be a problem, right? As long as Takashi is relaying the information on what exactly Edward is doing, RQ Akira might be able to make it happen. Oh, whoa, okay, that's interesting. He's actually so low!
He's playing with a little danger here. He still has the Black Shoes and the Purify, so will get healed back up. RQ Akira, though, wants to put the pressure on Sensui. They're going to find the lockdown with a heavy spin. There's the heal, though, but they get the kill. King able to get it in. Takashi goes in with a wild charge, but they still have to turn the tide. Edward leading the front. They're going to back off for now. RQ Akira still looking for more. They're happy with Sensui down, but they got to manage the waves as well into the base.
So many ults spent, so many battle spells spent for taking down one key hero. And they can't even capitalize because, again, as you mentioned, Joseph, they had to send people back home.
To me, I think it's totally worth it here. This is the first mistake we actually see coming out from Blacklist International. And now, whoa!
Oheb also in the front of the side here, still dealing with it. Takashi comes to join Edward, though, holding on with that immortality as well. They're buying so much time, waiting for Sensui to get back for this. Once again, Luis with the circling eagle. They'll find Yue. Now Renegade there. King can't find the lockdown on Oheb just yet. Finds him in the corner. Shot's not going to land. He still has the immortality. They have to work for it. Immortality finally popped. Takashi looking for the follow-up. It's only King still waiting for it, but he's going to be whittled down. Guiding wind out. What a save from Luis.
The Brazilian Express from Manila to Rio de Janeiro. He saved King.
Oh my God. I thought Takashi messed up there, but no, all part of the plan. RQ Akira are here to play.
Oh, Edward's not done though.
Edward still keeping him at bay. This is going to be a Lord for Blacklist International. RQ Akira, they're going to have to recuperate here and wait for Gusta Lagusta to get up to defend the base to stay in this series.
The long con. Amazing situational awareness by Blacklist International. You can mess up the pieces, but you can't beat the master plan. Amazing recovery from Blacklist, despite having noticed, if I'm not mistaken, the longest guiding wins I've seen in quite a while. They still have their eyes on the prize. Amazing Lord pickup, an evolved Lord scored by Black.
They're going to go ahead and zone out Sensui here with the wild charge as well. The immortality going to be popped, but Red J and Oheb here, they want to get back to the base. Edward trying to cut them off, focusing on Gusta Lagusta. Has an immortality of his own. Lord now making its way down the mid side as well. RQ Akira trying to hold it all together here. They got to clear the waves. Immortality from Edward already popped. Still working for it. Takashi keeps him at bay. Sensui falls. Torn apart memory. Goes through. It's a double for Gusta Lagusta. The shot gonna land. Luis goes in, but they're done. It's a disaster for him as he gets taken down. But they stay in the game. RQ Akira with a defense.
Overheat.
Blacklist International could have ended right then and there. But RQ Akira took down the minions, attacked the Lord, and believed in whatever's out there and said, you know what, we're not gonna go down like this. Not here, not now. Here's the instant replay. I could have sworn that was it. I could have sworn there was like a minion here, a minion there, and the Lord, I guess they were out of range.
I mean, look at it, right? All of it boils down to, does Renegade have his ult? That's all it boils down. And if we're thinking, hey, Blacklist, they're the ones who overheated. Guess what? RQ and Kira do the same. They feel the exact same way. I'm an empath, of course I know.
Whew. Okay, to be fair, it's off of the back of Luis's call, and he believes there was enough damage remaining from those who were ready to take it, and I guess that's where it all crumbled. That's a clear sign of overheating. So now, we got a moment to breathe. We can digest what just went down. I gotta be honest, still not looking great for RQ Akira. They've yet to crack anything from Blacklist.
Of course, they're not cracking anything off of Blacklist, but you can see that the ideas and the execution is becoming cleaner and cleaner as the game goes by. And strangely enough, Blacklist International finally getting punished for some of their mistakes. For an example, when we saw by that very second Lord, we did see Yue actually get chunked out, forcing Renegade to have to move away from Sensui to cover his butt and make sure that he's topped up. Instantly, we see RRQ Akira jump onto Sensui, and that's what started this bounce back from RRQ Akira.
And so far, RRQ Akira have been getting better, right?
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned this, at the 16, 17-minute mark. Hey, they're learning. They're figuring out how to actually isolate members of Black from this Uber recoded, this Uber as it's known locally. I'm wondering what's next. I guess people have to stop overheating, and I have to admit, RRQ Akira is just outnumbered. You see the agents on the stands?
There's a lot of agents out there.
It's going to be a very, very silent haul if RRQ Akira win this. And I think that at the very least, when we're looking at the game as a whole, right, with some of the sloppy mistakes that happen, well, not really sloppy mistakes, but just like the general housekeeping, you know, you let dust build up inside the corner, and all of a sudden it's a hornet's nest, right? It's the worst case scenario. That's worst case scenario. But you get the idea. These things start very, very small and build up very, very quickly. This is how Blacklists are able to etch out wins against some of the best teams in the world. They catch you slacking. They catch you throwing, taking your spare change ever so slightly, and then it eventually builds up. I think that at least for RRQ Akira, the execution has kind of, been minimized compared to game number 1. But if they want to win this game, if they can get Renegade to use his ult super early on and find a way to at least forcefully take Sensui away from that fight, there's an opportunity. And, well, keep in mind, that big target, that hit marker, it's not just Sensui. If they can get Oheb, that might just be game over.
Well, JC Sumandal says it's game. Indeed, it is game. The mandate of the King of Kings say, get the ult off of the Hitman, get those purifies off, and then we're talking business.
And with that, we're 30 seconds away from this next Lord here. So RRQ Akira, you gotta give props to them. They've done a great job. Their base has been exposed for a while, but they're staying in this game. And now we get to the point of this game where, immortality start to play a role, Wind of Natures, the item jungling, and everything else between both these teams. Look at the real-time win rate.
All right, 75-25, that's pretty reasonable. That's not bad. All right, can I just say, I'm surprised. The gold lead just shrank, in a snap, down to 700.
It's honestly not as bad as it seems, other than the fact that the structures are missing and they don't have any inhibitors. But considering that, Luis is very clearly subscribed to Grab Unlimited, he is saving his members time and time again.
He's got that super app.
He's got the super app.
Anything you need, man.
Anything you need.
Shields, heals.
Wait a second.
Positioning.
Hold up.
Damage, he has a good amount of wisps.
He's got a good amount of wisps, but Sagan is really starting to double up on the damage compared to everybody else. The poke is actually putting in a good amount of work. And not to mention that Gusta.
Whoa! Edward could be in trouble here. Gets away fine, though. Torn Apart Memory was going to be used as well. Dodging that shot as well. He backs off, trying to get back to base.
Close.
But RQ Akira did it. This is what they wanted. They wanted this positioning for this Lord to at least start it up. Blacklist International, though, still here, healing back up with the heal man, and Luis taking a brunt of damage himself.
Okay, they need to go for the pull this time around, especially since previously, Gusta Lagusta, they know where he was. Big Astral Echoes there. Spots 3, maybe 4. Oheb protects his position. All right, here we go. RRQ are finally able to pull the Lord out.
This has got to be really annoying for RRQ Akira, right? They want to play a standard game, but they always have to do the housekeeping every single time. Chores. Blacklist International can patiently wait it out. It's not, the onus is not on Blacklist International to do anything here. And if RRQ Akira really want to start rolling the dice, I'm confident Sensui is probably going to win that out, especially considering that at least the Grok, he needs to be nearby, but at the same time, you got to clear that bot side.
And not only with that, again, Luis going to go in with a circling eagle, keeping them at bay, still dancing for this Lord here. It's about half health. RQ Akira finding it very difficult to find the zone positioning to favor them. Blacklist International knows that they're whittled down a little bit. They don't have as much heal as they do.
Oh no!
So Edward going to force them back towards that side. Sagan going to look at the damage there. They got to respect it. Yue holding down that mid.
Man, if somebody is going to make TikTok... Whoa! Okay, no. They're not going to completely commit to this, right? They're not. Okay, they're going to back off. Thank goodness. Because if anybody's going to make TikTok content, you should see how quickly Blacklist International make that decision. They all of a sudden, they see Sagan on that top side. Let's start taking space. Sagan disappears. They start giving away space.
And slowly but surely, RRQ Akira have garnered up quite the lead. 1,000 gold ahead already. 26 minutes in. The patience between these two teams, faded as they are to face off against each other year after year after year in the M series. It's coming down to this, the fact that we might see a game 3 because RQ Akira have been learning. They've been figuring it out and they've been taking care of their lanes, their waves.
Real talk, boys. At what point do you start screaming into your secret lab chair hoping that something is going to happen? Because I don't have the patience, and that's why I'm not a pro.
It could be here again. Edward jumping in the backside. Lord, a fourth of the health. Luis goes in. Oheb gonna get pushed back. Sensui also half health. Torn apart memory already gonna be used. Still whittling it down. Yue holding the front line and healed back up through Renegade. Lord resets again.
Drats foiled again. Both teams holding on. And again, the patience from both of them. They both know. They both are championship caliber world-class athletes. They know that patience is what holds you down, what changes the fact that you're still here and you're not losing. But wait, King holding this push.
They're trying to cut them off here. King could be in trouble. Heavy spin still has the immortality. Lord, is it going to go for another reset? Both teams still respecting the damage possible here. It's whittled down. It's going to come down. Sensui gets the Lord, wins the retry battle. Now Luis on the run alongside King. They have to get back to the base. They have to get ready for this defense.
That's a fumble. That's a fumble if I've ever seen one.
The problem is that the fumble happened so far away, right? Luis overextends, uses the circling eagle, jumps toward where King was hiding, forcing him to use the heavy spin. That was his only way to keep himself clean from CC.
Something tells me it was Blacklist International's initiative as well to let King and Luis take that long bush down bottom to position them for the perfect. Something tells me they manufactured the fumble.
They manufactured the I mean, I gotta hear some mic checks to know that for sure. It's all theoretical, but well played so far for Blacklist International as RQ are on the defense.
They have to stay in the game, and
oh,
we're gonna jump in right on Gusa Lagusa, forcing the wind of nature. Lord's gonna be half health. They have to work it out. King using heavy spin. Can RQ stay in for this game? Torn apart memory gonna be used again. Luis gonna fall. Base going down. The code is strong as Blacklist International sweeps this series.
History repeats itself as Blacklist International once again defeats RRQ Akira in tonight's closer.
Oh man, as Blacklist International walk off the stage, at least RRQ Akira have left an impression. I'm not seeing too many smiles up there. It definitely shows that the rest of the world is slowly watching and creeping up on Southeast Asia.
Hey, if you're able to take Blacklist close to 30 minutes, you're doing something right. You pushed them to their limits. You made them have to figure out a way to make that Lord dance go that way. And look at this, the show sportsmanship between these two teams. Hey, I face after year after year after year. They've evolved. Look at that. Luis, man.
Love to see it, man. Again, sportsmanship here. And like you guys mentioned, there was massive improvement this time around for game 2, right? You're looking at game 1, you look at game 2. This was quick learning, quick adjustment from RRQ Akira. Hats off to them for staying in that game even with an exposed base for so long. We'll see how that kind of transitions for the rest of their matches throughout the group stage here.
I think the only thing that RRQ Akira can really hold themselves accountable to is not the overall gameplay that they had in game number 2, was the fact that game number 1 went in that particular fashion, because what? It felt like they were hiding it for so long in game number 2. When did that happen? Couldn't that happen in game number 1?
Well, I'm happy it came out anyways. Either way, this is the gift that keeps on giving. M5. We're here for it, and who'd have thought that we wouldn't have closed day 2 without seeing a return to form for Blacks International, picking up that Estes, which caught him a win. Now, I'm wondering who's going to be getting the MVP nod. You guys have any guesses?
Oh, MVP?
That's a tough one.
Something
I'm not sure.
Something tells me it's pretty spelled out.
Don't lose focus. That was spelled out.
That's one way. It's the heel man!
The heel man!
It's the heel man! Paying homage to the queen, of course! Again, life is mana and mana is life, and he made sure Blacklist was ready to take on any fight, and he never died. 106.
Literally an ult that is a linchpin for the entire composition, a big deciding point. Does he have it or does he not? The heel man strikes again.
Not to mention the 100% there. He was everywhere he needed to be, on point with the heals. We knew, even taking a look at the highlights here, we knew how integral that was for a lot of these moments in the game where they're able to turn the tide here in some of these early fights especially.
Yeah, I think that RRQ Akira should not be disappointed here in game number 2. They really played a solid game, some great decision-making overall, and actually forced out a couple of mistakes coming in from Blacklist International themselves, which doesn't happen very often. So, again, big hats off to RRQ Akira. But the things that we need to keep in mind is the fact that the small things, making sure that the side lanes are clean, making sure that you're able to stay on top of the minion waves and these smaller POIs, whether it be River Crab, whether it be Litho Wanderer, it needs to make those small things to have that difference.
Check it out. This is that defense that a lot of us thought would have been it, right? But Blacklist overheated, RRQ Akira overheated, and then we got a reset, and we watched a game that lasted maybe 10 minutes longer.
Again, with instances like this, when you get to these, late game potential here, things can turn around really quickly, and, really, even down to that last Lord, if it would have gone another way, where, for example, RQ Akira was able to secure that, we possibly could be going into a game 3. So again, it was a very well-timed initiation and just dance for Blacklist International in that one.
It really was, and I think, both sides definitely showed a lot of heart in that particular battle here. The patience coming in from the heel man himself, and more importantly, when we were looking at King specifically going for these contests, he was able to get a level ahead, which kept RRQ Akira in the game for this long to make it into that 20-minute mark.
That's right. He made the call. He made decisions wherein instead of trying to sandwich heroes into walls, he would have done it to minions to try to space him out. I think that's what bought them their second wind at the 22-minute mark, and then eventually they just got overloaded in the 29-minute mark, close to 29, 28, 27, wherein they were just falling like flies.
Yeah, and I even like Gideon pointed out, some of the usage that was being done by RQ Akira for King to find those lockdowns when he could worked out, but eventually, again, Blacklist International was able to just adjust from that and find their own moments of brilliance throughout this game, and resulted, yes, it was a longer game, one of the longer ones here so far, up to this point, but again, execution and how they adjust real time in the game, it really worked out here for them.
Yeah, I'm looking at the damage taken, and I feel like the numbers aren't adding up here. King taking at least 281k. I'm looking at Louis' 222k, but Sagan's damage earlier was looking really, really good. So I don't know. It looks like at least when we're doing these calculations, the heal plays an integral part for this composition.
Yeah, it does skew the stats, because again, how often do you see Estes in the world stage? I'll tell you, I'm hoping we see it more often. And again, at least we now know one team for sure is ready to serve, ready to satisfy, and that's Blacks International. Again, it's in their DNA. Of course they have the skin.
a good way to, I feel like, kind of cap out the day here, right? We started with a very long series, going the 3 games. I know you were a part of that. And we end the day here with, of course, these 2 sweeps that we witnessed. But again, even when you break down, yes, it was a sweep, but the learnings that can happen here for RQ Akira and how they adjust. I mean, even, we saw some of the changes that happened for some of the other teams, like, Burmese Ghouls even, how they kind of adjusted from their day 1 here. So once again, how they break this down, they adjust before tomorrow ahead of us. In a little bit, we'll be looking at all how that's going to play a part, right? Because again, things are a little dicey here for the group stages this time around for M5, and we know that time is of the essence.
Yep. Again, for those of y'all who don't know, in this World Championship, the group stage consists of 16 teams. After such, when we go into the knockouts, we'll be cutting down to just 8. So half of these teams will be getting knocked out before we go into the knockout stage. So in just a bit, we will see what today's matches mean for the records, for the standings, and then we'll talk about who is going to be in danger and what other possibilities are left, because again, the math sometimes don't check out and you have to just play like it's your last.
Exactly. That's why a lot of these teams are looking for 2-0s. In about a moment here, you're going to see why this matters so very much as we see all the groups and the way that it's going to, mathematic-wise, who's going to make it into that top 2.
That's right. We have had matches from groups A to D all throughout tonight, best of 3s. Let's talk about the starter here. Group A. Onyx on top clearly with a 2-0 victory, 1-0 record. They're fine, but not looking so good for the Brazilians in BTR.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, right? This is a pretty tough group itself, and I feel like they were underhanded here because one of their worst matchups weren't dealing with Onyx, but specifically See You Soon, a game of rock, paper, scissors, thus the 2-0. We go down over in towards Group E, and Blacklist International evening up against Fireflux Esports. RQ Akira, don't worry, they still have more matches to play.
And again, for Group C, that's danger territory, right? Burmese Ghouls there, very tough for them. And Group D ahead, lots of close, points and how those contenders will battle it out. But of course, tomorrow's schedule here, it's going to be action-packed.
That's right. We're finally going to be seeing MPL MENA's very own Triple Esports going up against See You Soon. Right after that, the debut of Team Lil Gun on the world stage going up against Team Flash. And then the bounce back, TOB going up against Geek Fam, and then we'll close off with Blacklist once more. I hope to see more familiar faces here at EVM as they face off against Team SMG, straight out of the wild card, recovering from their loss against Fireflux.
A lot of teams that have taken a loss already, looking for some kind of redemption, they've got difficult matchups. Geek Fam and the Blacklist International for these teams, I don't know about this one. It's going to be quite sweaty.
I can't wait to actually now see, after, from the wild card, seeing Lil Gun play tomorrow, Team Lil Gun. I love their story. I love just how what they've overcome to get to this point. And I know we'll get to, a lot of people want to see them play against some of these, obviously the best teams out here on the M stage.
I'm excited to see how those teams who are in the danger zone suddenly pull a Hail Mary and actually run through. It's possible. I don't think we have any team clearly eliminated, but with that said, it's been an honor to be at your service all throughout today's matches. We would like to end the day with 4 incredible series, and half of them went all the way to 3. Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. On behalf of everyone who has been at your service on the desk, whether it be for the Filipino side or here on the English desk, it's been an honor at your service. My name is Leo, that's Gideon, and this is Naisu. We'll be thrown over to our host to close up the night.
Woo! Our groups are beginning to take shape after the second day of the M5 World Championship group stage. Yesterday's matches saw dominating teams bringing home sweeps after sweeps, but today's matches were definitely a little bit more intense. Emerging MLBB regions continue to impress on the World Championship stage, and if anyone's going to ask me, not only is that a good sign for the rest of our World Championship, it's also a really great sign for our future. But before I get ahead of myself, of course, let me remind you that we still have 4 more days of group stage. left for us. I wonder, how will the standings shift in the next days? Will we see more surprises before advancing to the knockout stage? Spoiler alert, it's the World Championship. I think we're going to be seeing a few more surprises here and there. Let's find that out together. So do join us again tomorrow. Once again, I'm Reptar. Good night and good fight. Once again, reminding everyone in the pursuit of victory to be better than great. Good night, everyone.
saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms.